started. Okay.
Yeah, poor Mac.
Poor Mac.
It really does
Is my
boggle the
audio
mind.
okay?
Yeah,
Still kind
it's
of
alright.
silent.
Kind of quiet-ish.
Mac attack.
I'll see if I can fix
I
it.
think Mac has a pretty good point to go on based off the various like Catholic holidays landing on the solstices, the pagan solstices.
Again, a Catholic can say these were originally made by God, and the pagans just latched onto them and called them their own, right? Now we're just taking them back, essentially. There's so many ways a Catholic can rationalize this, right?
But there's no scriptural basis for that.
That doesn't matter. That would be an argument from silence. To say that, oh, because what you're doing is not in the scripture, that therefore you cannot do it, is an argument from silence, right? It's like saying, well, computers are not mentioned in the Bible, so it's a sin to make computers.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's not a sin to create computers, but it would be a sin
doesn't
to
matter.
worship other gods and what have you.
But that's the thing, they don't worship Mary at all. No, they ask for intercessory prayer, right? They're saying, Mary, could you please pray to God, right, for us?
Can you see in the Bible where that's the case?
Doesn't
Because that's
matter.
man's tradition, which the Bible
Doesn't
clearly.
matter. Doesn't matter if it's not explicitly.
Yes, it does.
Why?
Are you kidding me?
Do you only have to do what is in the Bible? If that is the
Yes.
case, no, then you should not be. Then you should not be in a hangout right now unless you can show me where in the Bible it says that you can be in a hangout.
It's called preaching the gospel. The Bible says, go into all the world, preach the gospel to every creature. Go into the highways and byways and compel them to come in. You don't get it. Or you don't get it.
Address my point, though, please.
Can I come in as that ex-Catholic?
You're not listening.
Mac, listen. Can I come in as an ex-Catholic?
Okay,
Spent almost 14 years as a Catholic in Catholic schools and went to churches and shit like that. There was statues.
You went to a synagogue of Satan, but yeah, okay.
At my Catholic church, just outside it, the church I went to was, and the school I went to was called the Lady of Rosary School, and there was a statue of the Virgin Mary outside of the church, but it wasn't like prayed to, it wasn't like worshipped or anything like that. You prayed to God, you didn't pray to Mary. It was just a status symbol.
Okay, let me ask you this. Does the Bible say to create statues out of graven images? Doesn't the Bible go against that? Or does it say you can create statues?
Does the Bible say wear stupid hoodies with Jesus' name on it?
So what?
Oh.
I don't think it does.
Does the Bible say wear a black hoodie with Jesus on the back of it?
No, then you shouldn't be doing it.
Boom, bitch.
The Bible doesn't go against what I'm doing.
Well, the Bible doesn't go against what the Catholics are doing by building statues.
Really? Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
And considering who built the Bible,
let's address that, shall we? Let's address that. Since you said that the Bible doesn't go against what Catholics are doing.
Against building statues of Mary.
Yeah, building statues.
Okay, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. What is a graven image? An idol, an image, carved image. It says, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God,
I'll address the fucking point again. Do not bow down, pray, worship.
If you take that passage literally, that means you can't draw a picture of a cat or a dog either.
Yeah, don't make depictions of what is in heaven or on earth.
Yep, or you can't draw a picture of a fish.
No, it's talking about idols, genius.
So you have to worship it. So now you have to prove that they're worshiping it as a separate deity.
No, you're not listening.
That's what an idol is. It's a separate deity.
No, it isn't. It's not necessarily something you have to bow down to. It can still be an
just
idol and
said-
you don't bow down to it.
Okay, then how is it an idol, please?
Ah,
How is a statue of Mary an idol?
wow.
Yeah, wow.
The Catholics
Well, address it, Mac.
So you're telling me that in order for it to be an idol, you have to bow down to it.
No. I'm asking you to substantiate your assertion.
I did.
No, you
Multiple
didn't.
times.
No, you just said that it's making a statue of Mary is somehow making it an idol. Please show me how it's an idol.
Yes.
Where does it say in the
4
Bible that making a
And
statue
5
of Mary
of Exodus
idol?
20.
Oh my god.
See, the question originally asked to me is that what goes against what the Catholics are doing pertaining to making a statue, which they clearly have done. And what is it telling them
Don't
not to
Protestants
do?
make don't Protestants make statues and whatnot?
Ask the Protestant. I'm not one.
Burn
Do
your
you have a
statues
cross?
of Spider-Man and fucking Santa Claus.
Hey, you guys want a picture of my apartment to see if there's any crosses here?
You don't have a cross, really? Nowhere?
Yeah, really.
Oh, wow.
So hold on. So if we're going to use the crosses and so forth, does that mean 99.9% of the
And notice something.
Christians
Hold on. Notice something
are
here.
not-
Notice something here. MMA and art is talking about. It says, "Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven. There's no crosses in heaven, above, or in that is in the earth. There's no.
No. I'm talking about Jesus depicting on the cross, because usually you
Yeah.
have a Jesus.
Oh yeah,
depicting.
it's against that. It's against that. That's why I
So,
don't have
well,
any.
okay, so does that mean the majority of Christians are then not Christian?
Yeah. So now the only true Christians are like what, 10% of the whole world population.
The Bible clearly
Or something
says that. The Bible clearly says, "Broad is the road that leads to destruction, and many that go in by it. Narrow and straight is the way that leads to eternal life, and few there be that find it." There's only going to be a few that lead into heaven. It's not a majority of the world. The fact that Catholicism is one of the biggest quote unquote satanic organizations that
They're
masquerades
Christian.
as Christian.
Quote,
They're
quote
Christians.
unquote,
I could
quote
finish.
unquote,
I
quote
could
unquote,
finish.
it's not, quote unquote, it's not. That's your opinion that it is.
Yeah, it's not my opinion. I can back this up, and I'm about to.
No, you can't.
Now,
You back it up with
if
your
I
own
could
opinion.
finish, Bob, because I'm trying to
Back it up with
finish
your own
my point.
opinion.
I'm not back. You wouldn't let me finish my point, and I'm about to back it up with evidence. So be quiet.
It's not evidence. Your
I'm
opinion. I've
about
heard
to
it
back it up
before.
with evidence, Bob. Be quiet.
Don't tell
The
me be
fact-
quiet. You ain't my. You don't
the
pay my
fact
bills. You don't pay my
Catholicism,
bills.
the
You don't pay
fact
my bills.
that Catholicism is the way that it is, and that it has majority of it has like billions and billions of quote unquote Christians, is clearly against what the Bible says is going to happen at the end of the world. Most
So what
people,
does that make your Bible incorrect?
no, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Because clearly Catholicism is what the Bible says in Revelation 17. It calls it the whore of Babylon, which is exactly what it is. Now, I'm about to back this up with evidence, because I did this with JJ, and he didn't believe me either. Because during the Catholic Mass that they had during Easter, they had two of them, 2012, 2013. They was worshiping Lucifer.
Oh, you're very simply a muppet.
Yeah, they were worshiping Lucifer, and they called Jesus Christ the son of Lucifer,
No?
the son of the devil.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
Catholics worship God and Jesus. And so
Oh, really?
God, Jesus.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Do me a favor. Go to the Catholic Mass 2013, 2012, and 2013, and type in "son of Lucifer," and see if you're gonna show me exactly them worshiping Jesus Christ, and they're calling Jesus Christ the son of Lucifer, the son of Satan. Go ahead and try it. I dare you. Because I did it with JJ, and he went through the same thing with me, and he got shut.
What am I typing out?
Hmm?
What am I typing up?
You're typing out Catholic Mass, Easter, during Easter, son of Lucifer.
Where was this Catholic Mass held at?
I don't know the exact location. I couldn't tell you.
So you don't know if it was a real Catholic Mass. It was the church organized it, if it was just some freaks that made
No,
a
it was a
comical
Catholic
shit of
mass.
it.
No, it was a Catholic
you
mass.
know.
No.
And how do you know
Yeah,
this?
what
You don't
about
even
clicking on?
know where it was held.
I don't.
What
Okay, so
what
you're
am I
telling.
clicking on exactly? I typed in. Hold on. I typed in Catholic Mass Easter Son of Lucifer. What am I clicking on exactly? I went to Google, so what am I clicking on exactly?
You're clicking on the Catholic mass itself and what it says. This is what it says. What they're saying in
Well,
Latin.
nothing's popped up. I've got, believe it or not, reptilian dimension, logos, plagia, I don't know, apologetics, something about the Pope invoking Lucifer.
Yeah, that would be
Now
the
the
one
end begins.
most likely.
Alright, now the end begins. Oh, that's a lovely message. Frozen stone.
Because it says Catholic Mass in the title. You just believed it was performed by the Roman Catholic Church with the Pope in it and everything?
Okay, Pope Francis invokes Lucifer during Easter Mass 2013. Now the end begins. Yep. Another thing that the Catholic Church is fond of doing is to invoke the name of Lucifer in their Eastern Mass. Crap, I can't say that word. EXSULTET. I don't know if can anyone pronounce that.
What, ex cathedra? I mean,
Cathedra. Yeah.
Is that how do you say it?
Ex cathedra or cathedra.
No,
Which
no,
means
no.
that he speak. Okay.
Oh, okay. I was trying to say how you pronounce the word itself, but okay. Yeah.
Okay, what's your evidence for the Pope doing this? So if this is the topic,
It
I'm
literally
confused now.
says Pope Francis. So is it
Well, who
not
says
the
this?
Pope?
Who says this?
So I linked
Who
in the
says it?
side chat where it's getting this
The
from.
Mass itself. Dude.
The children gather wood, and the fathers kindle the fire, and the women knead their dough to make the cakes for the Queen of Heaven, and pour out drinks offerings unto other gods, that they may provoke me to anger. As from Jeremiah 7:18. But I don't see that quoted from Francie Boy. Roman Catholics believe that Mary, the mother of Jesus, remained a virgin after birth. Yeah, so yes, of course. And she was sinless. Yes, she was worshipped in the Catholic. They're not again. She's not worshipped. They got that wrong. The Mother of God. That's still not worshipping her, calling her that, because she is the Mother of Jesus. The Queen of the Heaven is somewhat. Again, it's not invoking worship.
Yeah, it is.
That's not.
Who has a title like that? I'm sorry.
The Mother
Pertaining
of
to the
God,
Bible.
which is the Mother of Jesus, so that's fitting.
No, it's not actually.
If
That's
she's
Latin.
the Mother of Jesus,
That
then
doesn't
she's the
make
Mother
her.
of
That
God.
doesn't make her queen of anything in heaven. That doesn't make her
Well,
mother
it's
of God.
figuratively speech, you muppet.
This
They
is
don't actually
tradition.
they don't actually think she's a fucking queen.
Yeah, they
But-
do.
Literally, like
Yes,
what kind of office
literally.
does she has?
Dude, you
I
don't
know
get.
what
You
kind
don't
of-
get it. Hold
what
on.
kind of
You
office
don't
does she
get
hold?
it. In their own catechism, right there, it says Queen
Yes,
of
I know
Heaven.
they say it. The
Hey,
question
Mac.
is,
Hey, Mac.
Thank you. So you're not
Mac,
taking
Mac,
away
hang on.
anything I said. Come
Hang
on,
on,
man.
Mac. Who's the bride of Christ? Mac, who's the bride of Christ?
The church.
who's-
But yeah, hold on, yeah, Lucifer.
All right, wait.
Hold on, there's no.
You're telling me? No, hang on. Mac's getting picky over the word queen, but he's gonna let the bride of Christ is another name for the church. So the church is a human woman that is gonna marry Christ.
The church is the body of Christ. The church is the body. It's a group. It's the saint.
Bride. It's the
Are you
bride.
kidding me?
See, no, but see, no, you're missing the whole fucking point.
I don't know what your point is.
You're jumping over the word queen is. You're jumping over the word queen. Like, oh, they're calling her the queen. She's not queen of anything. But they're going to let the bride of Christ, just another name for the body of the church. Bride is a name for a woman that marries a man, right?
No, it isn't. No.
Human.
No,
Right?
not all the time. No.
No. What do you mean, no?
Yeah, no.
You
what do
seem so full of shit. You just run with anything.
Really? Let's try
No,
this. Let's try
Mac's
this. Let's
position
try this.
actually holds up here because it's analogy or metaphor, right? That
Thank you.
Christ is wed to the church. Whereas if you use that same metaphor for the queen, it's still a position of dominance or what have you that she actually doesn't deserve technically.
Thank you. Thank
No,
you.
that's so full of shit. That's
Yeah.
bullshit.
Oh,
You
wow.
And
it's
no,
completely
furthermore, though, the article given doesn't say anywhere that the Catholics worship Lucifer.
Okay. The Flamas Eos Lucifer
You can't even say
Matutinus.
the words.
Hey, it's in Latin. Give me a break. Eviant ille equium Lucifer quae nescit occasum Christus Phileus tus. Flaming Lucifer, Lucifer finds mankind. I say, O Lucifer, who will never be defeated, Christ is your son. Give me a break.
That's not read anywhere.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
That's not read anywhere.
And tell them
Yeah.
back onto us.
That is exactly what they're said in their mass, dude. It's Latin mass referred to here.
Where? I'm looking at the website.
Dude, I just told you the mass.
Where are you reading that from?
The
That's not from the article.
You're reading from the article.
Yeah, we're reading the same one, are we not? Nowhere does it say. I mean, I did a search
Go
for
back out.
Lucifer.
Just go back out. Just go back out. Just go back out and do Eastern Mass, son of Lucifer.
We're looking at the same one from Now the End is Beginning or whatever it's called.
No, we're not. No, we're not. Actually,
Now the End Begin. Is that not it?
Yeah,
is that
that's
not it?
not the same one I'm on.
Okay then.
Thank you. That's why I told you to go back.
Link it then. Just link it then.
Dude, I don't have the side chat, dude. I'm on a mobile device.
What website are you looking at?
Go to Eastern Mass, son of Lucifer.
What's the website? I typed in.
Okay. Just a second. I found a response.
DouglasBeaumont.com.
You know what Lucifer means in Latin, right, Mac? It's the light bearer. Right? Light bringer, right?
You
have
do
to understand
realize
his meanings.
You do realize that's Satan, right?
Language.
Dude, no. You do realize that is Satan, right?
That's another word, but doesn't mean that Catholics subscribe to
That
it.
is him. You don't get
According
it,
to who?
Bart.
There are
The
many
Bible.
names. Oh my goodness.
What the crap, Art? Where you don't get it. In Isaiah 14,
You understand?
It says, hold on, listen, Art, because I'm about to open your eyes, because apparently you're trying to be blind. You literally are searing your eyes out right now.
Well, you've been told
You understand that words can have different meanings, right?
If I could finish.
He's been told by two ex-Roman Catholics that they don't worship Satan, and yet he's trying to make out that we did. Righto, that makes sense.
What?
But who am I to judge? Again, me and Simon weren't ex-Roman Catholics. You know?
Yeah, you're deceived and you're still being deceived. So,
well, hold on, if we were worshipping Satan, though, do you think we would have known it?
No, that's what the whole point of you being deceived is. What the heck, dude?
MMA, don't say anything. Max broke the code. Everyone,
Come on, man.
Max.
phone the Catholics, phone the Pope, let them know. Mac fucking broke the code. We're actually all Satanists.
This is actually like an obscure, very principled interpretation of Christianity that I've heard about it before, but it's really uncommon.
Yeah.
No, hold on, Iron. Hey, Iron. Let me see if this makes sense. If I deceive you, would you know that you're being deceived?
Not if you're doing a good job of it.
Right. I appreciate that.
You're the one being deceived.
Wait. Can you get back to the point, which is that words have different meanings? Yes, one of the symbolic meanings that some Christian denominations take for the word Lucifer, i.e., lightbringer, is another name for the devil. But Lucifer, i.e., literally taken as the light bringer, light bearer, could be just that. And in fact, in history, as this article shows, there were people named Lucifer. For example, Bishop in the 300s, Lucifer of Siena, Saint Lucifer of Cagliari, was the defender of the deity of Christ, and of Saint Athanaeus against the Arians. So you do know that in Revelations it says that I, Jesus, have sent my angel to give you this testimony for the churches. I am the root and the offspring of David, and the bright morning star. And guess what? Lucifer also refers to the morning star. This is
No, it
bright
doesn't.
and it's bringer of light. Yes, if you actually study the etymology.
No, I did. Watch, I'll show you. It says, "O Lucifer." It's Hebrews. It means Hallel. It means light bearer, shining one, morning star, Lucifer.
Yes, morning star.
No,
There
no,
we go.
no, no. Watch this. Watch
I like
this.
how he's trying to rush
No,
it.
no. Watch this. Watch. This is right here in Isaiah 14, verse 12. Watch this. It says, "How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground which didst weaken the nations?" What's it doing here? It's mocking him. Because right here in verse 14, it says, this is what he's trying to do. He said, "I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High." Who is the Most High? The actual morning star. The actual one.
Jesus, right? Or
You don't
God,
get that.
Right. So it's talking about God, actually, right?
No,
He's referring to God as morning star.
It's talking about someone trying to be like God. That's what it's talking about here, which is Lucifer.
No, you said no. Okay, never mind. But then you have to deal with Revelations 22:16, which I've read to you. And read it again. I, Jesus, right? It's talking about Jesus. Jesus is talking about himself.
Right.
Have sent my angel to give you this testimony for the churches. And he's still speaking about himself here. He says, I am the root and the offspring of David and the bright morning star.
Right. I agree with you.
Right. Morning star.
Right.
Lucifer, Lightbringer, morning star.
No.
Yes.
It's not the same thing. You're talking about someone who's trying to be like the morning star, and you're talking about someone who is the morning star.
Why can't there be referred to the same name?
Because dude, right here, it says, verse 12, "How art thou fallen from heaven?" Did Jesus Christ ever fall from heaven? No.
Does it?
Lucifer, son of the morning. How art thou cut down to the ground which didst weaken the nation?
Yes. Lucifer is the morning star wannabe. Right?
Nebuchadnezzar is the king being mocked.
You're actually both wrong here, and Commando was right. The devil is Jesus.
Oh my God.
Well, there's actually some evidence for that.
Because I'm not even looking at the screen.
Commando
Hold on.
was right the whole
Better not
time.
be in. Okay, he's not in here.
Now listen, Mike, could there be
my hands on him.
Could there be this situation here, where Lucifer calls himself Lucifer, i.e. the Most High, the morning star, right? Because he wants to be like that, right? But Jesus and God is the actual morning star, right? So that's why we have this conflation, this supposed conflation, right? It's because there's one person who's trying to be like God.
Timeline. So like Lucifer was the morning star for a while before he fell.
Wait, hold on. And that's why he calls himself the morning star, because he wants to be like that. But Jesus is the actual morning star, i.e. Lucifer, right?
No, it's a timeline. They're two separate events in time, right? So like Lucifer was the morning star, the light bringer, and all that stuff until he fell due to his vanity. And then Jesus assumes that mantle, presumably later, because there's that gap.
No, it's not. No, that's not what happened here.
No, because that would mean that devil was God, and then he fell.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
See, even Mike agrees with me, which I'm not sure if it's right. I'm uncomfortable here. Mike, would you still agree?
Whenever Mike agrees with me on theology, I take a good long look at my life.
Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, that's in reference to Jesus Christ, him being the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, the morning. He is that's him.
Right. That's what Lucifer also refers to, right? Lucifer, the light bringer, morning star, the light bringer.
No, he was in charge of God's throne.
People back then could have called it in the same name, because it does the same thing from their perspective. It brings light. It's the morning star. Lucifer.
No.
And it means in Latin light bringer, right? So, and in history, according to the article here from Catholic.com, it says that anybody who basically had what's it called, the thing on a stake with burns, back in the days they used to use them to light stuff. Fuck, what is it called? Never mind. Yeah, but this basically this is torch. Thank you. Yeah, somebody holding a torch. What could be called back then a light bringer, a Lucifer, because it brings light, right? It's a literal meaning of that word. See, and this is what happens when you do not study. This is what happens when you don't study the context, right? When you criticize something.
Wait, whoa. The fact that you're calling Jesus right here in Isaiah 14, I mean, the fact that you're saying that Jesus is what's being talked about in Isaiah 14 is really ridiculous when you're telling me to study the context.
No, I wasn't saying that. No. I wasn't saying that Isaiah 13 is talking about Jesus there. No, I was saying Revelations 22:16 is talking about Jesus as the morning star.
I disagree with you there. But the problem
then you have to agree. Then you have to agree. Wait.
Then
you have to agree that both Jesus and the devil are referred to the same name, i.e.,
no, they're not.
Lightbringer.
No, they are not. No. It's mocking him right here, and it's calling him something that he is trying to be.
Right, as opposed to Jesus, who is the actual Lucifer, right? The morning star, the Lightbringer, right? And in Isaiah, somebody's mocking the devil, or as Nadia said, the king of Babylon. Nebuchadnezzar, right? Right, they're laughing at him and saying, "Oh, you think you're the Most High? You're the Lightbringer, right?"
No, that's not what it's doing.
And Revelation is clarifying that actually Jesus himself is the Lightbringer, i.e. the Lucifer.
Okay. No, that's not i.e. Lucifer.
Floyd gave a link in the YouTube live chat that should be examined here. You may have to do cutting and pasting or something here. Hang on, I'll load it so it's actually can be clickable.
See, Mac, I hate you for making me defend fucking Catholics. Screw you.
Oh, really? You're defending paganism, and you make it seem like I'm hurting your feelings.
Well, you make me do this, and it's like
I don't make you do jack squat.
Because you make this bad argument. It's like, no.
I don't make no bad, dude. You hold on. We kind of went off of a tangent here because one, we went off of the fact that the Eastern Mass calls Jesus Christ the son of Lucifer, which by definition is not him. That's not Jesus Christ. He is not the son of Lucifer.
Wait, what if Lucifer simply means Lightbringer, sorry, i.e. God, right? Brings light.
Right here. This is why. In Isaiah 14, verse 11, thy pomp is brought down to the grave, in the noise of thy vials, and the worm is spread under thee, and the worms cover thee. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations? But thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God, I will sit all upon mount of the congregation in the sides of the north, I will ascend above the heights of the clouds, I will be like the Most High.
Like the Most High.
Yes, right. But hold on.
He's referring to an actual Most High, right?
I am getting somewhere with this.
Hang on, let's broadcast Dragonot.
I did.
Okay.
Right here. Excuse me. Wait, hold on. No. No. Is that it? Dang it, I think it's in Ezekiel. That's the one in Ezekiel that I'm looking for. But anyway, it says that made the world as a wilderness and destroyed the cities thereof, that opened not the house of his prisoners. All the kings of the nations, even all of them, lie in glory, every one of his own house. But thou art cast out of thy grave like an abominable branch, and as the raiment of those that are slain, thrust through with a sword that go down to the stones of the pit, as a carcass trodden under feet. Now, there's no way, even in this, let's put it like this. Even in the context here, you cannot say this is talking about just something random. It's not talking about just. It's talking about a person, a particular person who is doing this, and it's in reference. Why do I feel? It's in reference to the king of Babylon and what he's doing.
Right, and
So
actually the article.
if it's drawing a parallel like this to a person doing this, and it's the same way with the king of Babylon doing this, then obviously this person is not only is he not God, not only is he not Jesus Christ, and not only is he not an angel, he is something else.
Right, thus is not Lucifer, and you have not. Sorry, thus is not the devil, and you have not established that the Bible calls devil Lucifer, right?
That the Bible calls the devil Lucifer.
Yeah.
The fact that he was called a liar from the very beginning, that he was a murderer, that he was, I don't know
what Lucifer means.
Huh?
Again, please show me where the Bible does call devil, the devil Lucifer, right?
The devil Lucifer.
Yeah. Because that's what you're saying, right? You're saying because Catholics use the word Lucifer, that they're referring to the devil. When
yes, they are.
Right. When show me where in the Bible does it say that the devil is Lucifer?
Right here, with the fact that he said he's going to be cast down into hell. The fact that he was cut off.
You just said yourself that it's talking about the king of Babylon.
No, I didn't. I'm saying it's drawing a No, I didn't. I said it's drawing a parallel to a person. It's drawing a parallel to another person that the king of Babylon is emulating. That's clearly what I said.
No, the person the king of Babylon is supposed to be emulating is God, right?
No, he is not. No, he is not. It says it
right here, Isaiah 14:12. How you are fallen from heaven, O day star, son of dawn. How are you cut down to the ground, you who laid the nations low, right?
Keep reading.
Just a second. Yeah, I'm reading this from the article. God damn it, it's not a continuation.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Sorry. In 14:6 it says, "Is this the man who made the earth tremble, who shook kingdoms, who made the world like a desert, and overthrew its cities, who did not let his prisoners go home?" Let's talk about a man.
Keep reading.
To what? Mentions the man.
You're reading the article. I keep forgetting you're not reading the scriptures. Excuse me.
Well, it mentions the scriptures.
Okay. Now, excuse me. Right here. It says, "For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation, the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High." Here's a problem with that. The king of Babylon never said of any of that.
How do you know?
Because you read that's pertaining to the king of Babylon, which was Nebuchadnezzar at this time. That's who it's talking about.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, that it's talking about the king of Babylon.
No. You asked me who you asked me how do you know it's
the devil?
How do you know that the king of Babylon did not say this? Because this is talking about him. This is talking about King Nebuchadnezzar, and in the book of Daniel, it tells you what he says. When he talks about in his pride to where he turns into a beast and all these other things that happen to him, not once does he say any of that. It's someone else. And not only that, the things that is happening to him in Isaiah 14, or if this is pertaining to, if this is talking about the king of Babylon, and this is showing what happens to him right here, then it doesn't make sense because none of that happens to him.
Wait, what? David, what?
Okay, I'll show you. King Nebuchadnezzar, this is the king of Babylon at this time, who was one of the biggest prideful little suckers that was in existence during this time that Isaiah is talking about. If Isaiah right here in Isaiah 14, when he's talking about the king of Babylon, if he is talking about him being like this, then it doesn't work. because it's talking about something
No,
that does not happen
being,
to him.
No, not being like this, right? It's talking about what Nebuchadnezzar thought himself, right?
Okay, here's the problem. Okay, here's the problem with that. Here's the problem with that.
Self-delusion.
No.
So it doesn't have to actually happen if it's just talking about
No.
a person's prideful
Here's the
self-delusion.
problem with that, though. Here's the problem with that. It says, "Yet thou shalt be brought down to hell, to the sides of the pit. They that see thee shall narrowly look upon thee, and consider thee, saying, Is this the man that made the earth to tremble, that did shake kingdoms, that made the world as a wilderness, and destroyed the cities thereof, that opened not the house of his prisoners? All the kings of the nations, even all of them, lie in glory, everyone in his house, in his own house. But thou art cast out of thy grave like an abominable branch, and as the raiment of those that are slain, thrust through with a sword that go down to the stones of the pit, as a carcass trodden under feet. Thou shalt not be joined with
you
them
don't have
in
to read it
burial."
further. What in there that you read so far indicates that it's talking about the devil?
Because it's not talking. Because if this is talking about the king, the king of Babylon, none of those things happened to him pertaining to what's going on here.
Wait, what didn't happen to him exactly? You're talking about how he trampled cities?
See, here's the thing. After you clearly said, okay, this is talking about the king of Babylon, right? Yeah, so he clearly shows his pride and stuff, and he says, I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. It says,
because this didn't happen, therefore it's not talking about the king of Babylon.
No. I'm saying it's drawing a parallel to someone who did do this, who tried this, and what happened to him.
What makes you think he's drawing a parallel and not still talking about the same person?
Because the person who's clearly doing this is in heaven and doing this. The person, the king of Babylon is not in heaven.
What? Where does it say that the person who shook the cities is in heaven?
How art thou fallen from heaven?
Right.
Where was he at? In heaven.
Because I'm assuming that King of Babylon thought he's the son of the Most High, right? And so he's fallen from heaven and he's now on earth or something. So, but that's his delusions. This didn't actually had to happen. Oh, back left. Oh, he's back.
Sorry, try it again.
Yeah, it says, how are you fallen from heaven? Well, it's talking about him and what he thinks. Right? It's mocking him.
It's
it says,
not.
How are you the one who's fallen from heaven? Right? It's mocking him.
No. This is a place of dwelling. You can't say that he hasn't fallen from heaven. He was never there. He can't fall from somewhere he's never been.
Because imagine he said, hey, I'm king of Babylon. I am the son of God. I came from heaven, right, to earth. And somebody in response says, how are you fallen from heaven? Oh, day star, son of dawn. Right? It's mocking him.
No.
It doesn't have to literally be speaking about actual events.
Look at that. Look in verse 12, the context here. How art thou fallen from heaven? Where was he at from the beginning? Heaven. The king of Babylon was never there. It cannot be talking about him if he's never been to this place. It's talking about someone who was there and they fell from there.
It's talking about his self-delusions. It's talking
about
his own perception. How do you know it's not? How do you know it's not?
Because it's clearly talking about someone who was there and they fell from that place.
No, how do you infer that? How do you infer that?
Heaven.
So what?
Heaven, the visible heavens, that abode of the stars, visible heavens, universe, sky, atmosphere, heaven, as abode of God.
The fact that somebody is making fun of somebody's idea of him being in heaven, right? And they mention, how were you in heaven, right? Them mentioning this doesn't mean they actually acknowledged that he was actually in heaven.
Yeah, because it's talking about someone who was. Who fell from there. That's what it's talking about. It's not talking. Hold on, Art. It's not talking about someone's delusion. It doesn't get to the delusion part until 13 and 14. That's when it talks about the delusion part, where it talks about the pride. but it doesn't. When it starts off, it talks about someone who's been here, fell from there, and this is how they fell, because they were exalting themselves with their pride and their delusion, and they were cast out. You cannot be cast out from a place. You can't be cast out from the sky.
You have not established that it's literally acknowledging that this person was in heaven. You have not established.
Yes, it did. Dude, the first sentence: "How art thou fallen from heaven?" Where is heaven?
If you told me that you were a professional MMA champion, I would be like, oh, how are you a professional MMA champion? When did you stop being a professional MMA champion? When I say this, do I acknowledge that you once were a professional MMA champion? No, I'm clearly mocking you for your ideas, right? I'm saying, oh, really? Why did you stop being one, right? That doesn't imply that you actually were one, and I'm acknowledging this, even though I mentioned the words and I mentioned that you are one, right? But I'm clearly saying it in a mocking way, right? So now you have to distinguish what's the reason for you to interpret this to be talking about an actual person being in heaven, right?
Okay.
Rather than somebody mocking somebody for thinking that they were in heaven.
This is the reason. One is talking about a place that that the king of Babylon has never been.
That's what's in fucking, my goodness.
No. Yeah, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. It is not making fun. It is not talking about no delusions or any prideful state that he has to where he's talking about this is where I came from or this is who I am and all this other stuff. It's not talking about that until 13 and 14. That you can say, oh yeah, the king of Babylon, yeah, he was doing that, but his destination was not in that same place.
Hey Mac, when they talk about people, us being the fallen, where do we fall from?
Where do you fall from?
Yeah, because it all goes back to the great sin, the fall. Well, what fall are they talking about? Where's that fall from?
The fall from you, the pertaining to that. That's when people disobey God and basically.
Why do they call it the fall? Why do they call it fall? Where'd they fall from?
They fell from their relationship with God.
And God's in heaven, so they fell from heaven.
No, they didn't. They weren't in heaven.
Well, they fell from God. God is heaven. God is in heaven. God is heaven. They fell away from God, so they're falling away from heaven.
No. That's not the. Hold on, Bob. That's not the same thing.
It's just a different way of saying it. Yes, it is the same thing.
No, it isn't.
Well, you to say it's not the same thing. You're not the boss of the Bible.
Hold on, Bob.
You're not the knower of all interpretations.
Bob, you cannot ask me a question and then still keep doing that. The reason why heaven and God is not the same thing is because one, the context tells you why it's not the same. It's not the same thing. Two, because the definition tells you why it's not the same thing. And three, because even with all those two combined, it never shows in any of those places where heaven and God are anywhere close to the same thing. When the Bible talks about in Job chapter 1, it says, in the presence of God, when the sons of God were standing before God in heaven, it clearly shows that this is a place where God dwells. It's not a place where that is Him. He created it, but it's not Him.
It just so when you say the fall from God, so they just fell from God. They didn't fall from heaven. It's just a different way. Not everything not everything is A and B is B. When people talk, they use slang and they use a couple different ways of expressing their words.
So show me that. So wait. Show me the.
No, and for you to say how it is and what they meant by what they said when they're talking the fall from heaven, that they fell from an actual place and not just from God, and then now, when we had the fall in the garden, that it's supposed to be just from God and not heaven. You can't say that because it doesn't say that specifically which way it is. You're just interpreting.
What are you talking about?
You're interpreting it that way, and you're putting forth your own opinion on that.
What are you talking, Bob? Wait
Bob,
a second. Let me get this straight. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, Dragnet. Let me get this straight. So, pertaining to what happened during the time where Adam and Eve disobeyed God, and they fell.
Well, where did they fall from? Because
hold on a second. Hold on a second.
How could they fall?
How did they fall?
Yeah, what do you mean they fell from their feet to their knees? They fell. You're saying they fell. Well, where the hell did they fall from? They were on Earth. They were never in heaven.
It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor.
It's a metaphor. Oh, now it's a metaphor. But any other thing that Art was talking about.
If I could finish, Bob.
If I could
finish, because you asked me a question. Come on, dude. Don't do that.
Because the point is, you're trying to run on all this stuff.
You asked me a question. Let me answer it.
To you about that. I'm trying to prove
you asked me a question. Let me answer it. Don't do that.
You did answer it. You don't you did. You put your own interpretation on it.
And he's still going to do it.
You did answer it.
Bob.
You get your own interpretation.
I can't get... Bob, you can't tell me that I didn't answer it and then still talk when I'm trying to answer it.
No, I said you did. I said you did answer it. You did.
No, I didn't.
It's your own answer. Yes, you did. Because you said they fell.
I didn't.
You said they fell, and the word "fell" is just a metaphor. Well, maybe when in the other story, they're falling from heaven, is just another metaphor. But no, you want to take that literally, like they were in heaven and fell out of heaven. You can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, man fell from God, but it was just a metaphor that they actually didn't fall. But then you're going to turn around and say
Bob,
this.
Are you kidding me?
Yes, I am kidding you,
Bob,
Mac. Because you're
hold on. This is the difference here. When the Bible talks about man falling from the grace of God, when man fell, what is it talking about? Well, God gave them command to not do this. What happens if they did? Well, they would die, and after that,
you don't need to go that far, Mac. That doesn't matter.
Okay, hold on. Not finished, Bob. Let me finish my thoughts like you finished yours, and stop interrupting me, please.
Well, then stick to the point about fall and metaphor.
Stop, please. When it's talking about the fall, okay? When it's talking about the fall with man, okay? It's talking about something that man did that caused them to lose their relationship with God to where it was not like the way it was before. What is it talking about in Isaiah 14 when it says someone fell from this? It's talking about an actual it's talking about an actual place. What I even read the definition for you for what heaven means. Heaven means. Hold on, Bob. Not done. Dude,
no, you don't know that.
Man.
Your own interpretation on it.
I do know that because it's in the definition of the word itself. What is heaven? I can't put no interpretation on that. It literally tells you heaven is the sky. It is the place of the stars. It is the actual place where God dwells. That's where it says. That's the definition of heaven. You cannot remove that. So in order for me to make my own interpretation, I would have to remove the actual definition of that word itself and come up with my own, which I did not. And what we know of, hold on, what we know of pertaining to Isaiah 14 is that when it's talking about what it's talking about in Isaiah 14 when it says, "How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning?" What is it doing here? If it's talking about the king of Babylon, it cannot be talking directly to him. It's talking about someone it's talking about someone else that he is emulating. How do we know this? Because it's not my interpretation.
Yes, it
is. Hold on. Can you show me where the king of Babylon was in the skies, was in the stars, was in the same place that God dwelled? Can you show me that?
It's a metaphor. So. The word fallen is a metaphor, Mac. It's a metaphor.
Not a metaphor. It's talking about someone.
Okay, Mac, show me where Adam and Eve fell. Show me where they fell. Were they in the skies? Were they in heaven? Where did they fall from? It's a metaphor for Adam andEve, but it's not a metaphor for the king of Babylon. It's your own interpretation. You throw out whatever you want to.
Hold on. You asked that question, Bob. Let's go. Let's go to the scriptures then. Let's go to the scriptures.
throw out whatever you want, and you make anything metaphor what you want to make metaphor. It's the Bible according to Mac. That's the way your world lives.
Wow. I didn't change any of it. Notice something.
Yes, you are.
No, I didn't. What did I change? What did I change, Bob? When it's called the fall of man, what did I change? Huh?
When you say the fall of man, that's a metaphor. But when it talks about falling from heaven, that's not a metaphor. That's literal.
What am I making? Oh, wow.
That's what you changed, Mac.
Wow.
Change it to suit what you want it to be.
Wow, really?
You changed the usage of the word. In one way, you're using it metaphorically, claiming it's a metaphor, and the other way, you're saying it's literal. That's what you're changing, the usage of the word.
That's kind of what I wanted to ask Mac real quick. And if we're reading a book that's been translated from Hebrew, how are we determining what's literal and what's figurative?
Well, pertaining to how you would do it, using exegesis and eisegesis and hermeneutics.
There's a whole lot of drinking going out in the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, those folks out there must be fucking ever.
But anyway, pertaining to how you would do it, you would go by the understanding of the language, what it means, what the actual words themselves mean, and then you would go by the context of the usage of that word itself. Like for instance, when the Bible says that Jesus Christ is the perfect lamb, the perfect sacrifice for our sins, is it talking about he was a literal lamb? No, it's talking about in reference to what he is in pertaining to the Old Testament, where it talks about how you the animals that were used to sacrifice. When you would sacrifice a lamb, that was the sacrifice unto God for your sins. What is he? That's who he is. He is that perfect sacrifice. He is that lamb that never had any blemishes or anything like that. That's who he is. He was a sacrifice for our sin. It's drawing a parallel. You do scripture with scripture, the usage of the context and the usage of the word. What do they mean? That's how you determine that. That's the same thing I'm doing in Isaiah 14. That's the same thing that's that's exactly what's going on. Especially when it talks about O Lucifer, how art thou fallen from heaven? O Lucifer, son of the morning. You can go to the New Testament where Jesus talks about, and I saw Satan fall from heaven like lightning. I'm confused here. I thought Lucifer fell from heaven. Could it possibly be that Jesus Christ is talking about the same person? Yeah.
Just equally as possible that the Isaiah is talking about the king of Babylon and his self-delusions. You have to establish what's more likely not talking about that.
My gosh, Art, I just told you. It is.
Didn't.
It is talking about him emulating the very person that is talking about in verse 13, 14, and 15. All the way down until it stops there and goes back to what God is going to do to him.
I was asking this question for a reason. While y'all were having this conversation, there's actually a really interesting article I looked up. Selecting and analyzing metaphors in the Hebrew Bible, cognitive linguistics and literary methods, I believe it's called. And it actually say here that some of the conceptual metaphors in a text explicitly ask for our attention. Now, for the exegetes who systematically want to study metaphors in text, Steen's pragmatic approach is methodologically interesting. It allows examining not all metaphors in text, but primarily the deliberately used ones, whereas CMT convinced a great many scholars of the ubiquity of a metaphor. Few of these metaphors explicitly force the reader to step outside of the target domain in order to investigate an alien source of the domain. Indeed, the sharp contrast to ubiquity of metaphor in general, deliberately used metaphors are characterized by their paucity. Steen explains the latter by referring to the effort they ask for of the reader. And there's actually a text here where they examine it. So there's actually a technique from what I've seen, or from what I read here, that one uses to draw that demarcation between what's literal and what's figurative. There's actually a literary technique. Did you apply any known literary technique for whatever method that you claim to use for this text?
Yeah, I did.
What is it called?
excuse me. It's called reading the. Well, excuse me. As far as literary technique, I use eisegesis and exegesis and hermeneutics on the text itself. The literary technique, that is one.
That is a named literary technique that a biblical scholar actually uses.
But,
So in other words, Mac, your own opinion of what you think they say.
It's not my opinion.
well, it's interpretation. That's what
It's
those
not my
words.
interpretation.
That's what those words mean. Is interpretation.
No, that's not what those words mean.
Well, isn't that what eisegesis means? Is when you kind of interpret
No.
things from the Bible? Exegesis is when you
No.
use different parts of the Bible to understand what the Bible's saying, right? Or I got
Well,
this backwards.
eisegesis and exegesis are in different means of interpretation, whether from within or without, right?
Yeah, that's what I just said. So eisegesis is when you use your own interpretation from outside the Bible, your own personal feeling. And Mac told me no. So again, Mac, you're lying there.
Okay, so
I'm about to hold on. Let me.
I'll give you an example of the techniques because you're saying you're looking at words and you're just reading it, but there's actually like a technique that one uses to determine what's simile, what's a metaphor, what's figurative, what's literal. And
Right.
one
How
here
to
is
interpret
called
the
the appearance of lexical markers, for instance, the term like. So are you actually using lexical markers to determine what category to put these in?
No, I don't use those. No.
Okay, so from right there, you're not actually applying any literary techniques. You're saying that you are, but I'm sitting here literally reading an article by somebody who specializes in this, and they actually say that there is a way to do this. There's a methodology attached to doing it. So simply asserting that, well, I'm reading it and hermeneutics and exegesis, no, that's I'm afraid to break it to you, but that's not how it's actually.
I would suggest that Mac is using a similar method to Commando, and he's just using his own intuition to interpret things.
Yeah, no.
That's what it sounds like.
Right.
Okay, so let's try
Very
this.
similar to
Okay,
Commando.
let's try this. Okay, so show me this literary technique that you're using to show in Isaiah 14 how it's talking about someone, how it's talking about the king of Babylon, pertaining to when it talks about in verse 13, 14, and 15, "O Lucifer, son of the morning, how art thou fallen from heaven?" And all this stuff right here. And all the verses after, to where show me the literary technique to how you would determine who this person is that he's being talked about.
Mac, ask yourself what the experts say.
Well,
you
depending
acknowledge
on who
there are
the expert
experts
is,
in this field?
yeah.
Okay.
Depending on who you're talking to, depending on who you're talking to, if you're talking.
Do you
if
have
you're
your own
talking to-
opinion as to who is an expert in this field?
Do I have my own opinion?
As to who is an expert in this field?
Well, that would be the Holy Spirit, number one.
What?
The Holy Spirit.
You just defer to magic instead of a
Is an
technique.
expert in interpretation?
Yep. In understanding Scripture.
So I'm curious, do you have a possession of this Holy Spirit?
Yep.
So how are you not able to find these lexical markers that I just mentioned before?
Because the Bible never says, "Oh, you need lexical markers." No, that's not what it talks about.
Why would the Bible, what you're actually translating, actually say that? If it was being explicit.
Because the Bible says, "Study to show thyself."
You're expecting the text that you're translating to tell you exactly what you're trying to translate.
I'm not trying to translate the text. I'm reading it in English.
Okay,
It's already translated. I'm just reading it in English, and I'm telling you what it says in English.
Matt, that's exactly what we're debating here. The issue is that you're taking a Hebrew.
No, we're not.
Okay, listen. Just calm down.
He's using the term translate and interpret interchangeably, which is just fine.
You're taking a translation of a language that is not that similar to our own, that have different lexical markers as far as what they consider similes and metaphors and figurative and literal. And you actually have to take an inventory of some of these in order to determine that. That is what is actually being debated here.
Right, which is determined in the context, yeah.
Well, I'm still talking. You can't then defer to it and say, well, it's going to tell me its own lexical markers that I'm then going to go use to try and discern what it's trying to say, what I'm trying to translate and begin with. That's incredibly fucking circular. So you would actually have to understand a bit about the Hebrew language before you even dive into the text to have an inventory of lexical markers. and a strong understanding of how the language works, then you go and try and translate it from its original text and not the English one, because like everyone in here in the room knows, there's going to be mistranslations. There's like what 5 different words for the term love, so you can't just simply say that, well, I have a magical thing that does magic.
No, there isn't. No.
Some type of
depending on the love that you're talking about. No.
While you have no actual skill and trying to discern what these texts actually saying from the Hebrew incarnation to their English.
Okay, so let me get this straight. So even though I am appealing to people who have studied this and actually came to the same conclusion that I did, you're telling me that I myself, and I can't appeal to other authorities who actually have studied it, but I myself have to understand the language as it is, the understanding of it, whether it be the language, the origin of the language, the history, how they do certain words and things like that, and that includes the Koine Greek as well. And I would have to study that and actually get I would have to be at a proficient understanding to where I can come to this understanding. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, you actually have to study the background before you jump into it. How is that strange in any type of context where you need to understand the etymology?
Because why is it difficult?
That's literally what you have to do to understand any text that's been translated.
So wait a second. Why is it that I cannot appeal to the very same people who already done that for me, and they come to that same conclusion that I have, even though I did not? So what?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go finish.
Okay. That's the question. Why is it that I cannot appeal to these authorities who've already done that and gotten to the same conclusion that I have? Why can't I do that?
Well, yeah, you could do that if they have.
Okay, so that's what I'm doing.
If they have an actual methodology as far as how they got to it, you've already admitted that you didn't use any lexical markers or any of the actual techniques that I had mentioned from the article that I've actually linked in the side. But if you're saying that experts are also doing this, then I would like to see what techniques are they using, because you didn't use it. You simply relied on them that they have.
I didn't simply rely on them. Okay. I basically just had them. They basically just confirmed what I already understood when I read it. I knew what it was talking about because the Bible tells me.
The Bible, my mama said. The Bible said. My mama said. The Bible said. My mama said. All right, Floyd, do you want to come in here, by the way? Because I want to know too. Mac, what experts are you referring to?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask me. He's talking about these experts, but what experts? Is it just something he read a long time ago, or he's seen online somewhere else? And then the other question I want to ask Mac is,
or Protestant experts?
Mac gets his knowledge from the Holy Spirit, right? The Holy Ghost giving him his. Well, why does the Holy Ghost give him the translations correctly? Why does he have to always go back and read it from someone else's translation? You think the Ghost will be able to give him the correct translation and the correct word?
No other translation. What are you talking about, Bob? Where do you get this idea from? Like, you just be saying stuff just to say it.
You didn't hear what I said.
It has nothing to do with what I said. It has nothing to do with what I said. It has nothing to do with what I've actually done in here.
You didn't hear what I said at all, so you only heard part of what I said. Never mind. Wasn't talking to you.
Why am I appealing to these people? Why am I appealing to these other people's translations instead of appealing to the Holy Spirit who gave me one?
Here's the thing. I'm about to
wait. Is that not what you said, Bob?
No, that's not what I said, Mac.
Okay. I'm about to let Floyd in here. The people that I'm referring to, by the way, are Andrew Goatley, Daniel Bourgeois, and probably pronouncing that wrong, Brian Doyle, and there's another one, Pilkington person here in this article. I should stop actually calling it an article because it's actually a downloadable PDF. Yeah, selecting and analyzing metaphors in the Hebrew Bible, cognitive linguistics, and literary. No, it says literary. Okay, I thought there was more.
It's an academic paper, right?
Huh?
It's an academic paper, right?
It looks like one.
Yeah, theological academic.
It's annotated and everything. Yeah.
It says annotated and everything.
It said, yeah, it has annotations at the bottom for the assertions, because there's quite a few places in here where they actually refer to other works. So yeah, here in the footnotes I see, yeah, Gerald Steen. That was the person I was mentioning before. But anyway,
So I'm curious here, Dragnut, pertaining to and this is the thing. See, because I'm not even against the understanding of the Hebrew language as well as the Greek. I'm not against it. I'm all for it because even I've noticed that certain words that when I read them in the English, when I look at them, they're not. Well, I would say they're not the same, but it's kind of difficult pertaining to our language because there's no other way to describe it. Like for instance, in the Greek, when Jesus Christ says to Peter, "Do you love me?" They translated that that word "love" the same love. Like if you go to English, it's like the same word, but in the Greek, they have a particular love that Jesus Christ is saying, and a particular love that Peter is saying.
Mac, what experts are you appealing to here? Because all the experts say it is a Babylonian king. I mean,
I didn't.
Have you read like what John Calvin and Martin Luther said? That
Were you listening? Wait.
I've been listening like for the
Okay. Can you hold on, Floyd. What did I say that was going on here in Isaiah 14? That when it's talking about the king of Babylon, what did I say?
Well, you said it first refers to the king of Babylon, but then you said it switches over to Lucifer, right?
No, I said this is someone who's emulated.
You said a lot of things about it.
Let's get back let's get back to verse 12. Who is verse 12 referring to? Is it Satan, the devil, or is it a Babylonian king? I say it's a Babylonian king. What do you say verse 12 is about?
When it's talking about Lucifer, it's talking about Satan.
All right, so you're saying it's talking about Satan. That verse 12 is about Satan.
Yep.
Okay, well, if you take it in context, if you go back to chapter 12 or chapter 13, you'll see it's all about Babylon. And,
don't disagree.
And in verse 4, it mentions the Babylonian king.
Don't disagree with you.
Right, and now you say it switches over to Satan?
I'm saying that this is a person he's emulating. That's why it's doing that.
Well, it could be a Babylonian king emulating that.
Well, no, the problem is in verse 12 when it like this is the interesting thing about what the Bible does when it switches back and forth like that is when it's talking about someone and it's talking about something that they're either doing or that they're emulating. Like even with King David when he slept with Bathsheba. And the prophet Nathan did a parable. What was it doing? It was comparing him. It was comparing in that parable. It was comparing what was going on there, as far as the man with the sheep and him drinking of the cup, and the rich man taking that poor man's sheep. He's talking about exactly what David had did.
Yeah, and here
Right.
in context, you have a Babylonian king acting like he's a god. But he falls. He falls from
right.
Falls from a lofty place from the skies, from the heavens down to Sheol.
That's the problem, though, because.
Or is it a problem?
The problem here is
that. Do you know where that word Lucifer came from?
Floyd, you asked me a question. Let me finish answering. Okay? You said, "What is the problem?"
Yeah.
This is the problem. He did not fall from heaven. When it's talking about his pompous attitude, his pride, all of that stuff is in 13 and 14. Or I'm sorry, well, hold on, let me go back to it and make sure.
Right, it's metaphorical. He's falling from a lofty place, from the sky down to Sheol.
Okay, hold on. It says for that. Hold on a second.
I mean, you said experts agree with you. You haven't mentioned one expert. I'd like to hear some names. I can offer some. I posted it in the outside chat. Daniel Wallace. Daniel Wallace is a well-respected conservative scholar, and you know, and he mentions that most scholars believe it's about Babylonian king. Do you know how that word Lucifer even got in there? Do you know the history of how the word Lucifer actually got put into the King James version? Oh, where'd he go?
I think he's got kind of a shady connection at present. So I think he's been kind of hopping in and out.
Okay. Well, anyway, the word Lucifer came from the Latin Vulgate in the 4th century. That's how Lucifer got put in there. And consider these fundamentalists or King James onlyers, just to see Lucifer, and oh yeah, it's about Satan. It's about Satan. No, in context, go back to chapter 13. It's all about Babylon. And verse 4 actually mentions the Babylonian king. And it's simply referring to this king who thinks he's as high as God, and God will strike him down and send him to Sheol. So it's just a Babylonian king who was dominating at the time. He'll basically fall from grace.
That's what Art was arguing with him about earlier, because it all started with Max saying he was trying to prove that Catholics are pagans or Satanists, and he pulled up some article where they in 2013 they did this prayer to Satan, and they called him Lucifer or something in this prayer at some service. So, and then Art was going on how they were talking about the king of Babylon and the light bearer and the light bringer, and
yeah, I was listening. Yeah, and in Revelation it calls Christ the light bearer. But no, it's ridiculous. Catholics worship Satan. I mean, that's absurd. It's ridiculous. But Mac is just reading a very literal version of Isaiah 14 that doesn't come from the Hebrew. It comes from the Latin Vulgate. That's where that word Lucifer gets put into the King James version. It's not there in the Hebrew.
Right.
Yeah, he's talking about the fall from heaven. Like I guess in that one scripture it says the fall from heaven. Well, he's taken it as a literal heaven and a literal fall. But the only one that's ever fallen from heaven is the devil, right? So.
Well, that's not really even in the Bible really that well. But in verse 4 it says, "You will take up this taunt against the king of Babylon." That's in context. This is what it's talking about. And go back to chapter 13. It's the oracle concerning Babylon, which Isaiah the son of Amoz saw. So this is the context of what's taking place here. So it says we're talking about Babylon here, and then in the very next chapter 14, verse 4. It says is against the king of Babylon, and goes on to describe him. He thinks he's hot stuff. He puts himself as high as God, and basically he'll just be struck down. In verse 15 it says you'll be brought down to Sheol, to the depths of the pit. So, he says, I will ascend to heaven. So you hear this, you have the Babylonian king saying, I will ascend to heaven above the stars of God. I shall set my throne on high. I will sit on the mount of assembly in the far north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will make myself like the Most High. I will make myself like God. But you will be brought down to Sheol, to the depths of the pit. So, you rise yourself up, God's going to whack you back down. So that's all I'm simply talking about here. Verse 22 mentions again, and you will be cut off from Babylon, name and remnant, offspring, and posterity. Boy, I'm screwing up. Posterity.
Posterity?
Posterity, yeah.
Posterity.
But
do we lose Mac?
Yes.
But
I fell out and Gus stole my spot. Who got
And we
Mac?
got Mike J, who's still not broadcast.
I'd like to know what, whose Mac's experts are here. He said, "Oh yeah, I referred to experts." He did. I'd like to hear a few names.
Yeah, and when you asked him, he totally dodged the question.
But if you can't get somebody else to drop and let Mac in, I'll drop and let him in so him and Floyd can keep going at it. So if anybody, I'm on my phone, so if anybody gets a message from Mac and he wants back in, and nobody else will drop, I'll drop for him.
Has anybody gotten a message from Mac saying he wants back in?
I mean,
no, I didn't. I said if he does.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure you can find some diehard King James onlyers out there who thinks it's about Satan, but overwhelming majority of scholars, and historically as well. Yeah, I mentioned Martin Luther.
Mac's trying to get back in. I'll drop.
Martin Luther and John Calvin believed it was about a Babylonian king, not Satan.
God damn it, Floyd! Are you being fucking logical and citing sources again? You fucking wild man! You're like Wolverine up in here, man. Look at them eyes. Look at them crazy eyes.
But yeah, I like to know who his experts are.
His experts are Jesus. You know that. Jesus, God. You know that.
Well,
these experts
his expert was the Holy Spirit.
Yeah,
well, that's like Jesus, except that's the mime partner of the fucking.
Everyone's all these Christians are appealing to the Holy Spirit, yet they all come up with different interpretations. How about that?
Blasphemer, fucking Floyd, you psycho blasphemer, you.
Yeah, we're told in the John Gospel that the Comforter, which Christians interpret as the Holy Spirit, will lead Christians to all truth. Yet Christians can't agree with what the Scripture says.
The ones that don't agree are false Christians, Floyd.
Yeah.
And besides, don't you know that all Christians agree on basic soteriology and basic divinity, and the fact that Jesus was white? Don't they all agree about that stuff?
Well, us humans all agree we need food, water, and shelter to survive. So I guess
but without God, you wouldn't even know that. So shut up, you unbelieving bearded fucking driving dude. You. What's the matter with you people? Don't you know?
Yeah.
Did you not read that in the beginning God said, "Smarten the fuck up"?
Pay attention to Mac. He knows all.
Where is Mac, anyways?
I don't know. Mike dropped to let him back in. I don't know where.
I like to hear what his experts have to say.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to answer you. You don't pay his bills.
Yeah, I don't see him asking to come back in either.
But overwhelming majority of scholars, believe it's about a Babylonian king. But the King James version is basically a mistranslation from the Latin Vulgate.
Mac ain't gonna come back in. He don't want an ass whooping from Floyd.
The King James version it basically used the majority text, the Textus Receptus, and
Texas has a Receptus.
Texas, no, it's not.
Oh,
not
the
Texas.
Textus Receptus. Okay.
Yeah. In English, it kind of means the majority text, which are later manuscripts. Not that the King James version is an awful translation. It's not. I mean, I'd rather use the King James version than like something like that's really corrupt, like the NIV, the New International Version. They literally changed the English.
Yes, written by evangelicals for evangelicals.
Yeah. I mean, they actually removed, edited, added verses, to make it more, look more inerrant and so forth. And they even omitted, and if you read the preface of the NIV, they even pretty much admitted that they, that they translated it for their evangelical agenda. But but yeah, the word Lucifer came from the Latin Vulgate, and the Hebrew doesn't apply. Doesn't. It's not about Satan. It's and nowhere else in the Bible is the word Lucifer found. That's the only verse in the Bible where it has or the King James version has Lucifer, and if other versions don't have Lucifer at all.
If Mac was pissing and moaning to get back in here, it'd be nice.
I didn't say he was.
Well, Nadia said that he was in the side chat.
Oh.
Said Mac is trying to get back in, so we lose fucking Mike, who's a pretty decent dude, so that Mac can get back in, and now Mac's out there fucking the dog. Come on, Mac, get in here for fuck's sake. Somebody gave up a spot for you. This is why I hate it when people play musical spots and whingy and don't just fucking say if there's a spot, there's a spot. If not, oh well, snooze, you lose.
I know, that's what I hate about being on my cell phone is guys like you, Gus, that sit there and pound your key to get in. When I fall out, I can't get back in right away.
Well,
you steal my spot.
What do you expect me to fucking do? I mean, I'm just looking for an empty spot. It's not my fucking fault that your cell phone's unreliable. Go complain to fucking TELUS, Wireless, Geico, fucking whoever all else you get your cell phone from.
Oh, you goddamn phone. So Floyd, in the Bible...
I have satellite already.
In the Bible, so Lucifer, Satan, and the devil... It only mentions Lucifer once, and that's as a light bringer or something like that?
Well, again, the Hebrew word is not Lucifer. The King James translators did not translate that word from the Hebrew. They're getting it from the Latin Vulgate, and if you look at the Latin, that in the Latin it says Lucifer. I don't know Latin. I'll post the Latin on the side. You can see the word Lucifer there, but
Oh. Con modo cecidiati di cielo Lucifer, chimane oriabaria, coriuisti, interam qui venerabas gentes.
Yeah,
I bet you that means there's no wine.
Yeah. But if you look at a more literal translation, like for example, the New American Standard Bible is a conservative version of the Bible. It's not written by liberals. It's considered a conservative interpretation of the Bible. In verse 12 it says, "How you have fallen from heaven, O star of the morning, son of dawn." And go to the RSV. RSV is a literal interpretation. It has "How you have fallen from heaven, O day star, son of dawn." So
well, you said son of dawn.
Dawn.
Max said earlier that it says son of Jesus.
In Isaiah.
Well, because they were talking about JJ Pratt, remember? Because I guess they looked it up and.
He was talking about the Easter Mass, which comes from the Latin Vulgate. He was claiming that the Pope was calling Jesus the son of Lucifer, right?
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, the son of Lucifer somehow.
That the Pope had mentioned Jesus as the son of Lucifer, and I think that in that context, Lucifer is not a personage, but just a descriptive title, right?
Well, it would be the light bearer. I mean, and in Revelation it refers to Jesus as that.
Right.
So Jesus is light bearer, not son of the devil, but just simply Jesus is the light of the world, so to speak, which is even in the Gospels.
Right. I mean, it's not like there is the devil either.
All right. So now, in the Bible, the fallen angel is that what do they call the fallen angel that's supposed to be the ruler of hell or whatever?
Well, this whole idea of like Satan and his demons rebelling against God and God casting him down into into hell and so forth. That's not in the Bible. That's like later stories, about Satan, about big rebellion and all that stuff. Originally, historically, Satan really was just one of Yahweh's divine court members. He's basically God's prosecuting attorney. He tempts humans to see if they're righteous enough. And so he's really, part of God's courts. It's only later, like really in New Testament times, where and Satan is described as the adversary in the Old Testament, but not the adversary of God. Basically, the adversary of people. He basically does again tempts them to see if they're worthy, but he's not against God.
And an instrument of God. Right,
you're right. And it's only in the New Testament. When we get to the New Testament, because of the Zoroastrian influence, where Satan then becomes like the adversary of God at that point. But even like when Satan tempts Jesus in the wilderness, that doesn't need to be interpreted as Satan at that point is even against God. It's just Satan tempting Jesus, just like he tempted other humans in the Old Testament.
Right, the human Jesus.
Yeah.
Floyd, isn't there a line
tempting
in
the flesh of Jesus.
The original Bible about how Satan rebelled against the Lord with a third of the host and all that crap?
In the Bible, I'm not aware of any.
I might have to double check, but I'm pretty sure it's in the basic Bible.
Well, I welcome you to find it. But later in the New Testament, yeah, because of Zoroastrian influence, you do, and it's just like in the Book of Revelation, for example, you do have God and his angels versus Satan and his demon/angels.
Wait a second. Let me just make sure I got you right, Floyd. Are you saying that Satan didn't take a third of the angels and rebel against God?
I'm not. That's like a later tradition, but I'm not aware of any story of that in the Bible.
But doesn't in the Old Testament what do the Christians call it? The 5 I shalls or the 5 I wills? I will ascend to heaven's throne. I will be like the Most High.
There are things that are picked out of.
Can you mention the verses? Can you point me to verses?
Oh, Jesus. It's somewhere in the Old Testament, I know, because this was years ago, but he
Well, we were talking about Isaiah 14, but again, that's about Babylonian king.
And part of that is picked out of Isaiah, right? Part of that tradition is picked out of Isaiah. There's not one source book or one passage where all of those are derived from. What Gus is talking about.
Yeah, people did see the word Lucifer in Isaiah 14. Oh, Lucifer! Oh, yeah, that's Satan. That has to be about the devil. Yeah, that's it. And then their imagination went wild from there and came up with a lot of different stories. But no, the original meaning is not. It's not Satan. Again, the word Lucifer only appears once in the King James Bible. That's in Isaiah 14:12, and nowhere else. And if you go to other English translations, the word's not in there at all.
It's not used in the King James Revelation?
That I know of. In Revelation, uses the word Lucifer.
Isn't that it?
A quick scan. I did a word search for Lucifer in King James, and it only comes up to Isaiah 14:12. I use the blueletterbible.org. Yeah, so it's in it's in King James. It's in the King James version, New King James version, the Latin Vulgate, of course. It's in the Web version, and I guess what the Darby version, I guess. Yeah, Darby translation. So it's in those, at least on the Blue Letter Bible.org, it's only in those translations. But they would be, again, well, where does it come from? It originally came from the Latin Vulgate. That's where it came from.
Right, it's a Latin word.
But yeah, I think the whole story. I think there's a story in. I don't know if it's in the Quran or some Muslims literature about the big rebellion of Satan, and a third of them being cast down to hell and stuff like that. I'm not sure, it might be in Muslim literature, but I also thought it's like in later Christian literature as well, but it's not in the Bible.
Yeah, similar to Lilith not being in the Bible.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. If you go to, I just pull up Lucifer in the Wikipedia. Yeah, it even says Lucifer is in the King James Version rendering of the Hebrew word in Isaiah 14:12. Means shining one, light bearer.
Does Satan or the devil show up anywhere in the Bible? Those two words?
Ha-Satan. Yeah, Ha-Satan. Yeah. Satan definitely appears in Old and New Testament. I mean, for example, the Book of Job, right? Book of Job is all about Yahweh and Satan get together, and Yahweh says to Satan, "Hey, look at my great servant Job. He's a righteous man." And Satan says, "Oh, wait, are you kidding me? I bet if we make his life kind of rough, he'll curse your name." And and Yahweh says to Satan, "Oh, okay, okay, your bet's on. See what happens."
Satan called him a fair weather fan.
Yeah. So basically, Yahweh says, like make his life living hell. Just don't hurt him. So Satan takes away all his riches, kills all his children, and then there's the actual Book of Job is actually, scholars believe it's actually separate stories kind of woven together. It's more than just one author. And then Yahweh says, "Well, okay, yeah, now you can do anything you want to him now, just don't kill him." So he gives him a lot of diseases and so forth, and Job's friends come up to Job and said, "Oh, you must have done something wrong, Job." And Job's like, I didn't do anything wrong. It's like, God, why are you doing this to me?
And God's response is, "Fuck you. Were you there when I made the universe?"
Yeah, exactly.
I love that. It's classic.
Yeah.
Just classic.
It's like, when your glory and splendor is as great as me, then we can talk.
That's right.
But until then,
the potter can do whatever the fuck he wants to the clay, bitch cake.
Yeah.
And Job is like, "I'm so sorry, God." He grumbles in the dirt, and the Christians like to say that he grumbles in the dirt because he's presented with the majesty of God's logical fucking conclusion. I think Joel likes to grovel in the dirt because, Christ's sake, he's scared half to death.
Yeah, he's beaten down to a pulp. Yeah, he taps out and said, I admit it, God. I'm nothing compared to you. Yeah, you beat me down. Have mercy.
By the time Job gets around to having this angry conversation with God, I mean, he's He's like Bruce Willis at the end of all of the fucking Die Hard movies, right? So
Yeah.
it's a monumental fucking act of will for him to challenge God at all, even as he challenges God. It's no wonder that when God says, "Oh yeah, fucking suplex," fuck, by the time it's up.
What about this one verse, Matthew 25:41? It says, "Then I don't know like how accurate this is, but it says, then shall he say also unto them on the left hand, Depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels."
Yeah, yeah. By the New Testament times, yes, Satan does become the adversary of God at that point. You know, in Revelation, God, casts Satan into the pit of fire, and locks him up for 1,000 years and things like that as well. So yeah, in the New Testament times, yeah, he does become the adversary of God.
Yeah, many different styles used to write these books. I think Job is arguably the oldest book, oldest story included in the Bible.
Well, some people say that. I'm not sure if that's necessarily true.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Wikipedia page says later Christian tradition came to use the word for morning star, Lucifer. But in the New Testament, I thought in the New Testament, let me see if I can find a verse. Jesus is called the morning star. I believe. See if I can find that.
Puppies.
Let me see. Right, yeah, Revelation 22.
Puppies!
Oh, is that Jackie?
Yeah, it must be Jackie.
It's me.
You sound like Kevin there for a minute.
What?
Are you away from your mic or something?
Me?
Oh. It's hard.
Revelation 22:16. I, Jesus, have sent my angel to testify to you these things for the churches. I am the root and the descendant of David, the bright morning star. So
I find this stuff really...
So Jesus is Satan, right?
What's he calling David the morning star?
Well, I am the root and the descendant of David, the bright morning star. I, Jesus, the bright morning star.
I always found the idea that they developed of like the devil leading the civil war as being supremely interesting, and things like Paradise Lost and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's where it came from, Paradise Lost.
The ideas come from the actual scriptures, though. Various places.
Yeah, it says, later Christian tradition, Lucifer became a byword for Satan, the devil, in the church and in popular literature, as in Dante's Inferno, Milton's Paradise Lost, and Joos van den Vondel's Lucifer. Yeah, however, according to both Christian and Jewish exegesis, in the book of Isaiah, chapter 14, the king of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar II, conqueror of Jerusalem, is condemned in a prophetic vision by the prophet Isaiah, and is called the morning star. So, yeah, I mean, here it is right here. Someone just needs to show Mac this. Look at the footnotes here, 23 and 24.
Yeah, but those footnotes are the New International Version, because if they're out of the King James Version of the Bible, they're all lies.
Yeah, well, I think Mac is a King James onlyer. But again, that's coming from the Latin Vulgate. But in the context of to go, you can start with chapter 13, or even back in 7, Isaiah 7, where they claim Isaiah 7:14 is a prophecy about Jesus, which is not. What's occurring at this time is this is the 8th century BCE. The Jews are basically divided. In the northern kingdom's Israel, and the southern kingdom is Judah, and that's where Isaiah is. Isaiah is basically consulting the king of Judah, Ahaz, in Isaiah 7, and Babylon conquered the northern kingdom of Israel at the time, and King Ahaz is freaking out, saying, "Well, we're next, right?" And Ahaz wants to align with other kings, so they can deal with this threat. And Isaiah says, "Oh no, to stay loyal to the Lord and all this stuff." Of course, he doesn't listen to him. But that's just the context of what's going on of Babylon's kicking butt and conquering people. Of course, Judah later falls to Assyria. Assyria conquers Babylon, and they come in and take Judah, and that's well, no, I'm sorry, I got that backwards. Assyria conquers Judah. No, I'm sorry. Assyria conquers Israel, and then Babylon conquers Assyria, and then eventually conquers Judah, and that's where the Babylonian exile happens.
This might be a stupid question, but is this actual history or fictional history?
Good question. I think majority of scholars would say yes, this is actual history. Oh yeah, I mean there's definitely two kingdoms. There's a kingdom of Israel, which is up to the north, and Judah in the and in the south, and they had separate kings under King Saul, or actually it was under David. David supposedly united the two kingdoms to one united kingdom, although scholars don't believe they really were that united. The Northerners really never liked the South. And then after King Solomon dies, the son takes over, and the North basically are sick and tired of him. So the North splits from the South again. But like I said, scholars think they were never really that united in the first place. And and then superpowers come up, and every other century a superpower comes in and trashes the place. Versus Assyria, then Babylon, and then Greek, then the Greeks, Alexander the Great.
Well, even before that, there was the Persians.
Yeah, and then Alexander the Great dies. His kingdom is split among four generals, and the Seleucids come in and trash Jerusalem. That's what the Book of Daniel deals with. Basically through Daniel 7 through 12. Talks about the Seleucid Empire. The Antiochus Epiphanes basically comes in and persecutes the Jews. Actually forbids the Jewish religion from being practiced. He outlaws circumcision. He puts a statue of Zeus in the Jerusalem temple. That's the what is it called? The desolation of I forget what it's something of desolation. I'm drawing a blank. But of course, the gospel, like Matthew, actually, the Gospels actually take that and interpret it as the fall of Jerusalem in 70 CE. And Antiochus actually sacrifices a pig within the temple as well, right on the altar. And that totally desecrating the altar. And he creates a Greek. He builds a Greek gymnasium. He wants to Hellenize. He wants to basically Hellenize the Jews. That's what the Book of Daniel is about. And then the Romans come in, right? The Romans come in and take over, and they totally trash Jerusalem in 70 CE. And then there's the Jews fight back under Simon Bar Kokhba, and Rabbi Akiva actually declares Bar Kokhba as the Messiah, but then the Romans come in and kill him as well. And and then basically Judah and Israel was done until what, 1945.
Huh,
or was it 48? Was it 48 or 45?
I imagine it was probably 48.
Yeah, I think it's 48. Yeah, 48.
Was not a city until 48?
No, not a country.
Oh,
yeah,
Israel.
48.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the thing is interesting. Yeah, I mean, you think like way back when the Jews were all together. No, they were split then. They were split between Judah and Israel. Judah and Israel had separate kings and so forth.
Right.
Samaria. You hear about Samaritans? Well, Samaria was the capital of Israel.
It reminds me of like King Arthur and stuff, where like the lines between history and fiction get blurred.
Yeah.
Or with other like mythical figures that existed in history.
That's why they're called myths.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a little archaeological. Boy, I can't say words today.
You want to lay off the scotch there, Floyd?
Yeah, archaeological evidence for David. They found a little thing mentioning the house of David.
Yeah, somebody called David.
Yeah. There's I don't think there's not much of anything on Solomon. But archaeologists, they try to find Solomon's temple and Solomon's place, and they didn't find much of anything at all. Robert M. Price, he made a funny comment. He said, "Who would think that ancient Jerusalem would be nothing more than a crossroads and a gas pump?"
Oh, he's going to hell.
Just a watering trough for a bunch of camels.
Yeah. Well, yeah. The Old Testament has, the Davidic kingdom, stretching, miles in all directions and so forth, and it was glorious. Yeah. Here's the quote. Price says, "Who would have thought that the Davidic kingdom was only a crossroads with a gas pump, and Solomon's temple was no more than a Vegas wedding chapel?"
Dang.
Definitely going to hell. Hey, Floyd, since you're the closest thing we have here to a biblical scholar, because we made space for Mac, but Mac fucked off. Where did there had to have been human beings on Earth before the Garden of Eden, right? Or at least simultaneous to the Garden of Eden.
Biblically, you're talking about?
Well, there had to be because when Cain was cast out of the family of Adam, who did he go have kids with?
Right, he builds a whole city, right?
Yeah, so unless his fucking jizz is like the Sparty teeth, like where where it hits the sand and then people spring up from it fully formed. Or, unless he was banging the lesser humans, but the Bible doesn't even talk about the lesser humans, like the
Cain turned into a vampire. Have you played World of Darkness games?
Yes, I've played World of Darkness, yes, and I know that Lilith turned into a sorceress and vampire, and Cain turned into a vampire. But even Cain having turned into a vampire, he still needed other humans to do their thing.
Yeah, there's different views of that, but the main view, the view I have is the Bible writers didn't think about it. I mean, it makes no sense, right? It's like, yeah, they went from Adam and Eve to Cain and Abel Abel gets killed, and then they have Seth. But then Cain gets kicked out and builds a whole city, and had to find other humans then.
Well, you had to find at least one woman.
Yeah,
from somewhere.
Yeah, they simply didn't have a story for it. That's all. I mean,
there was one theory that apparently, like, only the people that were descended from Adam and Eve had souls, and apparently there was other humans kicking around that didn't have souls. And so
Here
they
we
could
go.
procreate with these
Here
souls.
we go. Schmeckel's here. He'll tell us.
Oh,
yeah,
Schmeckel know all about it.
Yeah, some think like, oh well, like Genesis 1 talks about pre-Adamic humans, but again,
Veckel's here to save us. Veckel, I asketh thee a question. Where did the humans that Cain had sex with come from after he was cast out of the house of Adam?
Well, they had to be his sisters and brothers, right?
But the Bible doesn't say that. The Bible doesn't say he slunk off and had sex with Eshkabel or whatever her name was or whatever.
Yeah, but I have to go eat dinner. But again, my view is that the Bible simply doesn't address it. It doesn't. They weren't thinking about it.
Okay, well, go enjoy your quivering hunks of raw flesh there, Floyd.
Yeah, all of that was not necessary for the myth.
Well, you'd think in friggin' 3,000 years, they'd answer the question. Because somebody must have asked.
Well, I mean,
Again,
somehow
that's not necessary for the myth, really.
There's always answers. You just got to study.
Okay, so what's the answer?
His cousin. Probably one of his cousins.
Probably one of his cousins. Which cousin?
Well,
And where?
wait. If it was
Probably.
hang on.
Let him answer. Let him answer. Your name.
Well, no. I just see but the thing is, if it's one of his cousins and Adam and Eve had brothers and sisters.
No, they had more kids.
Well, then it would be one of his brothers and sisters, right?
Probably.
Yeah, it'd be brothers and sisters, not cousins.
Possibly. Probably.
Yeah, possibly.
Possibly.
So in the middle of the night, Cain snuck back into the tent, or he took one of his brothers and sisters with him.
Yeah, this was years later. So it's asserted that it might have been one of his brothers or one of his cousins. Yeah.
Well, cousins.
Okay back
his
then.
cousins would have had to been. It couldn't be cousin.
Now, JJ, you wouldn't have a problem with that, now, would you?
How could it be cousin?
What do you mean? How could it be cousins?
We're talking about Cain. Cain's parents were Adam and Eve.
Yeah, it can't be cousins. It just can't.
How could it be cousins?
Oh yeah, right. You're right.
Brothers and sisters.
That's a good point. What I meant to say is either probably one of his brothers or sisters, or maybe
nieces and nephews.
Several generations away, I guess. But
yeah, nieces and nephews, and
so
they'd be great nieces.
It wouldn't have been one of his cousins, that's for sure. So you're right. Because Adam and Eve didn't have any brothers and sisters.
So nieces and nephews, then.
Yeah. So there was all kinds of incest going on.
Probably. Oh yeah.
Who would have been children of whom? Abel?
Well, no, they all would have been children, offspring of Adam and Eve. So the question is, did who
So you're saying
how
that
old
Adam
was
and
he
Eve
when
had
he married? You guys?
Adam and Eve had children other than
What the heck was
Cain,
that?
Abel, and Seth.
I was just Bob breaking wind. Don't
Bob
mind him.
driving.
Oh, okay. Okay. Be careful on the roads, man.
Bob in
Oh, this
traffic.
little damn car! I couldn't see him over my damn dashboard. He just snuck right in there, almost creamed his ass.
Oh.
That little black Volkswagen, is it?
No, it's a little Toyota
Okay.
Matrix, a little blue Toyota Matrix.
Oh, yeah, I see
Don't
it.
mess with the
in front of you.
Toyotas, man.
So yeah, Adam and Eve had Cain and Abel and Seth.
Yep.
And then they had other children too?
Well, yeah, that's the assertion. Yeah, I mean, there's no other text that says that there were other people on the earth before then, or other than what came from Adam and Eve. So they were the first two humans according to the Bible.
So they were just having incest. Isn't incest immoral?
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't condemned until Leviticus 18. So Leviticus 18 is the first time you hear about it being condemned.
So morals aren't absolute; they're just objective.
It's not a moral issue. It's not a moral issue.
So I want to lay down a piece of speculation, and I identify it from the outset that it's speculation.
Sure.
But the reason I want to lay it down, the reason I want to lay it down is I want to play a little game of what's more likely. Okay.
Lay it down.
Now the speculation revolves around the idea that and again I'm not asserting it as fact. God may have created humans, but that the Garden of Eden was an experiment proposed by Satan in the same vein that Satan proposed an experiment with Job. But in order to give the best possible result to this experiment, God had to create two fresh humans that had not seen life in the outside world. Okay, and so and so he first created Adam, and he thought that would be enough, but then discovered that that Adam would have been lonesome. So he first created Lilith, and then Lilith said, "No, thank you. Can I get out of here?" And then afterwards, he created Eve, right? And and so what I think is what I think through this speculation is that it is more likely that God did that. And so when Cain was cast out of the house of Adam, there was already a ready population of human beings for Cain to go and mate with. Then the likelihood that Adam had a whole bunch of other kids that the Bible never once speaks of. Now, again,
That sounds familiar. I've heard that before.
Again, that's speculation. Okay, I'm not asserting that as much like a lot of the things I'll assert about your religion. I'm not just trying to assert that as fact, but that's what I think would be much more likely under the circumstances.
That sounds familiar. I've heard that somewhere before. I'm trying to remember where I've heard that before, but yeah, if it can only be speculation because it doesn't. There's no mention of this person anywhere in Scripture at all.
Yeah, well, the lovely thing about the Bible is that the Bible doesn't really say for sure either way, right? I mean, not for sure.
No,
Right,
it just doesn't speak on where these other individuals came from that Cain had married. So
we're left
so
with
it's asserted by scholars that it makes more sense that they had to been descendants of Adam and Eve.
Well, and
Question is,
I can understand why scholars would want to assert that because it's certainly it's less. It has fewer knock-on questions than saying that, well, Adam simply had children the Bible doesn't talk about. Much like I'm sure in Jesus' family there were kids nobody talks about in the Bible, right? I mean,
yeah, but I think
again?
so. Yeah, but no, Gus, I was
that last part you said.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that? What was that, Feckle? What?
Well, you said something about.
I said I'm sure that there were children in Jesus' family that the Bible doesn't talk about.
Oh, I see.
You know, and I
but
personally
what I
don't
was
have
gonna
a
say,
problem with that.
Yeah, so what I was going to say, Gus, though, is you got to keep. You can only have the Adam and Eve family and their descendants, right? Because if there was other people, I mean, unless God cast the punishment onto them retroactive, I mean, how would he right? Because you have to have the sin passed down from generation to generation because of Adam and Eve.
It is, however, it does, however, leave, and again, in the name of speculation, it does leave the door open to a couple of concepts. The first one is that these other humans may partially account for what we now understand as not Australopithecine, but Cro-Magnon and Neanderthal men. So, and it also sort of feeds into the overall narrative that Cain was a rotten bastard, so he went out and he mated with the subhumans. he mated with the the people that whack girls on the head and drag them by the hair back.
They were actually superior to the Homo sapiens or whatever. But yeah, go on.
Okay, well, actually, Iron, that's a fascinating idea that you just brought up, and remind me to talk about that later on, because I've never once heard the notion that they were superior, and I'd love to explore that with you. But back to my original piece of bullshit. And like I said, like there's no, I'm not claiming that this is, like this. Veckel and I have arguments all the time where I go, no, I'm right, and he goes, no, I'm right, and this isn't one of those. I'm just spitballing. But yeah, this might provide an out for the concept of Cro-Magnon or Neanderthal man. And then so it may be an explanation of how God created Homo sapiens sapiens, and how through the house of Adam they had to make their way in the world, and then part of the punishment of Cain was to be cast away from his family, and into the nose pickers and the other such.
Well, I mean, that's speculation, and it is, I would say, interesting thing to explore.
Pure and vulnerable
I don't have a problem with
speculation.
that.
Pure and
Yeah, I
vulnerable
don't have a problem with
speculation.
that. Yeah. But I mean,
but having
best
said
we can,
that, though,
yeah,
that does create an interesting and unanswerable question. Do the Neanderthal and Cro-Magnons have souls? And could their souls be saved? And are they under if they are not of the house of Adam, are they under the curse of Adam? Or were they under the curse of Adam since they don't exist anymore?
well, if they're human, then it is asserted that they have souls.
But if they're not quite human, they might not have had souls.
That's why white people have less souls than the other minority races.
What?
That's why we can't sing or dance or jump or anything like that.
Oh.
Okay. First of all, I've met white people that can dance just as well as black people. There, I said it. It's just they get told they can. So there.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's what it is.
That's
now, as far as jumping is concerned, not a chance.
Well, I guarantee you, most of you in here will probably be better jumpers than myself.
Well, that's just because you're kind of short, but that's you have other gifts.
True.
You have other gifts, and nobody looks as good with a belt around his head. So there, you got us there.
Don't be jealous.
I'm not even hating. Not even hating.
I make it look good. But that is speculation, and I think it's a legitimate inquiry. It doesn't jeopardize integrity of scripture, but it is interesting to look at, though. I would say.
Yeah,
that'd be interesting. I never looked at it that way.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. But as far as the incest thing, yeah, I mean, again, that's a notion that's been asserted by many scholars.
You Christians have been advocating a number of generations of pure unadulterated genetics now for a while, sort of saying, well, for the first few generations of the House of Adam and downwards, the genes were so pure and unadulterated that incest simply didn't carry a risk to it. Right?
I don't see a problem with that.
But and how would we know, right? I mean, science has no way of knowing that for sure.
You gotta start off somewhere.
I think
they got two people on the planet.
I don't know enough about genetics to know whether or not there is a generational genetic degradation or whether there isn't. So I can't comment. Maybe Floyd knows. Maybe Floyd, after having devouring the quivering hearts of his enemies, is now returned. See, there it
Well,
is.
does it say anything? Does it say anything in the Bible about genetic degeneration?
No.
No, the Bible doesn't use the word genetics at all, so it's tough to tell.
If you place an animal in front of like some sticks or some stripes or something, they'll get stripes.
That's like not even that theory is not even good enough to be Lamarckianism.
Yeah.
So I just don't understand. I mean, at one point, God creates the world twice, where incest is just fine and dandy, and that's the way He made it. So He didn't have a problem against it. It was against His nature because He created it that way. Then later on, He decides, hey, you know what, incest is bad and it's immoral. Don't do it.
Who said that He says it was immoral? I told you it's not a moral issue.
Why do you say it's not a moral issue?
I don't think it's a moral issue.
Why do you say that? It says in the Bible, don't do it, right?
Well,
none of the other
yeah,
ones.
It doesn't mean that it was immoral to begin with.
What are you calling a moral issue then?
Well, that's what I'm trying to ask you guys. You guys are saying that it was a moral issue. Then
I'm pretty sure.
He made it immoral.
So one time
The only
was fine,
immoral,
and it wasn't.
no. The only aspect of it that's immoral is that it's a violation of what God commands. That's it.
Well,
It's not
moral
the act in and of
is
itself.
moral is just what's right and wrong, right?
It's not. It's the act. It's not the act in and of itself. It's the violation of the law that's given.
So all that's given is incest is bad. Don't do
so
it
the
no
law,
more.
if God says such a thing is okay, and then He says, okay, now it's no longer okay, that is a law. So if you violate that law, then that's the violation of that law is that's the moral issue.
And
So are you
law
saying
just dictates what is right and wrong. Law just dictates what is right and wrong.
So the act in and of itself is not necessarily moral. It's the violation of the law that's the moral aspect of it that we're looking
All
at.
right, so hang on. What you're saying is it doesn't. God can make laws that are separate from His nature.
No, what you're trying to assert is that God changed His mind about it being a moral issue, and I'm telling you that it was never a moral issue.
I asked, can God make laws that are separate from His nature?
Why would He?
Well, if it's in His nature,
what obligation would He be under? What obligation would He be under to do such a thing?
Fuck you, what obligation shit. I'm asking you, can God make laws that are against His nature?
And I'm asking you, why would He? I'm asking you, why can I ask that?
How exactly is?
Why are you afraid to answer my question?
Exactly. It seems like
Because
you're
I've been down
morality
this
is
road
separate
before. I know how you guys operate. So.
Oh, so you're because you can't answer it, so you obfuscate.
Oh, I am answering you. You just don't like the response.
So
morality
is separate from God's laws?
That's not answering the question. You're asking another question in response, Beckel. That's avoiding the question.
JJ, you above all people in this hangout are really hard to take seriously, man. I'm serious. I've been in many conversations with you.
Above all others.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. I probably would say Gus is next in line too, but
blah, blah, blah.
But I actually
I
like
can't
Gus.
come in first at anything.
No.
And Floyd, ask him again, since he doesn't want to answer when I ask him.
You're saying that morality is something different than violating God's laws? You said it's
no.
I'm not the act itself; it's just a violation of law. So you're saying acts. Really, it doesn't matter what acts you do. All it really matters is if it violates the law.
The reason why I don't say that issue is a moral issue necessarily, because obviously, when God brought people into this world, how else is He going to populate the world? It doesn't say that He recreated more individuals in the same way that He created Adam and Eve. He told Adam and Eve to be fruitful and multiply. So
no, he
once
said
they
that,
had
he said
kids,
that in Genesis 1, not to Adam and Eve.
Yeah, but once they produced kids, then where the rest of the people in the world are going to come from?
Okay.
The Bible doesn't.
Actually, completely avoiding the question, though.
Bible doesn't really address that.
Oh, no, we're getting there. But I just want to know, what are you guys thinking? Are you thinking that the Bible is asserting that God created more people in the same way that He did Adam and Eve?
You're changing the question. That has nothing to do with incest.
There's no
No.
assertion.
I'm not trying to change the question. I'm trying to get to a point. I'm not trying to change the question. I'm trying to get to a point here. I want to see what you guys are. What I'm picking you guys' brain just to see what you guys are thinking the text is actually asserting. So
actually, just asking you.
So all right. Well, here's what I believe the text is asserting. Man, God created Adam and Eve. He told them to be fruitful and multiply. Okay. So they brought more children into this world. Okay, and those children had children with each other. And those children had children with each other over a long period of time. Okay, all of these people were offspring of Adam and Eve. Eventually, Cain probably met one of these, distant sisters and brothers, and made with one of them, and married one of them. Okay, so in order to populate the world, starting with just two individuals, God's going to have to allow incest in the world.
No, he didn't allow. No, what do you mean allow it? He made it that way. I know, but
he made it that way.
Let him finish, and I have a question.
Why I don't think it's a moral issue, because God would not use immoral issues in order to bring. He would not violate His own nature in order to bring something to be. Okay, so He would not violate His own nature in order to bring something, make something come to be. So that's why I'm saying it's not a moral issue.
Okay, and how do you come to that interpretation, which is all the things that you just said that aren't actually in the Bible?
He's trying to make sense of it. He's trying to make sense of
interpretation of what?
Translation.
Right, Floyd. I kind of wanted to hear Beckel say that.
Interpretation of what?
I doubt that he would.
Of taking it literally.
Of the Bible. Your interpretation of the Bible, which you just asserted what you believe.
What's wrong? Wait,
that's not in the Bible.
What's wrong with God?
Has nothing to do with what's wrong. I'm asking you how you came to that interpretation.
Using incest to bring more people into the world at first, and then one day saying, you know what, this is where I'm going to stop it, because we don't need it anymore.
Not making a judgment of right and wrong. I'm asking you how you came to that interpretation.
To which interpretation? About God?
All of the things that you just read into the Bible that are not in the Bible.
The fact is that the Bible is silent. I mean, the fact is that the Bible is silent.
I'm using, the Bible doesn't talk about where these other people came from specifically. It's asserted based off of what Genesis 3 says, that Adam and Eve had many children. So you look at that, you see the passage where it said Adam and Eve had many children, and then you see that Cain married a wife. Okay, now where did this woman come from? Well, it obviously had to be one of the descendants of Adam and Eve. Whether if it was a distant brother, sister, or whatever you want to call it, I don't know. But where else would they come from? If there's no record of God creating other human beings in the same way that He created Adam and Eve, where did these other people come from, if not from Adam and Eve?
What is a distant brother or sister?
Oh, I don't know. Well, what would you call, like, if Adam and Eve? Okay, so like distant cousin, I guess, or distant niece and nephew, or whatever. I don't know.
There would be no distant nephews or cousins at that time.
So let's say my sister has a baby, and then that baby has a baby, and then that baby has a baby, and let's say, through 50 generations, what would that person be called to me then? What would that person be to me? I'm just curious.
Well, it's tough to tell because humans don't live 50 generations. I mean,
those would be your nephews and nieces. Those would be your nephews and nieces. Though.
Okay, so if they're my nephew, let's say, but my nephew has children, and then their children have children. Okay, so they are great nephew. All right, so
Cain and Abel.
So is it not possible? Is it not possible that Cain might have married one of his great nieces, or great times 10 nieces, or whatever? I don't know. It doesn't say. It just says that he married a woman.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
I don't see a problem with that.
Nobody knows. So basically, Christians are picking. They're picking A, what they think is closest to what the Bible says, and B, what's least offensive overall to their ethos, right? Yeah, because it's obvious. It's obviously more congruent. The notion that God turned a blind eye to what he later condemned as incest, and that Adam and Eve simply just had lots and lots and lots of kids, is more congruent with the Bible narrative than any of the crazy stuff I said, right? So,
well, he didn't turn a blind eye. He made it that way. It's not like he didn't allow it to happen. He made it that way.
Yeah, he made it that way.
It's not like the others. It's not like the other evils that happen in the world where he allows those to happen. No, he made it to occur.
Right, he made it that way. Right.
But his world, he made it happen again. He did it twice. He was perfectly fine with it, and he wanted it that way. And then somehow he changes his mind later on and says, "Well, don't do it anymore now." And I want to know why is it okay for him to change his mind on that? Then then all these other morals that he has are supposed to be like absolute and objective. Can he change his mind on any of those morals at any time?
Yeah, what this boils down to is it's like you're trying to rationalize a bad movie that you watched. Like you watch a bad movie, it doesn't make sense, and you got to say, well, maybe it was this, maybe this happened, and that's why they did this.
What's bad about replenishing the earth through incest, and then all of a sudden abrogating it?
Well, there's no need for God to set it up that way. God could
there's no need for what? Wait. There's no need for what?
There's no need for God to set it up that way.
Why? Says who? You?
Why you say that? According to his layer laws.
Okay, but wait. If God only brought 2 people in the world,
wait, that's what I'm saying. He didn't have to do that.
Well, he didn't have to.
You're acting like God was limited of what he could have done.
No, you are.
You are. You're the one saying, God had to do it this way.
No, you are, Floyd. I'm just telling you what he did. I agree with what Bob said. Bob said that's the way he did it, and I agree. That's the way he did it.
Right. So God wanted incest.
Well, obviously.
If you do it that way, which later he would create a law to forbid.
Leviticus, Floyd, what's wrong with incest prior to Leviticus 18? Why you got
apparently nothing because what God says is right.
That's right.
Well, later on, God says it's bad, right?
Right.
He just abrogated it. That's all. He just says, "Listen, don't do this no more." That's all. It's not that it's.
Yeah, but if God didn't like it, if it was an abomination,
to do it after he abrogated it would be a violation of the law.
But if he viewed it as an abomination when he created the law, he viewed it as an abomination. But he didn't view it as an abomination before.
What did he view as an abomination?
Incest.
Whatever the laws is an abomination.
Where does he say that it's an abomination? I mean, I would agree. Anything that's in violation of God's law is an abomination.
Right.
But you can't look at it just that one thing as if it's the worst sin.
Well, it's all in anything. It's part of the law.
I'm finding it very difficult to see why you have a problem with God saying this is permissible.
Because it's inconsistent.
And then at some point, and then later on, he says, "Don't do this no more."
Well, if it was abomination to him later, why isn't it an abomination to him earlier? God changed his mind, obviously, about his attitude towards it.
But you're not understanding, Floyd.
I think I'm understanding it fine.
No, you're not, because the act. It's not the act in and of itself. Okay, it is the law. Okay.
So you're saying the law is arbitrary.
It's not something.
The act of homosexuality.
Right. He says it's okay. And then he says, "Okay, this day I am abrogating it. No more." To violate that law would be a sin. It's as simple as that.
So he just makes laws arbitrary.
It's the law. It's the action against the lawmaker.
Yeah. So laws are arbitrary to you. God's
So,
laws is arbitrary. He just makes stuff
well,
out.
you're just I can't take a statement like that seriously from a human being because you're finite in nature. You don't see you don't have the mind of God. So
Oh, could
you have
somebody
to
please
excuse
give
me.
Beckle a
I
chance
can't
to
take a
reload
statement like
because
that
his
seriously.
microphone is.
Beckel, you really
Actually,
got
I
to
do have to
reload.
get
Stop
ready.
downloading porno
I do have to get
videos.
ready to go to work. So I just wanted to come in here and chat with you guys a little bit. But if you guys are going to be available tomorrow, we could definitely continue this conversation.
Oh,
At
please
the
come
longer
back.
time. Yeah. All right, fellas. You
And
guys
and,
have a
and
good
and if you
time.
could come back with a
And
distinction between morality and law, when you come back,
All
come
right.
back prepared to
Much
address what
obliged.
morality is as opposed to law.
Yeah. Take care.
Right.
Yeah, so actually, the act of murder, the act of homosexuality is not, or the act of bestiality is not wrong. It's only because it's breaking God's law that he says it's wrong. So God's actually okay with all those things, but he just doesn't want you to do it.
Why would he make the law in the first place if he thought it was okay? Again, Veckel just reduces the law down to this arbitrary commands that God just made up. And well, today incest is wrong. I'll just make that rule today for no reason at all. Before it was fine. Yeah, it was fine.
And eating
Today we have a new covenant. That's all you'll say.
Yeah, but today I'll just come up with new laws just for the hell of it, and this make them live by it. No
Listen,
real reason.
man, he's God, and he can just do whatever the fuck he wants, okay, Floyd?
Yeah.
And where were you when the universe was being made?
Yeah, there's no real good reason. Yeah, but yeah, when Veckel gets real sarcastic and trollish,
I've never seen that.
Yeah, that's when you know he's not doing well with his argument.
I've never seen him do that.
Yeah, but yeah, again, it just comes down to it's like we're just trying to rationalize a bad movie. I mean, that's pretty much all it is. Where they didn't realize.
Like, reduce it to a bad movie. That's hilarious.
Yeah, they think, oh well, yeah, boy, there's only two of them. They're gonna have to have incest to populate. Yeah, and the people they just weren't thinking about it then. It just didn't apply.
I don't even know how you can approach it with such reason when, to begin with, the gentleman's supposed to have lived 800 years or whatever it was. So.
Well,
we all know that's not possible.
But if God wanted to be consistent, saying, okay, incest is an abomination. Therefore, when I create humans, I'm gonna create multiple groups and so forth. So there will be no incest. But here, he created a system where incest is required. Now, this whole idea of
then he flooded or drowned them all and recreated that situation a second time.
Yeah, with the Noah's flood, he reduced the population down to 8.
So the cousins would have had to sleep with cousins. So now you're into cousin sex. So which is still incest. So God was perfectly fine with it twice.
But again, the Bible writers, they just weren't thinking ahead that much. That's all. That's what.
Why did people start living shorter lives? I don't understand. Because they got to live 800 years or 600, 800 years.
Oh, because of sin. When sin came in the world, lifespans got lower and lower. And
all the water in the sky protected people before the flood.
Well, what's that verse where it says that he will not allow man to live more than 120 years?
Yeah, I was just going to mention that. I think it was like around the time of Abraham, I think, where God sets a total limit. I forget where that was. But the idea is more and more sin, less and less lifespan.
Well, Jean-Louise Clement, that famous French woman, she lived to 122.
Right.
Yeah, but she didn't do any fun stuff, though.
I think Bob and I were talking to Mac about that one day.
Yeah, there was a Russian woman, too, that was older than that, too.
She definitely didn't do any fun stuff.
But Veckel said repeatedly that he didn't think it was a moral issue. And
Oh, Lord only knows.
I often wonder what some people mean by what is moral. They're talking about moral laws as opposed to other laws.
Yeah, Mac's good for that too, saying, well, that's not a moral, that's some other type of a moral law or whatever, natural moral law or something. I forget what he said.
Yeah, really, sin in the Old Testament really had to do with like ritual purity more than anything else. You have to be ritually pure to be in the presence of the Lord, to go to basically to His temple and stuff like that. But if Veckel says, oh well, incest itself is not immoral, and we're not under Mosaic law anymore, I guess incest is okay now, right? Mosaic law doesn't apply anymore, right? So
right up until the first retarded kid comes out.
Yeah. Well, why do we think incest is wrong? Well, Augustus mentioned it. Evolutionary, through the evolutionary process, we developed where it's not good to sleep with your brothers and sisters, your mother, because it creates genetic problems. So through natural selection, we developed adversity to doing that sort of thing.
And it manifests in cultural, literary pieces like the Bible and whatnot, things of that nature.
Yeah.
Like it comes to the fore. But they just special plead over and over again. That's all they do, right?
And like the thing is, they use that genetic degradation. Well, God could have created without the genetic degradation, right? We still have to fall, so we have to punish for our sins and whatever without genetic degradation. That's the excuse they give us why God, created incest, changed His mind and said, hey, incest is bad now because of genetic degradation. Yeah. Well, God would have known better. He could have created it so that wouldn't happen.
Yeah, but this goes to show you, if Veckel stayed, I was going to challenge him because he posted something on like a month or so ago, and we went back and forth in the comment thread for 2 or 3 days straight. But it started with Greg Bonson saying that atheists have to borrow from the Christian worldview. Well, here's a point where it makes more sense in the secular worldview of why incest is wrong. Where in Veckel's worldview, he's reduced to saying, oh, there's nothing wrong with incest itself. It's just God made a little law about it. That's all. But incest isn't itself immoral. So I think secular history and science better explains things than his Bible does. His Bible itself makes no sense. So there's no need for us to borrow from his worldview at all. But yeah, that verse is Genesis 6:3. The Lord said, "My spirit shall not will not contend with humans forever, for they are mortal. Their days will be 120 years." And the New Living Translation, which is a kind of a paraphrase of the Bible, says, "In the future, their normal lifespan shall be no more than 120 years."
And why did God make it that way? Why did He change it?
For the hell of it.
Because He wanted to, apparently.
Yeah.
Because that's what God does.
Yeah, He just does
what He wants.
Yeah.
To eventually get you to stop driving that damn diesel. Your name?
Hey, Michael.
LA, Chicago.
Howdy.
Well, I was kind of hoping to talk to Floyd for a minute about the idea of a mind-independent universe. You know, different ideas about what he means about a mind-independent universe. Sorry, I didn't want to sidetrack the conversation. I just figured since Veckel wasn't here.
That's fine.
Yeah. But, I was going to put forth the idea that even though it's contradictory, because you guys know me, right? That we're both living in a mind-dependent universe and a mind-independent universe.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. It's from an old chat that I saw Floyd and Darwin's deity or somebody else that Floyd was talking to about objective, this and that. Anyway, I'm splatting it out there right now.
Well, there is a view called idealism, where that basically asserts that reality is dependent on the mind. But I don't hold to that. I believe there's a mind-independent reality. But some will say, some Christians will go as far as saying, well, yeah, everything's dependent on the mind of God, right? And don't the Hindus believe that like the universe or the reality is just like some God's dream, like Brahma or something? Like this is all God's dream, and eventually he's going to wake up, and that'll be the end of the universe.
I don't think Brahma is really conceived of as a person.
Sting thinks it's all the dream of a blue turtle.
Well, give an idea. I think
he doesn't.
George Lucas's idea of the Force was inspired by the Hindu Brahma.
I just don't know how you escape the idea of having your own consciousness, like only ever, waking to the universe, such that it's indigenous to it, if you will, if I can use the word indigenous, such that it seems to say a mind-independent universe is a type of habituation, not necessarily a kind of a skewing, an acknowledgement of differences, such that one habituates to the idea that they're not interdependent with the universe, or that the universe isn't actually reacting to the intent or the choices or the thoughts that one's consciousness is having.
Also, don't they float sometimes that the reality is what corresponds to the mind of God?
Well, yeah, I heard like presuppositions saying, truth is what corresponds to the mind of God. So of course, so of course, if you have no God, then you can have no truth, right? So in the atheistic worldview, there's no truth. Why? Because it's dependent on the mind of God.
Derp.
It's special. It's begging the question.
Did you use a reason for that, Fine?
Yeah, I do, and I reason off my properly basic beliefs. I don't have to borrow from the Christian worldview.
Yeah, when they give me that crap, I always tell them, I says, "Oh no, you distorted my. I'm not borrowing from your worldview. You distorted my worldview."
Yeah, it's funny they ask that question. Yes, I use my reason to reason. What else could I use? It's like when they reason, they're using God's mind. They don't use their own mind. Now it would make sense that for what they believe in, they're not using their own mind. I wish they would use their own mind. But what it's like saying, do you use your stomach? Do you use your digestive system to digest food? It's like this is how we reason.
But you could have a rudimentary form of reasoning without a mind, right? Like if you're like an octopus or a jellyfish or something.
Oh yeah, well I guess yeah, like a jellyfish doesn't have a brain, right? But
Oh yeah, they do. They're really smart. Really smart.
Jellyfish?
Oh, I thought he said
No.
octopus.
I did say
Not.
octopus too, but scrap octopus, just think jellyfish.
I'm not sure. Is it a ganglion or is it an actual brain?
Cephalopods?
Yeah, cephalopods are
Yeah.
pretty neat. Like cuttlefish.
Well, the cephalopod nervous system. I'm not sure if it has what the central nervous system of that is deemed a brain or a kind of central ganglion.
Yeah, I mean, Floyd, do you
I
think?
think I read about octopi once, and they actually have a very well developed brain with like different sections and all that stuff.
Okay. Well.
And
for the 45 viewers out there, please check out the GoFundMe for my voice surgery. Okay. And secondarily, another fun point to go at though is what a mind actually is in their conception. Because atemporal kinds of minds are going to cause some issues. Go ahead.
I'll go behind JJ.
Well, I wouldn't mind going back to this idea of a mind-independent reality, which seems sufficient for me.
Well, I guess the idea of bringing up the jellyfish and the octopus is kind of like okay, we're an organism that reasons, and so maybe there's some sort of like organismal precursors before rationality sets in that one could say are like, yeah, they're precursors to rationality.
Right, exactly, because we would say that animals behave in a reasonable or unreasonable way, whether or not we think they actually have a mind, like consciousness and all that stuff.
Because you can reason in retrospect, like I scratched myself and I didn't realize I did it until I had finished doing it, and then when I realized it, I guess I could reason why it is I scratched myself, but just the sense of touch, my haptic biologic responses had me move that way. So I just didn't know. I mean, the idea of the boundedness to properly basic beliefs was almost like a I don't know, almost like a hiding spot for the modern secular approach. So I don't know where to go there. I'm trying to feather out something.
I don't know. I believe in a mind-independent reality. I think idea of if there's a chair in a room and I leave that room, I believe the chair is still there. I leave the room and the chair disappears.
Well, yeah, this came up a little while ago when Gus was in the room. I think I was driving him batshit actually, but it was the idea of if there were, if in outer space, where you say 4 rocks landed on a slab, then there would be 4 rocks on a slab, regardless of whether or not there were anyone there to see it. Like it was a mind-independent fact, right? And I thought, well, in a universe, let's say entirety of all existence, multiverses and whatnot, if there were 0 minds, right, then the idea of even registering what a fact was, or forism, or even the word on as a prepositional relationship, or even what a rock is, like all of that would be, absent as dreamless sleep, right? So what does it even mean in a mindless, a 0 mind universe to speculate about what a fact might be?
Yeah, well, I think a fact is something that I think the key word that you said there was mean. Well, things only have meaning to sentient beings, right?
Well, yeah, but a fact can exist without a mind to perceive it.
Yeah, I agree.
But you would only have to you'd only be able to note that as a mind speaking about it
But that's not in dispute.
I would object to the idea that meaning has to have a sentient mind, because I think that bacteria and jellyfish and etc. can kind of determine something's meaning without being fully sentient.
Well, I think in a way they have a mind. They might not have a brain like we have a brain, but I think they have if they're able to think, if they're able to react to stimuli and so forth, and react in a way which is which leads to their survival and their well-being, then I think there's some sort of thinking going on there.
Yeah, we can call that sentient.
Yeah, I mean, if they're able to move towards the food, well, then food has meaning to them, right? But if you have if you have 3 oranges on the table, right? Then they would say, well, okay, well, that's meaning to us that there's only 3 oranges on the table, but you could have a dozen oranges in the refrigerator, right? Well, if there's no minds, who created that border of the table? That there's only 3 in there. Well, we did, because we see this table separate from the refrigerator, but reality doesn't care a difference between a table and a refrigerator and so forth. We're just simply limiting the scope of oranges to a certain area, and you take away minds, there is no limit, right?
Yeah, you take away quantification or even the logic of what it means to say in this set, we're calling that a 3 or 3 oranges. And since humans seemingly are the ones that quantify things based on these laws or these axioms that we start from, without human minds, in assuming no alien minds of greater intelligence, it almost doesn't make sense to speak that way.
Yeah, but still, that still doesn't erase the fact that there are 3 oranges there, right?
I disagree. I mean, I shouldn't say I disagree. I can't go with you there.
Yeah, I mean, we in our description of it, we limited our scope to what's on the table. But it still is an objective fact that there are 3 oranges on that table.
Well, if there's 12 oranges on the table, then there's also 3 oranges on the table, right? So you could say it's an objective fact that there's 3 oranges on the table, even though there's 12 oranges on the table. But I'm fighting with the idea, once again, of the idea of a mind-independent universe. Speaking of the idea of coming out of dreamless sleep, waking into consciousness, and I don't mean to bring this into a solipsistic argument. I'm not certain how you subtract your own ability to accord logic to quote-unquote objective reality, that it is not like a stratum, a connection with it. I mean, you're the applier of the 3-ness amongst the 12, right? You guys are following my maybe you're not catching. Maybe I'm not articulating.
No, I think you're putting the cart before the horse. I think you recognize something that exists before your mind, not the other way around.
The fact remains that there is what we would call 3 and what we would call oranges.
Right.
That's still reality.
Right.
Mind-independent reality.
Well, I don't mind-independent reality. I mean, what if we're, I guess if you're in somebody else's dream, like a solipsist dream, then they're actually, I mean, you're in the dream, but there actually isn't like a physical thing that we associate as a physical thing, I guess. Is that what you're trying to say, Michael? Like when you're having a dream and you go to a closet door, and you open that closet door, and there's stuff on the other side. Well, your mind created that stuff on the other side the second you opened that door. So, yeah. But you didn't know what was on the other side of the door until you opened it. But your mind created it in that split second. So either your mind already knew somehow and kept it from part of your dream itself, or it created it instantaneously when you opened that door.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, yeah, like that, like the sound of one hand clapping, like a following a stripe up a candy cane that's bending back down, pointing at itself, like some Tim Burton movie that we're indigenous to the planet. It's not. It's in that the consciousness. It's not. I'm not saying, that it's a cart before the horse or not. It's that there's no, wherever this supposed dividing line is, that we're saying this is what we're saying is independent, and this is what we might claim as dependent, is kind of a vague thing. It's more like that itself is kind of a communal agreement point in order to speak, at least in the modern day, rationally. I don't know how the future of philosophy is going to be, but I suggest that idea of a standardized positioning of where we're separated off from our universe, to call it an objective universe, is itself like kind of running a script around the top of a candy cane where it's pointing back at its feet. I just don't know how you guys can escape that. Meaning you
to try and say something actually exists in reality, but until that door is open, it didn't exist. But there is a mind somewhere that is producing everything, right?
Yeah, I think I think it's an epistemic issue. You could say when we close the door, we'd say there's a chair in the room. We close the door. How do we know that the chair's still there? We open the door and look in, and the chair's there, but it could have reappeared when you open the door, right? Now you close the door again, it could disappear, and then you open it up and look again, it comes back. Like how can you know? But but I think that's an epistemic issue, not an ontological issue.
Yeah, and that would discount evolution and the human species like arising from things before it, right?
Yeah. But it's like, you're saying your mind is causing the chair to materialize. Your mind is actually causing the existence of the chair.
Well, not so much a cause, but you're right in terms of an episteme, in terms of engaging knowledge, or like I can walk out of my house and not think about whether the chair's in there. It would take that idea of testing whether or not the chair was in there, or doubting, or thinking it materialized, or someone moved it, to think epistemologically. And at that point, I've already employed rationality. I've already employed the idea of an objective otherly existence called the chair. Well, prior to that, and I'm not just talking about being pedestrian through the episteme, but it's more like what are these precursors that, and I'm not saying you're projecting your reality. I'm just saying it seems like a habituation of philosophy to resort to, if you will, the difference between an ontology and epistemology, instead of trying to find, like, perhaps epistemology is a subset of ontology, and yet we can only speak about it through an epistemological frame, right? So there's kind of this oscillating thing going on where the idea of the cart being before the horse may not always be the case. Maybe there's something semi-permeable going on here that is worth reflection.
I don't know.
I think that's an interesting idea, but I think it's inconsistent with the physical facts. That would be my objection.
Yeah, it sounds like woo territory to me. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I don't even know what you mean by semi-permeable.
What do you mean by physical facts?
I just mean the physical fact, like the physical things that we can confirm with our senses and all that stuff, like the basic things that we need for our survival, I guess, or conversation.
Well, that's just assuming that you are actually a being and not something that another mind created, right?
I don't know. I didn't want to quite go there, or the other mind thing, but not there either. That's fine. I don't know. I think maybe my phenomenology, the way my relationship is with my universe, seems as if there's a bit of mind interdependence with reality, and I mean that almost in a wooey, magical sort of, very non-secular way. Not particularly religious by any means, but definitely not grounded in that. In as much as kind of the myth of when somebody's emotions get really built, then things start happening in the environment, right? And maybe it's more of the butterfly effect. But all I know is there was this knife fight that broke out on a sunny day a couple days ago, and I was like kind of involved in it. And all I know is when I raced kind of as fast as I can to this, all of a sudden the booth that I was attending was, all the stuff in it was blown down at the same moment that I ran out, and there seems to be these huge synchronic happenings that seem almost, just not, they're not stark anymore. They're not like stark, and I don't just pass off a coincidence as nothing anymore. But granting over meaning to coincidences, it's another ill effect. You don't want your mind to bleed out into nonsense. But I'm just saying, that's what I mean by semi-permeable. It is woo territory. But that's why I'm wondering, I guess that's why I'm wondering what Floyd might have in terms of speaking about woo.
Oh, I'll leave that to Deepak Chopra.
That's like with MK. He goes, well, how do you know? How do you know? And I says, it really doesn't matter. I says, you have to go in. So even if MK or you, Michael, are the only mind in existence, I have to live as if I actually do exist, and I'm not just inside your mind. Otherwise, I'm not going to be around tomorrow, right? For myself.
Or they're all in your mind, Bob. But that doesn't seem very practical.
Well, I know, but consider that idea, JJ. I mean, because I consider you guys also, from a kind of a grounded, you're otherly mind, you're embodied humans, you have the same physiology as me in general. But then I can kind of recoat my consideration of you guys and look at you all as like speakers of the universe, kind of like spiritually teaching me, intellectually informing me, affecting my mental process, and in that mode of thinking about you guys as other minds, you kind of become my mind. You kind of become not disconnected. Like really getting involved with authors. It's real time. It's active.
Yeah, but what JJ said. It's like everything could be my mind. Well, no, I can't think that, because if I thought that, then things would, like, these freaking people in front of me would get the hell out of the way.
Right.
They would just move. The road would part like the damn Red Sea, right? It wouldn't be all miracles, but still, these people would kind of move over for one reason or another, So, and then I have to assume that, that I'm not. They're not part of my mind, because, otherwise I would never die if I stepped in front of someone else, because if they were part of my mind, they actually wouldn't kill me, because my mind wouldn't let that happen, right?
Yeah, don't test that out.
Yeah. So I have to assume that I actually exist, or I'm part of their mind. And I have to live my life like other things are out there and real.
Yeah, like Extra and Jews United just went by you on the side of those trucks, right? And so you could take that phrase, X, or whatever you derive from X, and Extra in red, and United and Andrews, and whatever that might mean to you, that might help you engage whatever you're going through now on the road, right? You might start going through license. I don't know. I don't want to go there, but hey, look.
Yeah, don't do that, Michael.
There's
the
your
red
hedge.
cars and the white cars and the.
So I've been waiting patiently to ask Iron why he thinks that Cro-Magnon men and Neanderthal men were better than Homo sapiens sapiens.
I don't know about the
Cro-Magnon
but I
Homo
think
sapiens.
I think that Neanderthals were superior.
Why?
Derp.
They seem to have
Cro-Magnon
led
is
to
Homo
a
sapiens.
better genetic subspecies, or whatever you want to call it.
Define
What?
better. Just a
Well, I
minute,
would say
JJ. Let
it's
him talk.
smarter, more advanced, things like that.
How so?
What do you mean, how so?
Well, what evidence do we have that they were smarter and more advanced than humans? Human sapiens. Than our model.
You can go look at the actual article on the Neanderthals, and it'll tell you all about how relatively advanced they were at their time, and like the different shapes of their skulls and stuff like that.
Well,
and Neanderthal DNA is present in Europeans and Asians, and they both have a higher average racial IQ than pure
goodness.
Homo sapiens or whatever they're called.
what article would I be looking at for that?
Well, you can just look on Wikipedia.
Okay.
I've never heard that ever.
Okay, well, if they were superior, which I mean, obviously not in an evolutionary sense, since they're not around anymore. But if they were superior, then how come not in an evolutionary sense? Because they're not around anymore.
So here's the thing.
They're around.
Hang on a
They're
sec, JJ.
around in us and in the Asians. They basically like mixed with the Homo sapiens that left Africa, or whatever they were called, and we're alive today in whatever form we have now.
Okay.
Wait,
so
try that again. JJ, try that again.
Fine.
I'm just trying to get complete sentences out of him before you fucking curb stomp him.
They
Try that one more time.
basically bred in with the Africans that migrated up towards Europe, and so that's how they continue to exist.
Huh. Well, your turn, JJ.
Yeah, well,
Gus, you know what he's referring to, right?
About
all non-Africans.
I mean, what I had always
Africans have between.
What?
All non-Africans have somewhere between, was it 3 and 7% Neanderthal genes?
I'd actually never heard that.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Okay, well that's
because the way it was taught,
to me in
school. Well, the way it was taught to me in school is that the Neanderthals basically just died out. Because
right,
whatever.
and essentially they did, but now we know through genetics that there was interbreeding between Neanderthals and more modern humans. That second migration.
I'll bet that was exciting. But yeah, go ahead.
Or second, I don't know, second migration. The later migration of modern humans, which are what
do you like?
Are.
What do you like, Ugg? Well, I likes me my
humans.
Brow ridges.
So it is more that they were bred out of existence, and now we see that all non-Africans, because Neanderthals did not go back to Africa, all non-Africans have something like between 3 and 7 or 3 and 5% Neanderthal genetics.
Well, okay.
And of course, Iron wants to say though that Neanderthals were superior because all non-Africans have statistically higher IQs.
I'm just looking on this article, and it says
let
that,
the derping begin.
It says that researchers report evidence that the Neanderthals practiced burial behavior and intentionally buried their dead. So I just want to see if there's similar behavior in other humanoid species at that time, or if they were advanced that way, or what the deal is. I'll let you know once I find out the facts or whatever.
Okay, so are we saying that anything that they did that was sort of a little bit extra was considered an advancement?
Yeah, I think when you're talking about that basic a level of survival, something like burial is relatively advanced culturally.
Why? Because they didn't like the smell? They wanted to hide the smell?
Well, it's not just about
there is evidence of ritualistic.
Also about keeping predators away.
There is evidence of ritualistic burial by Neanderthal. It's true,
well,
and more recent study has shown that Neanderthal tool making was far more sophisticated than it was thought to have been before.
Okay.
However, it is quite arguable that modern humans had even more sophisticated tool-making techniques. So not to diminish the ingenuity and intelligence of Neanderthals, but people would say that modern humans are the predominant genetic stock for a reason, because they had superior abilities for survival.
I know I've shared this documentary before. It's that Dawn of Humanity about the rising star find in South Africa. It's a really recent hominid find. There's one in there they call Naledi. I'm not sure if I got it right. I wish Joe was around. He'd correct me. But they found all these hominids down in really deep in this cave, and it appears as though that they dragged their dead down there, I guess, and sort of buried them down there. And these aren't like even like Homo erectus. These are before Homo erectus. These are
I mean, I'm
really
pretty sure
early.
I'm pretty sure that the first fucking humans to have a clue, as it were, understood that, you know, dead flesh invited scavengers, and if enough scavengers showed up of the right species, i.e., wolves, hyenas, you know, they could make problems for particularly the young. You know, because I mean, a pack of wolves isn't going to be too fucking picky about a dead dude or like the baby of a live baby. That's probably something they figured
I
out.
can't see how that behavior would be any different though than, like, I guess it would be less complex because it wouldn't suggest culture. Like this suggests some kind of almost like cultural, like belief system or something like that, right?
It certainly is difficult. It's difficult to try to find the line of demarcation where, you know, it transitioned over from, because I mean, when modern humans talk about, well, why do we bury our dead, it's very rarely thought of in terms of sort of pack safety. Although, I mean, if there were mountains and mountains of dead, somebody from like the CDC would come along and say, hey, that's a fucking typhus epidemic waiting to happen. But, you know, in terms of singular burial of the dead,
But this isn't just like hucked down. This isn't just like bodies hucked down a hole. It's like they literally had to go out of their way to get into the spot, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, any sort of
Very
burial of the dead,
strange.
any sort of significant burial of the dead entails some kind of putting yourself out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to dig a 6-foot hole, I mean, particularly,
these guys are
particularly
even
with the
before
tools
Homo
available to
erectus,
the early hominids at the time, right?
Yeah, these are really early ones. These are like apes that walk upright and have human hands, but for all intents and purposes, they look like Planet of the Apes, you know, the new movies. They look like that. Like they're like an ape. They're an ape that's like intelligent, walks upright, and has human hands, basically. So it's very incredible that all these bodies are down there. They didn't go as far as to say it's the missing link, but it's pretty close to connecting humans and the early hominids, right? Homus and hominids.
I like, Gus, that you brought up the idea of burial that way, very, very kind of grounded, like to avoid scavengers, like this is a habit. But then I thought, well, that might insist that the cannibalism, eating your dead, or maybe if they died naturally and they're part of your tribe, you don't eat them. Otherwise, you might hunt others of another tribe, you might cannibalize them. But then the idea of scavengers coming in, like they could be used as bait. And I thought maybe it's a disease thing, the necro, any post-death diseases that set in that affect the tribe, a burial, dragging into a cave. You can speculate on a lot of reasons.
I think cannibalism actually is one of the first indicators that we have of in-group, out-group thinking, because a lot of cannibal tribes I've studied, when psychologists have been able to get near them without being a main course, it's kind of like, well, they're not really human. Like you understand, you guys are eating people. Well, no, they're not people. They're of the Mama Manununu tribe, right? Like they're not us. You know what I mean? So this is it's often been widely speculated that an inability to empathize with or consider a particular person part of the in-group is at the root of an awful lot of what you know, a theist might, an awful lot of what a theist might call evil. Right? I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
In the Holocaust, one of the primary tactics of the Nazis was to basically say the Jews weren't human. It's okay to do what you're going to do to them because they're not human. They're not like us. And that's to me the existence of cannibalism early on in human history, to me, is sort of one of the first indications of that kind of thinking.
Well, Cain probably would have eaten Abel if he wasn't a vegetarian, but
I don't think so. I mean, assuming that the Cain-Abel myth is true, a lot of, you know, I mean, you kind of have, I mean, because otherwise what are we talking about, right? But I mean, you know, assuming that the Cain-Abel myth is true, there are a couple of other stories surrounding why Cain attacked Abel, and one of them is that Cain was trying to offer Abel up to God because Adam had let me straighten this out. Adam had taught Cain and Abel that it was right to offer God what you love most as a sacrifice. And so there is a story that Cain had offered Abel up as a sacrifice because he loved Abel most.
yeah, I'm just saying Cain probably would have eaten Abel though, except Cain was a vegetarian.
There's an interesting thing here.
Just
Apparently,
saying.
under the anatomy of the Neanderthals, a 2007 genetic study suggested some Neanderthals might have had red hair and blonde hair, along with a light skin tone.
That's what they say. Yeah, that was one instance of a mutation of that mutation. I mean, watch or read Neanderthal Decoded, I believe.
Oh, I think I got Neanderthal. I'm above 6'4", right? And I think there's a plot amongst you mid-level, mid-height people to breed out tall people. I think something's going on there.
Yeah, and of course Neanderthals were short.
Well, no, they were tall. I don't know.
No.
Okay, so this idea of like genetic drift and cannibalism, I was thinking okay, there's a lot of like precursor, you know, human, what we call the Homo, whatever the precursors are, Neanderthal, Cro-Magnon, et cetera, to Homo sapiens sapiens, and so these mixtures of these groups migrated probably back and forth and up and down and all over the land masses to the point where when one group, let's say one you know, Cro-Magnon group meets some predecessor to that's not a Cro-Magnon, and then there's a death or a fight. The in-group out-group might be defined by one's, you know, phenotype expression, regardless of how genetically related they are. Maybe the difference was allowable, or the in-group out-group, like parenthetical approach to what an other group is. You know, invited cannibalism in one case and invited burial for the in-group and cannibalism for the out-group, or something to that effect. Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit of a minutia. This Eric Orwell guy, he kind of separates out a lot of histories of genetic movement in human populations.
Eric Orwell?
Yeah, I'll type his name in there.
Is that a real name?
Yeah.
Interesting. So, you know that George Orwell's real name was Eric Blair. It's just kind of funny to me. Yet, Iron, check out stuff just on Neanderthals. There's a couple good documentaries on the Neanderthal genome, and they talk about one instance of a lighter hair. I don't know about skin. They've got anything about that. but I believe hair and eye genetics is covered. That red or blonde hair and green/blue eyes arose in Neanderthals at least once.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting, and that's kind of why when Astistus was talking about the like subspecies of humans the other night, I guess that was last night. I find that kind of thing interesting and pretty cool. It doesn't freak me out. I don't know. I like it. I think it's really interesting and neat to look at the history.
What are you talking about? Subspecies?
Different subspecies of human beings.
He means you were here, JJ, for that. He means
of
black
modern
people
humans. That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah,
of modern
yeah.
humans.
You were here for that discussion.
Yeah,
weren't you,
like
last night?
if you took one of each race, quote unquote, but if you took one of each subspecies and you put them all in the lineup, you'd be able to see the difference in the physical characteristics between them.
Right.
And he was saying there could be as many as like 30, and I guess by his definition, maybe even more than that.
Yeah, and the more isolated a species becomes, the more merit there is to use a term like subspecies.
Right, and like I'm not an expert, obviously I'm not a scientist on this, but maybe those subspecies could be the reason that there was very distinct tribal and early national differences between, like, say, Europeans, who you would think otherwise were like all the same general species in the same general area, but they have very different cultures and very different areas that they prefer to live in and what have you.
Right. I mean, culture, I wouldn't throw into the term species.
So who's the main species? There's all these subspecies. Who's the main species?
That would just be the surviving human species, which is Homo sapiens sapien, I think.
Right, and that there are many subspecies that they're all subspecies. There's some kind of speciation occurring among all Homo sapiens.
Right, like it's just like dogs or something, right? So like there could be one type of dog, and then you have various different subspecies of dogs based on whether they have spots, based on the size or the shape of them. Some of them can breed, some of them can't, etc.
However, I guess you could say that the Maasai people are the oldest known original Homo sapiens.
I'm not sure who those are. Are those sub-Saharan Africans or something?
The Maasai people, the lion hunters?
Yes. I believe it's the Maasai. Are the closest to the oldest known Homo sapiens.
I'm suspicious of the speculation about subspecies in general to Homo sapiens.
Well, it's all just about phenotype and being able to interbreed still. I mean, it's not that significant. I wish Joe was here. Where the fuck is Joe?
Joe's Nazi.
Joe tried to explain this last night, and he got the same fucking whatever. You know.
Fuck Joe's Nazi.
He was wrong, and then Joe kind of caved in and said, well, you're right, you're just letting these guys have too much leeway with your findings, essentially.
Yeah, that's not what I remember, but you often have interesting memories of things.
He said you were right about what?
He didn't say I was right. He said Astistus was right about subspecies and whatnot.
Yeah, it's not really how I remember it either, because part of the thing is that Astis backpedaled like a unicycle instead of fucking circus.
That's kind of what I just said, but I mean, this notion of subspecies is not very significant. I mean, it's all about isolated groups, isolated gene pools.
I mean,
Well, it could be
ultimately,
significant if it explains why there's persistent, like cultural differences or like genetic differences even amongst, like say, the white race, quote unquote. Like even amongst the white race, the
here it
different
comes again.
nationalities tend to congregate with each other.
You mean the white subspecies?
Right. Like if we found in the white race that there was like 5 or 6 different distinct subspecies, and those things like to congregate with each other, that could be very important.
I would even say that there are several, quote, white people, white subspecies. Sure. I mean, you could, if you want to make some kind of distinction, you'll find you could distinguish several African subspecies, I guess, or several. I mean, it depends on how you want to define these so-called subspecies by
We do know that
isolated gene pools.
we do know that there were 3 basic like humanoid type beings that existed at one point, right? Like Erectus or Homo sapien sapien, Neanderthals, and what's the other one? Denisovans. Some people think that they might be what rose to Neanderthals, but now it's known that all 3 actually were on Earth at the same time and probably could have crossbred, right?
Yeah, there's evidence of cross.
Yeah, Neanderthals and humans, yeah.
That's for sure. I wish I could remember this. Jade actually was talking about this the other day, a month or so ago, about Denisovans. Denisovans, is that how you said?
Denisovans, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, and genetic evidence for crossbreeding with Denisovans.
Yeah, like it could have been that they screwed both humans and Neanderthals, right? So you got this genetics coming from this sort of more primitive species going into Neanderthals and into humans, and then humans and Neanderthals breeding, right? Just kind of interesting that there were actually. Can you imagine, with the racism we have today in politics and nationalism stuff? Can you imagine if they had survived and there were actually 3 distinct humanoid types on the planet? Can you imagine?
Well, I think a lot of these racial issues would be a lot easier to solve if we could find out that there were distinct different subspecies, and then we could, trade with each other on that footing and say we're different subspecies, we have different needs and environments we prefer, etc., and then we could just trade with each other equitably at that point.
You're talking culture, though, Iron. I was getting to the idea of what I wanted to present was Ludic saying trait, like talking about breeding with a primitive, as opposed to a contemporary, like all whatever you guys are calling subspecies or these different types of individuals are all contemporaneous with each other on a timeline breeding. So there's actually no primitive interbreeding, meaning because they're all surviving, they're all contemporarily alive. So even that idea of like Neanderthal died out, therefore they were primitive or lesser than, but we find them within our genes, so we must have bred with the primitives. I think it's interesting to speak about it that way, because I wouldn't speak about it that way. I think it's absurd, actually. And
Nadia also pointed out, made me aware that there's something to do with the mitochondrial DNA that shows that the probability is that Neanderthals bred with human females. Not human males didn't screw Neanderthal women, but Neanderthal men screwed human women. It looks like.
That explains a lot. Whitey's been going around stealing all the black women since the dawn of time.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at timelines and what the fossil record says as far as overlap. And it is interesting. And yeah, they're saying Heidelbergensis, Neanderthalis, and Sapiens all lived at the same time for some period of time.
Yeah, I mean, if there's gene shifting, throughout whatever we're using as the demarcation points to describe this group or that group, based on genetics or based on bone structure, whatever evidence we find, that the fact is if there's interbreeding, perhaps male Neanderthals bred with Cro-Magnon or Homo sapien females, and that has a mitochondrial mix. It's also interesting to think about like the Asian population's phenotype is maybe a little bit more regular. I don't know. It's more averaged out in terms of their general phenotype, general height structure compared to the variability of African and Hindi and Caucasianoids and so forth.
One distinction they make, it's worth noting, is that they thought that they used to grunt and they couldn't, like, they didn't have language exactly, but now we know through the Neanderthal DNA we've managed to get that they have this thing called the FOXP2 gene, which is like responsible for speech, control of your speech, and Neanderthals had it identical to us, so they obviously had language, right?
Yeah. Pretty obvious. There was some, and language as opposed to what some other communication sounds. I mean, there's obviously there was some form of vocal communication for a long time before that.
Yeah, and they used to think it was really primitive, like grunts and stuff like that, right? Ooga booga, right?
Right.
That was like what was thought for a long, long time. But now with genetics, we're starting to realize that that they probably did have language.
But that really hasn't been thought for some time now. And there's even evidence. Some people think that Homo habilis and Homo ergaster were probably the same species, just they looked a lot different, but probably the same species, which and that Homo erectus is just also the same species essentially, that was predominantly, phenotypically homogeneous.
Right, and I think it runs against the idea that we're all absolutely the same, right? So like if some of us have access to exclusive genes, like just through our lineage or whatnot, that other people don't, then we aren't obviously exactly the same.
Nobody's exactly the same.
No, but it's a common like modern line or thing that people like to say, that all human beings are effectively the same, or we're all interchangeable. We're just along a spectrum of genes, right?
Right. There's always a spectrum.
But supposedly we're all interbreedable, male to female. But I don't know whether or not that's actually evidenced. I mean, maybe there's couples that get together nowadays and maybe biologically they're incapable of breeding because their genetic codes just they won't line up. I don't know.
That actually happens, and it's through mutation.
No. It's some other factor. Humans can breed with humans.
We can all breed with each other.
Not all humans, though.
There seems to be some
they can.
That there can be
No, they can't. That's why you have non-viable fetuses, and it's because of mutation, because we're still evolving.
I mean, yeah. I don't think we're gonna, like, interracial couples, for lack of a better term. I don't think the rates are ever gonna be high enough to, like, completely blend everybody or make one of the other subspecies go extinct. Like, not unless there's like a nuclear war or something insane like that.
I totally disagree, Iron. I'd upside of that.
Subspecies, man. Like, in your analogy with dogs is incorrect, dude, because dogs are a species. There's different breeds.
Well,
of
I'm not a scientist.
Different traits. But your analogy prior was incorrect because we're talking about different species, not different, and not subspecies either, man.
Well, I think that the term breed with dogs is also used, or the term subspecies is used as far as dog breeds.
No, I've never heard them use subspecies.
Well, it's not commonly used, no.
Like woman's lib is to feminism as subspecies is to race, or race is to subspecies. Now it's like a discourse on difference. I mean, you guys are talking about things like like your cousin's family. My cousin's family, why they all look like this and they act like this and they're like a bunch of Neanderthals and we're not. But I disagree with Iron. I think that people are going to be interbreeding. I think they already are. You know, these, whatever you're calling the subgroup or the racial mix. The tide of frequency is increasing, not decreasing. I think the subspecies, the notion of maintaining some sort of purity of racial pocketing, I think that'll be there, but I actually think the mix is going to predominate over the difference myself.
I mean, we could look up the rates for interracial relationships, but I don't think they're very high. I would be saying they're under 5% is my instinct.
I would, well, first, yeah, I mean, I'd be interested in seeing a stat run on that, a trend. But I also think it was an auspicious, or perhaps an incorrect measurement of what you have to test the genetic codes of what people claim they are already, and then speak about what it means to mix races. Meaning, I think it's already happening. It's practically ubiquitous. I mean.
All right, there's a Pew Research thing from 2013. And it says 7% for whites, 19% for blacks, 28% for Asians, and 58% for American Indians. So I was wrong. It's higher than I expected. People,
what is this?
Marrying outside their race.
Oh.
Well, most African Americans have white ancestors, right?
And most Russians have some Mongoloid Asian history, just like a lot of Americans have. A lot of Native American bled in. I can't see how. I don't know.
Yeah, so it looks as though Native Americans could be bred out or like mixed in or what have you, but that's only because essentially like their entire homeland got invaded in one fell swoop on a level that was essentially roughly equivalent to a Holocaust for them. But unless something like that happens again,
their gene pools are no longer isolated, right?
Yeah, tons of them died to disease and then the war, and then the rest of them kind of just bred with the Europeans and formed half natives.
I love listening to the crazy shit out of your mouth, Iron.
Well, it's a historical fact.
Yeah, but
everything's a historical fact.
It's mostly nonsensical and insignificant, right?
Just like you throw out that 5% statistic without even knowing. I don't give my opinion on stuff like that if I don't know something. You do that quite often. You just kind of throw stuff out there.
What's wrong with having an opinion?
There's a difference between having an opinion and throwing stuff out there like facts. Oh, well, that's
What's
like 5%.
wrong with having an opinion?
It makes an ass out of you and me.
No, that's when you assume something.
I assume that having an opinion makes an ass. Oh.
What's wrong with having bad opinions?
Well, okay, like I'm speaking from a Canadian point of view, right? So for me, it's a historical fact that a large number of Native people here died of disease. Some died of violent engagements, and then there was a sort of genocide against them. And most of those that survived blended with Europeans. We have an entire province or two that's essentially like half Native, half European. So like that's a historical fact. You can say I'm wrong, but if you look it up, you'll find that I'm right.
Well, and that goes towards my argument, though, Iron, that there's more interbreeding. I mean, you can watch videos on the whiteification of Africa, or of even like the Saudi Arabian, Middle East, blacker folks, that their skin color is getting whiter. There's more interbreeding there. Russian people, kind of the Mongoloid. You say Mongoloid, you're referring to Oriental mix, different than the Native American, as like Spanish talking about the migration to the Americas from the East, also speculated or evidenced upon. I just don't know how you're sub-pocketing everything when you talk of subspecies or this group or that group. It seems like the allele frequency is in transmission. Populations, gene pools are already bled over into one another.
Well, I say that because I think that the world has largely stabilized, and I think that the finding of North America and South America is sort of the last world-sized event where you're going to see a genocide on that level. Because what happened to the natives was effectively like the Holocaust against the Jews, but magnified 2 or 3 times. Like, the Jews were never really in any danger of actually being wiped out, whereas natives clearly are.
What?
And that's more to do with the fact that native populations were small when the Europeans came over here.
Well, that's arguable. I disagree with the whole stabilization thing. I think it's overt that there's not some gene pool stabilization. You get European, you get a lot of Germans coming in the Four Corner region of the States, and they have a lot of Native American spouses. I have black, white friends. I have Tongan white friends. I have black, or I shouldn't say black for that case, but a Chinese, or sorry, Vietnamese and black mixes, and that's just based on basic appearance. I mean, I know these people personally. I think this idea of pockets of gene pools is like in my life. I think it's evidence that it's pretty much going to be like a rarity to speak about some sort of isolated pockets or in groups. I don't know. Get your genes tested. Send in the saliva.
I don't think that's gonna happen. I mean, too many people just aren't sexually attracted to people that aren't like themselves. Like the vast majority of people
too many
date within their group. So
there he goes, throwing out his opinion again.
It's not an opinion. It's a statistical fact.
It's not a statistical fact. Where the hell did you find a statistic like that? That
I
says
just cited the Pew Research polls that show you the people that are actually what's called marrying out, right? Well, like I said, with whites, it was 7%.
I want
93% of them are married.
No, I want the statistical fact that says people are attracted to their own kind. I want the statistical fact.
Well, I mean, I guess you could say that people are just marrying people they aren't sexually attracted to, but I'm not that pessimistic.
No, the thing is like okay, for example, I'm going to make a speculation. You're probably Caucasian. You probably have brown hair. Maybe you have blue eyes. Maybe you don't. I don't know. Maybe you're Chinese. Maybe you're Hindi. I don't know, right? But I'm going to speculate that that's what you are, right? And based on that says nothing of your gene code, where your ancestors actually migrated from, what allele frequencies you have that represent different historic migrational patterns, right? And so whomever you do breed with is also going to have a different history, human history of allele frequency based on their gene pattern, their drift of genes. So the mix is already there, right? Meaning you might think that you might meet another white woman, assuming you're white, right, and think that she doesn't have, let's say, any Oriental blood, Asian blood, or whatever, right? That she never came from that because maybe it happened once way back when, and then whoever the succeeding generations were made her appear to you. Right? If you will. I didn't want to ramble on, but I did want to just finish the point, right? To the point where you might have offspring with somebody that you believe is in this, And without a gene analysis from these statistical Pew polls or whatever you're pulling from, which I think are more like what people identify as, I think that's where they're polling from, right, is what they check on their government form. It's not really a gene analysis whatsoever. And so for you to say this is just kind of more, it's a very cursory approach, I think. That's my argument against what you're saying.
Yeah, but it's like filling up any cup with different liquids, right? Like the more parts of a certain kind that you add, the more it weighs out the other. So people can get a 23andMe genetic template of themselves and find out I'm like 9% African American, for example, and all that indicates is that like your great grandparents, one of them was black, and then if they all had relationships with only white people after that, you get to become like 1/16 black. And you're almost unrecognizable as having African American ancestry.
Exactly, and you said it more efficiently than me. And then you could go on meeting somebody that has the basic phenotype appearance, and you could have that cursory approach of, oh yeah, I only like to, I'm only attracted to people like me. But when you say like at that point, you're not actually describing a common gene pool at all. You just assume that you are, and you carry on your conversation as if that is the case.
Well, no, if you were like 91% white and 9% black, you would be predominantly white. And if you had a relationship with somebody who is attracted to white people and you appeared to be predominantly white, then that would be consistent. Right? That would just indicate that one of your grandparents was abnormal in that they preferred to have a non-white partner. That's all.
Did you just say one of your grandparents were abnormal and wanted to have a
statistically abnormal?
There you go with the statistic bullshit again. What do you mean abnormal? Because they had interracial.
Uncommon, not the majority. Like I don't know what word you want me to use.
Oh.
I don't think he means abnormal as in a insult. I think he means abnormal.
No,
from a numerical perspective, abnormal.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not being a horse's ass. Okay.
Have you talked to Iron before?
Yeah, I've talked to Iron a few times. Sure.
He's a white racist pig.
Oh, he's a white supremacist. Is that true, Iron? Are you a white supremacist?
It depends on how you define that. I wouldn't say so. Many people seem to think so, though.
I just want to say that the room, we lost Gus, we lost Floyd, we lost certain people.
Floyd's still here.
I'd also like to welcome Von Helton.
Oh, hey, Von.
Thank you. Losing Gus, in my humble opinion, isn't losing much.
Well, but we also 25
Well,
But,
and full disclosure, we had to lose Gus in order to gain Von Helton.
That's true.
Because, as I understand it, Von Helton just insists on blocking Gus.
Yes, I do. When somebody takes that extra effort to personally attack me, yeah, I block them. You bet.
I still think it's cowardly.
Well, you can take whatever the hell you want. It's a free country.
Of course I can, and I can.
Just
say overtly
I'm not like a racial purist or anything.
Well, all right. How many times do you see me personally attacking people? How many? Seriously. You don't. You know why? Because I think it's wrong. So I don't do it. Wow, what a fucking concept. I think it's wrong, so I don't do it. How hard is that? How hard is that?
I know, but Von Helton...
Now, wait a minute.
It's irrelevant, though.
Now, wait a minute. Apparently, for Gus, it is extremely hard. Because if you go back over the last 5, count them 5, Google Hangouts, you will see that he has personally attacked me. That's documented. It's in the videos. You can go back and watch it. Okay? So, apparently, he cannot do the right thing and say, hey, personally attacking somebody is wrong, so I'm not going to fucking do it. He apparently does not have the capability of doing that. We don't. Okay.
What do you consider a personal attack?
He's brought up my personal life. He's brought up my family. He's brought up other things. Yeah, very personal. Absolutely. Absolutely. No question. Like I said, you can go back and watch the Google Hangouts yourself. You don't need me. You can go back and watch
No. I just want to know what you meant by personal attack. Because calling somebody an idiot or stupid. I
No,
don't.
no. It's far more than that. Far more than that.
No,
Well, yeah, I haven't seen any of them. That's why I was asking.
Well, and the thing is you like to attack other people's ideologies and politics and their approach towards.
Exactly.
Right,
Exactly, Mike. Exactly right, Mike. I attack the ideology. I don't attack the person. I attack the theory. I don't attack the person giving it. That's the difference.
I know, but in the internet age, right? I mean, I'm just saying the distance allows criticism of other people directly, whether or not it's a traditional good form or not. I say, hey, let the cat out of the bag all the way around.
No.
But you're
no.
like,
In fact, I have already spoken with my congressman and my senator about getting serious legislation for the internet passed against cyber stalking, cyberbullying, harassment, slander, etc., etc. See, call me crazy, but I think if it's illegal in the real world, it should be fucking illegal on the internet. Call me crazy.
I don't understand exactly, but whatever.
No, I mean, if I was face to face with you and I had a problem with you,
there goes all my porn viewing.
Of my problem with you, I would say it towards you. But the thing, in the real world, you'd get in a fight, go to fisticuffs or whatever. Here,
Yeah, I'd like to say I appreciate Iron not getting all blocky with me because I attack him. Yeah.
Oh, it's alright. I don't take it personally. I think you're just an SJW or something like that.
No, I'm not an SJW. I don't, but I just think some of your thoughts are fucking stupid as hell.
I'm an SJW.
Well,
maybe.
In any event, the reason I'm here is because I'm
all for social justice.
I overheard the discussion that, actually hours back, because Gus decided he was going to stay here all day. But it was hours ago when the discussion with Beckel about, the various and sundry religious passages of, Lot going to the land of Nod and Cain rather going to the land of Nod and getting him a wife. All right, my take on it has to do both religion and science. All right, science tells us that there isn't one human race on this earth. There was two. There was Neanderthal and Cro-Magnon. Why then is it such a leap to think that Neanderthal came up through the primordial soup and that Cro-Magnon was created? Why is that so hard for people to grasp? And then the Cro-Magnon and the Neanderthal met when Cain went and took him a wife in the, quote, land of Nod. All right. Cain went and found him a Neanderthal wife and took her as a wife, and that's how it all came to be. Why is that so difficult? Why is people fight? Here's the problem. I've got the atheists fighting me on one side, and I got the Christians fighting me on the other side.
That's not hard to imagine, but it's imaginary.
I'll kind of explain to you why I think so, and I'm an atheist, is because then you don't have an original sin to be passed down to everybody. If you have people that weren't sons and daughters of Adam and Eve, then they were actually sinless. So somewhere down this genetic line, there would be people who are actually born sinless.
Yeah,
and
you can't say maybe Cain and Abel.
Okay, now wait a minute. I understand what you're trying to say, but the problem is that the blood is passed by the father, and Cain was the father. Ergo, you still got the sin in the blood.
Well, Von Helton, do you think that God is an alien that came down and bred with something that made the Cro-Magnon, or was it just created, zap, boom, bam, out of God's hand? I mean, you're giving us emphasis, but
yeah, but Michael, hang on.
Why? What?
Just because you're going to say Cain wasn't bred with the women, what about if there were other people that were breeding with each other and never bred with Cain, then you'd have the sinless population.
Well, doesn't history tell us that the Neanderthal was wiped out?
What about it?
The Neanderthals were wiped out. Were they not? Is that not true?
Wiped out. They don't exist. They don't exist as a specific species anymore.
Well, there you go. Then what's the problem?
If that's what you mean by wiped out.
What's the problem then?
About what?
Oh, about passing his sin. That's what we're talking about. Like
He's
passing
talking.
the
He's
sin.
talking. He's saying, "Oh, there would be sinless people running around on the face of the earth." Okay. However, even if we take your example, it still wouldn't help you. And the reason why it wouldn't help you, because there's a passage in the Bible that says that as Noah was preparing to build the ark, God looked down, or gods in my case, looked down and saw that the earth was replete with people committing all kinds of vile and evil things. In fact, the Bible elaborated and said that they were doing it continuously. All right, everywhere they looked, there was nothing but evil, and the only people that weren't doing the evil, I'm assuming, was Noah and his family, and that's why they were chosen to build the ark. At least that's what we get from the story, anyway. All right, so even if you do make the claim that Neanderthals were sinless, it doesn't really matter, because by the time Noah gets around, everybody's committing evil through demonic influence, the fallen angels. Jesus said, "I saw Satan fall like lightning." Well, where did he fall to? He fell to the earth, damn it. You know, he is the prince of the power of the air, and he is current ruler of the earth. Lucifer, a.k.a. Satan.
Oh,
okay.
what?
And,
We already went
since he
through
is
this.
the current ruler, excuse me, and since he's the current ruler of the earth, there's nothing but pandemonium, chaos, evil. I mean, haven't you ever wondered why it seems like evil always wins all the time? I mean, you know, you
No,
bust
I've never
your
thought
ass.
that.
You bust. Let me give you an example. You bust your
I've
ass
never
to get
wondered
ahead.
that because I don't think that, though.
You try to do your best. All right. And here's a motherfucker over here cheating his fucking ass off, and he gets all these accolades. He gets the money. He gets the medal and the award and everything. And you're busting your ass trying to do everything honest, and you don't get shit. All right. Haven't you ever wondered about that? The reason why that is because the earth is
why do you
currently.
think that Lucifer is Satan?
The reason why that is because currently the earth is under the dominion of evil spirits, and according to the Christian Bible, Lucifer, aka Satan.
Why do you think that Lucifer is Satan?
Well, Satan means accuser of the brethren. Satan is a definition. You know, Satan means the word Satan actually means accuser of the brethren. Okay, Lucifer, however, is his actual name. His actual name is Lucifer.
Why do you say that?
He used to be the angel that led the chorus in heaven, and he had musical instruments built into his body.
Why do you say that Lucifer is a name? Lucifer is also a title.
Because we looked it up earlier. Floyd looked it up, and there's Lucifer. The word Lucifer is only used once in the Bible, and it doesn't say anything about that stuff you just said.
Yeah, Lucifer is just a term or a title, and so is Satan.
But the word Lucifer is only used once in the Bible, in Ezekiel or some shit or whatever it was, and it just says bringer of light.
Neither one of them are names of an individual.
And then
hold it. Wait a minute. I'm intrigued. Give me his name. Let's go. Let's hear it. I want his name.
Lucifer is just the last
name. What is his name?
Who?
What is his name? His name isn't Satan, and his name isn't Lucifer. I know his name isn't Satan, because Satan means accuser of the brethren. But if Lucifer isn't his name, then what is it?
Well, Lucifer might mean light.
And Lucifer just means light bringer. It's not a name. And it's a name that's used for multiple personalities in the Bible.
Well, awesome. What is his name? I want it. Give it to me.
With Eve is the living, and Adam means the man, right? So, I mean, and then so the idea that Lucifer is a name of Satan, when maybe it just means light bearer or some other associative thing. Maybe.
Well, Lucifer does mean light bearer, but most people agree that it is his name.
Most people agree? What?
Yeah.
Most people agree?
Yeah. Well, okay. Excuse me.
I don't think that's true.
I'm sorry. I keep forgetting I'm in a room full of atheists. I'm sorry. Most religious people would agree that his name is Lucifer for the lack of not having any other name to call him by. Now, if you have another name to call him by, let me have it.
I would say that most religious people think his name is Satan.
No, show me in the Bible. Show me in the Bible where it says Lucifer is the devil's name.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying most theists would agree that Lucifer is his name.
Yeah, but
they're all wrong. They're all wrong.
Maybe you're just kind of running with the crowd here on this one, right? You're kind of going with the mob.
We don't have a name for him other than those two. Now, which one is it?
Well, why are you...
Neither.
Why neither?
Neither. Okay, so he's a nameless entity.
What's the name of the Holy Ghost? What's the name of the Holy Ghost?
Holy Ghost.
You don't know his name either. So it doesn't. You don't have to know his name. But Lucifer is not his name. Lucifer is only used once in the Bible, and it's from a Latin term, Voldemort, which is something else.
Voldemort.
Voldemort.
Voldemort. Yeah. It doesn't mean Satan, whatever the hell it is, right?
It's a term from the Latin Vulgate.
I never
right.
said that Lucifer meant Satan. I never said that out of my mouth. Rewind the damn video. What did I say?
Nobody said you did.
What did I say? No, excuse me.
Nobody
I did
said
not
you did.
say that. What did I say?
Nobody
Satan
said
meant?
you did.
I said that Satan means the accuser of the brethren, which it
Right.
does.
Or the adversary.
And you said most.
Adversary, same damn thing.
You said
Not the
most.
same damn thing.
Yes, it is the same damn thing.
And you said most theists agree that it means the devil. And I want to know in the Bible.
Well, like I said, if you've got another name for this cat, this devil, this demon, this head demon, this arch demon, give me his name.
I don't know his name.
I got a lot of demon names. Okay, we got Sin, we got Beelzebub, we got Balthazar, we've got I mean, there's all kinds of names of demons.
Balthazar?
Yeah, what? Jezebel.
Jezebel is a demon?
Yes, Jezebel is an evil spirit. Look it up. Google it. Jezebel is an evil spirit.
What's the matter?
The spirit of Jezebel. It's an evil spirit. Look it up. What is an evil spirit? An evil spirit is a demon. Okay, so let's try again. I want a name of this archdemon who's over all the other demons. I want his name. If it isn't Lucifer and it isn't Satan, which we know it isn't Satan, okay. But if it isn't Lucifer, then what is it? Give me his name. You guys sit in this room and you act like you know more than a theist does. Okay, good. Now's your chance to prove it. Here's your chance to pwn Von Helden. So let me have Lucifer's real name. Let's have it.
No, you're not shifting it me. You said Lucifer and Satan were the same thing. That Lucifer is another name for Satan.
No, I did not, sir. Go back and rewind the damn video.
Well, you said
mute your microphone. Go to YouTube, rewind the fucking video, and watch what I said. I said that Satan means the accuser of the brethren. I never once said that Lucifer and Satan meant the same damn thing. Not one time did I say that.
You implied that. I think that's what we picked up from your...
That's actually no, and that's not what you're being even accused of.
I didn't even
It's not even. It's not. Good Lord, it's not even what you're being accused of.
Say that,
Listen,
but I will tell you,
open your ear holes.
It's the
Lord,
person right now who said that. JJ said that Satan was his name.
You're crying
not
about
me.
something you're not even
JJ
being accused
said
of.
that Satan was his name, not me. I said his name was Lucifer. JJ.
I didn't even say that. No, I didn't say that either.
Rewind the video.
I didn't
go check.
even say
JJ
that.
was the one
Good
that said
Lord.
it, not me.
Let me repeat. If you shut the fuck up, I'll just repeat what I said. I disagree with you that most theists, okay, blah, 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 blah. Do you ever shut up?
You're wasting your time talking over me. I just went back and looked at the video.
You
I come blasting right over top of you, buddy. Over top of you, buddy. And you didn't work. Your attempt to try and silence me didn't work, JJ. How does it make you feel? How does it make you feel?
You're just saying nothing, dude.
Von Halen,
He claimed that most religious people think that Lucifer is his name. I disagreed, and I said that I think that most religious people think that Satan is his name. That's what I said.
Yeah, and then he went on, it seemed to me, that Von Helden was suggesting that Satan meant one thing, like it was an allusion towards accuser of the brother, but and then he thought Lucifer was a proper name given to Satan. That's what I picked up. And then when we say bearer of light, he agrees with it, but he didn't want to extract the term away from the proper name. But he did in Von Helden. I mean, help me out here. But it sounded to me like you were saying most people that are theists, when you were posing us as the out group or from that, most people that are theists agree that Lucifer is the proper name of Satan. I think that's what you were saying. That's
exactly what I was saying. Thank you. That's exactly what I was saying.
And what I said was that neither of them are a proper name. That's what I claim.
Give me the damn name. You've got a host there are literally, do you have any idea how many names of demons there are out there? Do you have any idea? Literally thousands. Okay? So pick one, damn it.
No.
Can I just point out that none of them are real? That they're not.
Isn't there supposed to be an actual canonical number of demons that exist?
Oh, I'm trying to. All right, Von Helton, do you believe that Lucifer is another name for Satan?
No. Because Satan doesn't mean. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Satan is not the name of somebody. I can be Satan. You can be Satan. Nadia can be Satan. Anybody can be a Satan. All Satan means is accuser of the brethren. That's all it means. Anybody can be a Satan. If I come, actually, you want to know something? I am a Satan right now. You know why?
That's
because
fine.
y'all are
You certainly
atheists.
are.
Y'all are atheists, and I'm a theist. So I could be looked at by you guys as an accuser of the brethren because I am not one of you. Do you understand?
What's the devil?
Do you get it?
Well, no.
Okay.
No, you don't get it. Okay, well, at least we got that shit out.
I wanted to introduce was the idea of the fallen man, right? The man fell, and therefore I'm wondering, do you think, because you brought this whole thing up about Neanderthals and Cro-Magnons and blah, 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 I thought, okay, so in your view, Von Helton, would you say that all of humanity is from the fallen angel, meaning that you're an accuser of the brother by believing in Jesus, but you're accusing all the other demons, that we're all demons, right? And that you're just accusing us because you don't want to be a part of the demonhood because that means you'll go to hell, right? So you're not going to believe you're a part of it. So you're going to accuse us all, call yourself a theist, and then somehow that yields you to Christ, who's your Savior, to pull you out of this demon sinful blood that you've inherited from the synthesis of Cro-Magnon and Neanderthal admixts.
That's nice theory. The problem is that is nothing like what the Bible says.
I'm just saying what I mean. Do you think that?
The Bible is a bunch of crap.
No, I've never stated anything of the kind. I don't know where you got that from.
Well,
What I will say though is this. Okay, there are many people out there with many and very different beliefs when it comes to theism, particularly in paganism, because paganism is a very, very large umbrella. And, you put 10 pagans in a room, you're going to get 10 different answers as to, what is sin, what is not sin, who is good, who is evil. They're not going to agree because everybody primarily walks their own path. However, for me personally, I don't think I need to strive to dwell on, whether my blood is tainted or not. All I need to concentrate on is doing the will of the gods and trying to listen to their voice and to do what they say and to try and be a good person to others. And as long as I'm doing those things, I figure I'm okay.
Bob, $20.
Sounds good to me.
I'm just saying, if your blood and all human blood is all mixed together and it's all demonic from the fallen angel and Lucifer is controlling the world for the 1,000 years or whatever, then aren't you really kind of betraying all of your fellow brother and sister demons by, praying to something that's not a demon? Yeshua, Jesus. I mean, maybe I'm playing devil's advocate here, right? No pun intended.
Now, the problem is that I'm not a Christian. I don't know where you got that from. I'm not a Christian. I'm a pagan.
So your original point when you came in the room about Veckel talking, what was it again?
What? I was coughing. What?
Yeah, your original point when you came in the room, you went on the conversation that Veckel was having, that we got stuck up on this Lucifer name shit. What was your original point again?
Oh, my original point, if you missed it, was that science tells us that there was actually 2 human species on the Earth at the same time, Neanderthal and Cro-Magnon. Why is it not possible?
3 human species.
What's the third one?
Denisovan.
What is it?
Denisovan.
Denisovan. Okay, I stand corrected. 3 species. Anyway, my thinking is this, all right? Cain went to the land of Nod and took a wife. Why couldn't that wife have been a Neanderthal or Denisovann or whatever? Why not? Why couldn't
Because the people that wrote the Bible didn't know.
Wait a minute. Let me explain it. Why couldn't Neanderthal have come out of the primordial soup and Cro-Magnon been created?
Well, I'll tell you why.
By gods
I'll
or
tell you
extraterrestrials
why
or
it's
whatever.
not possible.
It's not possible.
I'll tell you why it's not possible.
Okay, please
I'll
do.
tell you
because I'm
why
gonna
it's not
rebut you.
because there were no Neanderthals left in existence 6,000 to 10,000 years ago. And since Cain could not have existed earlier than that, it's not possible.
Then how old do you think Cain and Abel and Adam and Eve could be? How many years?
Well, I wasn't there, dude. Okay, I wasn't there.
No, because I'm going off of JJ's point. If JJ is going to say it was 6,000 to 7,000 years ago, then yeah, that would that story you come up with. So Cain and Abel and Adam and Eve would have to be older than that. Is that possible?
Yeah. See, you weren't there, but you're willing to speculate, even though you weren't there.
Why shouldn't I
that
speculate?
Cain could have.
Wait a minute. Why shouldn't I be allowed to speculate? What's wrong with that?
I didn't say that you shouldn't be allowed to. I'm pointing out.
You just implied that it was wrong.
If you shut the fuck up and I can finish, you're willing to speculate that Cain interbred with a Neanderthal, but you're not willing to speculate as to how long ago it might have been?
No,
That's my question.
Now, hang on. Before you answer that, Vaughn, let me just throw in here, right? Let me throw in a pitch. The idea that you guys, humans are mostly conditioned. You guys are mostly, like, you can bring back the Neanderthal. All you have to do is screw a chimpanzee. You guys don't believe you can actually breed with it because you're conditioned to believe that. I'm just going to speculate that if I get it on with a chimp, I'm going to yield a Neanderthal baby, and I'm going to speculate there. Okay, go ahead, Vaughn.
You know why that's not possible, Mike, right?
Oh, it's possible, and I just think that if you would dip your wad into the right,
it's not. You know why it's not possible, right?
Well, I'm not going to go into that.
Well, we don't have the same number of chromosomes. That's why it's not possible.
Well, I'm just saying you're conditioned to believe that whole chromosome spiel.
Okay.
Neanderthals also went extinct.
Fair enough.
40 to 28,000 years ago.
Okay, that's why I want to ask when.
Well, wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. All right. So wait a minute. All right. Either Cro-Magnon shared this planet with another species of humanoid, or he did not. Is that true? Yes or no?
It's true.
All right, then.
That's
so
what,
why is my theory invalid? Why is my theory invalid? Why is it impossible for Cro-Magnon to have mated with a Neanderthal and kept on going?
Did.
Why is it impossible?
They did.
Hang on,
They did.
Bible's got the dates all wrong.
It all depends on how many years ago do you think Cro-Magnon was created by God?
I really don't give a damn how long ago it was. You guys might, but I don't give a shit. I really don't.
The Bible says it's 6,000-7,000 years ago, right?
Listen. All right. If it was 6,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, a million years, I don't care.
You're off by a factor of 8.
I don't care. I don't care about the time frame. The fact is, was it possible for Cro-Magnon and Neanderthal to have crossed streams? Yes. Okay. That was the whole damn point. I don't give a damn about the time frame. I don't give a damn about who said what to who. The point I was making.
It's actually evidenced by genetic.
However
science.
unlikely
Yes.
it's possible that Cro-Magnon could have been created by either gods, extraterrestrials, or what have you, and Neanderthal came out of the soup, and both existed on the planet at the same damn time. Lot left, went to the land of Nod, took him a Neanderthal wife, mated,
Cain.
and had offspring.
Cain went to the land of Nod.
I didn't mention time frames. I didn't mention Lucifer's last name or first name or any name for that matter. I was talking about
So you don't want to
Zeckel
talk
was
about
discussing.
facts.
That's what I was talking
You just
about.
want to talk about your imagination.
Well, no, that's fine. I'm saying is if you think.
Okay, I love this. I'm in a room full of alleged scientists, but yet my theory is totally fucking invalid because I'm a theist. Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all.
Oh, yeah,
Not at all.
yes, it is.
It's because,
yes, it fucking is. You're saying that my theory is invalid because I'm a goddamn theist. Well, you know what? There's my response.
No,
There's my response.
you're picking and choosing the connections. You're talking about a story that could loosely be said that describes perhaps a similar incident of intermixing, right? So you're looking at the story from the Bible and you're biased in the sense that you're saying, oh, it reflects it reflects reality because this kind of lines up with this story, when all these other details that it claims to be true are wrong. So why do you discard that fact that they're wrong about the dates, and yet you're going out and picking what lines up with your preconceived notion?
All right, listen. Most of these stories are allegedly inspired by a deity to a human being. All right, either through a dream or through a vision or through a feeling within them, deep within inside them. Okay. And what little bit of experience I have with dreams and visions, which admittedly it is, quite minuscule, most of the time you don't get a time frame. You can't really deal with the time frame when you're getting a dream or a vision. That dream could take place thousands of fucking years from now, or it could have took place 1,000 years ago. Because when you're getting a dream or a vision, you really don't get the time frame. I don't. I haven't. I mean, have you had a dream where you had the exact time frame of a thing? I haven't. Okay. So, I'm thinking that these guys got revelations from a deity, or extraterrestrials, if you want, your choice. And when these visions or dreams were imparted to them, it's just like any other dream or vision. It's hard to figure out what the time frame was. They had to guesstimate. They had to take a chance. They rolled the dice. Okay.
Is it impossible that it's all just made up?
No, I don't. No, I don't think it's made up, and I'll tell you why I don't think it's made up. All right.
Well, that might be
These people were in fear for their lives. The Romans were going to fucking kill them. That is not in dispute. There is secular Roman documentation that says yes, they killed Christians. Okay, that's not in fucking dispute.
Wait, we're talking about the New Testament now?
Yes, we're talking about the New Testament. All right.
But we were talking about the Old Testament.
JJ, stay with me. I'm moving quick here, buddy. All right, we're in the New Testament.
Yeah, you just completely changed topics.
They're up in the upper room, scared to death of being slaughtered by the Roman centurion. All right, and his soldiers.
We were talking about the Old Testament creation.
Well, I'm getting there. I'm working on this shit. Okay, I'm trying to build my idea here, my concept here. All right. So these people, they're afraid. They're scared to death. They're going to be put to death, literally. Okay. But all of a sudden, what happens? Instead of being afraid and being stuck in that upper room, what did they do? They went out and started preaching the gospel to the whole damn planet. So what changed them to be scared shitless? Now wait a minute, JJ. What changed them to be scared shitless to being fucking lions and going out and telling the whole damn planet? Something had to change. Something had to, because they had a total fucking change, man. A total 180. What happened to them that caused them to do that? It had to be pretty fucking phenomenal.
You're calling a dozen cities in the immediate area the whole damn
somebody who's cowering in a fucking corner like this, scared shitless, and then all of a sudden they're a fucking lion and they're going out and telling everybody. Okay, something had to happen to them.
What?
Now, if you want to say it was a brain aneurysm, go ahead. I don't give a shit. I got to tend to my kids. I'll be back.
Where does he get the concept if they were hiding in a corner, scared shitless?
I don't know.
Yes. Where's it? Where the Bible? The Bible's made up anyway.
And the Terminator lions were roaming the street door to door. I don't know.
Well, the throwback against
Lou. It's kind of like watching like freeform rap or something, but just building the concept in real time.
Well,
it's like slam poetry.
I think we have to all agree that imagination is one of Von Helton's strong points, right?
Whoa, imagination my fucking ass. I pulled this shit straight out of the Bible, dude.
Von Helton,
quit fucking demeaning me, okay? I don't appreciate that shit, and I sure as fuck don't do it to you. So quit demeaning my ass. Now, like I said, no, I've got to get this point out because it's fucking important. Okay, you got people in a room cowering in the fucking corner because any second the Romans are going to beat down the fucking door and they're going to kill their ass. Okay, and then all of a sudden, something happens to these
I
people.
don't know where you got that.
Instead of cowering in a corner, they become fucking lions and they go out through the whole damn planet preaching the gospel. What changed? What was
That
the
sounds like
catalyst that caused
pure
them to do
imagination.
that shit?
Oh, okay. Where did you get the idea that they were hiding in a corner, cowering? Where does that idea come from?
Never mind. Okay, never mind. You're gonna talk shit. You're gonna talk shit. Okay, so never fucking mind.
Well, I've never heard that. I've never heard that before, and I want to know where you get that idea from.
Dunderhead knows that these people are their lives. Okay, that is documented.
So you got no facts to back up your statement. You got
What
no
do you
facts
mean
to back up
facts,
your statement.
dumbass? Can't you open a Bible? Do I need to open a Bible for you?
So tell me where. Tell me where. You're the one that's saying. You're the one that's saying this. I want to know where.
These people were in fear for their lives. These people were in fear for their lives. I done told you there is plenty of secular documentation that proves that the Romans went around slaughtering Christians. That's not in fucking dispute, dude. So either you are factually in error or you're just trolling my happy ass. One or the other.
Where did you find that the Romans were roaming around slaughtering Christians?
Holy hopping horse shit.
Well, don't go there, Jake.
Holy hopping horse shit.
Von Helton, get to the rap where you're going to bring it back to the...
Oh, my God.
No, seriously.
Oh, my gosh.
You started your story. And
Let's see. Okay, all right, look.
Do that. Link it.
I guess the story of Saul of Tarsus just went zoom right over your fucking heads, right? You know who Saul of Tarsus was? Who was Saul of Tarsus?
What about Paul? What about
Saul of
Paul?
Tarsus?
What about Paul?
Who was
What about
Saul
Paul?
of Tarsus? Who
Well,
was
he was who he was. What do you want? What about Paul?
What did he do? What was his job?
He did some stuff.
What was his job? Oh yeah, he went around
You
killing
want to say
Christians.
he was a tax collector?
He went around killing Christians at the behest of the Sanhedrin and the Roman Empire. That was his fucking job. He went around killing Christians. And he loved his job, I might add. And he's not the only one. We have plenty of secular documentation
Paul a
from the
Jew?
Roman Empire itself that also says that they
was
went
Paul
around
a
killing
Jew?
Christians and they slaughtered
Paul
Christians in
a
the
Jew?
Colosseums. That is all documented. I'm not pulling this shit out of my fucking ass. This is all documented shit. But you want to sit here and downplay this because it doesn't fit your pretty little paradigm, does it?
I just
No, you're just making shit. No, you're making shit up. And quit personally attacking me.
Fuck you.
Quit personally attacking me.
Because you're sitting here trying to downplay me, and I'm giving you facts. But you don't want the facts.
Not give me facts. You give me your
live in your
opinion.
little fake ass
It's your
paradigm
opinion.
where everything fits.
It's your opinion. Vaughn, calm down.
A lot different.
Vaughn, calm down. Can we have a conversation? Calm down.
No,
I want to
we cannot
know.
have a conversation. If you're
You
going
know,
to
there's plenty.
every fucking thing I say, how in the fuck can we have a conversation?
I'll bridge the gap.
Can you calm down? I can't get a word in edgewise.
If you're going to deny every fucking word that comes out of my mouth.
And you're going to deny every word that comes out of my mouth because you're very...
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
Not
All right, all your
necessarily.
gods, and all the Bible is all bullshit. Are you going to agree to that? Hey, you just denied the words that come out of my mouth. So give me a break already.
Oh, you got me there. I gotta say, you know, if you're,
Okay, then.
if you're a
Okay,
dyed-in-the-wool atheist and you're not willing to listen, then I guess we have nothing further to discuss.
I'm trying. I've only said like 2 or 3 words to you. Okay, I've asked you a couple questions.
You're
and you've been
being
freaking out.
You're being a little dense, your name, and the reason is he backed up what he was saying by talking about the secular history in textbooks that Romans killed Christians, right? He was utilizing that as a point from which to make an argument about something about Christendom that he was going to loop back to his original argument of something in the Old Testament, which he's never gotten around to, and you and JJ are cutting the fucking shit out of him before he can even loop back his story.
You, Michael. Michael, I'm not cutting the shit out of him. I asked him 2 damn questions, and I didn't even get to finish asking the question, and he started screaming over me. I've asked him 2 questions. What the hell, Michael?
I suspect, Michael, he was never going to loop it back around.
Well,
he completely changed the subject.
Well, maybe right.
And then when I tried to stop him, he said he's going to get to it, but he never did get to it. You'll notice he never did loop it back around. And that's, I think, what you were asking him is when does he get to the rap where he brings it back to the original topic.
Right, but he's trying to establish something of the Christian power, such that maybe he can like shed a light backwards in time through that to make more providence.
I'm willing to listen.
He'll have to articulate. I'm willing to give him a couple minutes. Come on, Von Helton.
I've been trying. He's just seems to want to cry about being persecuted.
Well, every time I fucking open my mouth, I'm either talked over, or I'm fucking ridiculed, or I'm fucking, saying that I'm fucking lying. What the fuck should why should I say one damn thing if I'm just going to be fucking turned down and ridiculed and whatever? I mean, it doesn't make fucking sense,
Well, defend your ideas.
All right, JJ, what do you want me to say to you? What is it that you're wanting? You obviously want me to say something. What is it?
You were talking about Neanderthals, you were talking about bloodlines, and then you brought up Jesus. You skipped that, and then JJ brought up you're moving to the New Testament, and so then you established something, and we're trying to get you to articulate what it is you are going to shine light on about the New Testament.
Michael, let me reiterate what I actually said. I said he was talking about, is it possible that this and that the Neanderthals interbred, blah, blah, blah. I said it's actually genetically, scientifically known. And I said, isn't it possible that the Bible, and I was specifically speaking to the Old Testament, is all just made up? And he said, no, and I'll tell you why. And then he skipped to the New Testament and persecuted Christians. So I don't know what that has to do with the Old Testament being made up.
I was anticipating that he was going to get around to it. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'll never get around to it. But Von Helton, instead of complaining about us persecuting you right now, but just tell us how it gets back to the Old Testament. Come on, give us a minute. I give you 60 seconds. I won't interrupt. Just say something.
Why is the Old Testament not made up?
Why is the Old Testament not made up? Because it shows the Jewish bloodline, and that bloodline spills over into the New Testament, and is a direct correlation to Jesus Christ, a.k.a. Yeshua.
So are you a Mormon?
Not made up because it shows the Jewish bloodline?
Sure does.
And that Jewish bloodline isn't possibly just made up?
And this has what to do about resurrecting Neanderthals by having sex with chimpanzees?
Maybe if we can just snip a couple chimpanzee chromosomes out of there.
Mo's got Dionysus beat now. Beating us all at the girlfriend game.
You know that there was hallucinogenic gases at Galapagos, right?
Do what?
There was the same hallucinogenic gases that were at the Oracle of Delphi were also at Galapagos Islands and various other islands that Darwin visited. Were you aware of that?
Which hallucinogenic gases are you talking about?
Were you aware of that? Were you aware of that?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, I've actually found something that JJ was not aware of. Imagine that.
You'd have to imagine it. What hallucinogenic gases are you talking about?
The methane from the bird on the Galapagos. There was some hallucinogen coming out of those, and Darwin got kooky, and he made up the Bible, and then all the Christians believe in Darwin's Bible, but they think it came from Jesus.
Well, I mean, if the guy if Darwin is being affected by hallucinogenic gases, wouldn't it stand to reason that maybe his information is a little askew, even just a little bit? We're not going to go there, are we? I've stabbed a sacred cow, and we're not going to go there, are we?
How about you just elaborate as to what the fuck you're talking about?
Hey, you bitches, you don't get to talk that much. Give me a break. Anyways, it doesn't matter what Darwin did fucking 100 years ago, okay?
Why are you jumping in the red herring pool? What hallucinogenic gases are you talking about?
The same hallucinogenic gases at the Oracle of Delphi.
And which hallucinogenic gases were those?
We're also at the various islands that Darwin visited. I'm not being rhetorical. I'm stating an absolute fact.
Are you suggesting that Darwin didn't write
I'm
the book?
suggesting that Darwin was high as a fucking kite, brother. That's what I'm suggesting.
You're saying
doesn't
didn't write the Bible.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't care if Darwin was growing psilocybin mushrooms on his head.
Well, now wait a minute.
What
It
the
does
fuck does that have to do with
Wait
anything?
Wait a minute. It does matter, because if Darwin was in fact being affected by this gas, then that calls into question what he wrote, doesn't it? Yeah.
Well, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, but it doesn't matter.
No, we're not going to go there, you guys. Oh, we're not going to go.
We're already there. No, we're already there, dude.
We're not
even if
are we, guys?
even if you called into question.
How does it feel? How does it feel to have the fucking tables turned?
It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Your fucking pal Darwin was fucking high when he wrote that goddamn book. He was high as a fucking kite, and none of the information he wrote down could possibly be considered credible. But we don't want to talk about that, because if we talk about that, then that's stabbing our sacred cow, and we don't want to do that, right?
Hey,
you know what? We're trying to talk about it, except you just keep ranting.
Come on,
my goodness, how the tables have turned. Oh my.
Hey, fuck Darwin. He's a dumbass piece of shit. I don't give a fuck about Darwin and what he wrote 100 fucking years ago. He's a high as a kite, ignorant moron. Fuck. The scientists of today, the studies they are doing, confirms what Darwin found. So it doesn't matter what even if he didn't do it, the scientists of today would have found it. Fuck Darwin. He's irrelevant. There. You fucking happy now?
So all these tries at finding the missing link over the last 65 years at least, and every one of them ended up being a failure. Particularly their girl Lucy, especially. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Wait, what? What are you talking about now? Now you want to talk about what?
Lucy, I'm home. Lucy, I'm home.
No, we all know that Darwin.
What do you know?
Hi, we know that Darwin.
Oh, Lucy.
And
what do you know about the Australopithecus find? What do you know about that? I mean, I met Richard Leakey.
I'm thrilled. You want a cookie?
I have a cookie. Thank you. What do you know about it? You really just kind of said the thing, but you didn't say what relevance it has to anything.
Well, no, I just think it's interesting that you want to attack Christianity in particular and theism in general, and you cite all these things that are so untrue about Christianity and theism, and then when I turn the tables and I question Darwin and I question the methodologies and I question Cro-Magnon and Neanderthal and what have you, and now you've come up with this third entity that I wasn't even aware of. I'm going to have to research that shit because I think you're all full of shit, but I'll research it. I just thought it would be nice to kind of turn the tables and throw a little speculation on your shit, since you like to throw speculation at us. I thought it was only fair.
But you've not turned any tables.
But see, you can't hang with it. You can't handle it. You can't take it because oh my God, Von Helden is attacking a sacred cow, right? I mean, come on. Come on, let's be honest.
No,
let's be honest.
You've done jack
it's fun,
shit,
It's all fun and games when you attack the theists, but when the theists fight back with fire, then it ain't so fun anymore, right?
You've done jack shit, though.
But
what does it matter? What does it matter?
Wait a minute. What do you mean? Does it matter? What do you mean? Does it matter? Why doesn't it matter? I think it matters.
You know what? If I could finish the fucking sentence, you might.
Oh my
shit.
God!
What does it matter if Darwin?
How dare that evil Von Helden guy dare to make a statement that might actually change something? Oh my God! How dare he? How dare he do that?
Kiss my ass. Oh!
All right, I'm gonna finish my fucking sentence.
Go ahead.
What does it matter if Darwin was? What does it matter if Darwin was high as a kite? Because this is what I'm saying.
What he wrote, dumbass. Do you really think that is high?
Let me know when you're done.
Oh my God, dude! I mean, really? Really?
Let me know when you're done. Let me know when you're done.
Listen,
You're done.
listen.
Okay. So maybe he was high as a kite. How are you going to call into question what Darwin wrote, given that he was possibly high as a kite off of some unnamed hallucinogenic gases?
Who gives
This is
a
how we
fuck?
have a discussion.
I think it's quite relevant. I think it's quite relevant because it calls into question the very origins of what y'all believe. Isn't that what you do? Isn't that? Excuse me. Isn't that what you do to us theists? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, God doesn't exist. Well, holy shit! If God doesn't exist, then theism can't exist, right? So yeah, you're attacking the very foundations of theism.
What?
And I thought it would be nice to kind of turn the tables and attack the very foundations of atheism. I thought that was fair. But you can't take it.
So
You
I'm
can't
not.
hang.
I'm not.
Because you can't hang, man. You know, it's all, you know, well, that evil Von Helden guy. You know, it's an evil Von Helden guy. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. You know, that's going to be the next thing. Von Helden doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, right? Because Von Helden is not an atheist, he couldn't possibly know what he's talking about, right? Right?
I don't know who's even. I don't know who's even implying such a
He
thing.
couldn't
Okay, you're
possibly
going to
know
keep
what he's
talking.
talking about. Isn't that true? Isn't that
Okay,
true?
no, nobody's even implied that actually.
You know, Von Helden thinks atheists are methodological naturalists and that we all believe in evolution, and he wanted to attack the roots. And so it's like saying the burning bush was a marijuana plant, and they're just
Fucking talks over me, and no one gives a shit. I'm just gonna keep on rambling here.
Your mic sucks, Bob. I know, Bob. Go ahead,
Because
Bob.
you guys are over talking me. Ah, damn it! Listen, Von Helden.
I know.
There is no basis, no foundation for atheism. I can give a fuck shit about evolution and abiogenesis and Darwin and all this other bullshit. Okay, I don't give a fuck how people think the cosmos came to begin and how everything started, and who gives a fuck? I don't believe there's a fucking God either, and that's what I attack. You want to go ahead and attack all that other shit? Go right ahead. I don't believe it anyways. I don't care if it's true or not. It could be. I don't know. I could care less. It's not a foundation for atheism. All my atheism says is I don't believe in your fucking God or gods. I said, why is there got to be more than that?
I know Von Helden's gonna say, well, the atheist is bonded with the secular people that generally believe in evolution. He's just having fun. He's trying to switch say, hey, if you guys are gonna, undermine Moses and Jesus and the apostle and all that stuff, I'm just gonna try to undermine whom he thinks is the progenitor of modern evolutionary theory. That's all he's doing. Not agreeing that Darwin did that, but I don't understand, Von Helden, to finish my sentence, I don't understand why you don't think that Darwin made and wrote the Bible with all the pen names, right? All the apostles, they were all Darwin pen names, and that the history of the world is really only 200 years. I don't know why you don't think that, being a pagan and a non-Christian.
Well, actually, you're close, but it ain't Darwin. Well, what I have a problem with is the alleged Apostle Paul. I have a real problem with that. And if you actually go and do some research, a lot of scholars actually believe that he wrote most of the New Testament. And if he did, we're screwed. Because I don't like the guy. I'll be honest with you. I don't like the motherfucker. I think he's a lying sack of shit. He has only one man, and a blind man at that, to verify who he was. Okay, other than that, he has no witnesses, even the people riding horseback with him say, I don't know what the fuck happened, So, I mean, the guy only has one guy to verify him, and that's a blind man by the name of Ananias. And even that's questionable, okay? And if this dude wrote almost the entire New Testament, we are totally screwed. Because many, many times, he will contradict Jesus' own words and even God's own words, both from the New Testament and the Old Testament, for that matter. And, I have serious, serious reservations about the Apostle Paul. Now, see, if you would have said the Apostle Paul, I'd have been right there with you. But you had to take that extra step and say Darwin because you wanted to piss me off or you wanted to abuse my beliefs or whatever the fuck. I know many of you think I'm Christian. I'm not. I'm actually a pagan. But the reason I'm bringing
wasn't Paul crucified on an upside down cross?
But the reason I'm using Christianity is because that's what most people know. So, you know, but the point
But
is...
you brought up Darwin.
I brought up Darwin because I thought I would turn the tables, which I think it's only fair that I do. You know, why should this be a bash theism room all the fucking time? Wouldn't it be nice to have bashing atheism day? You know, where we theists can come in and actually turn the tables and actually, you know, find out, you know, what the hell's going on with you guys and what your sacred cows are and, you know, and that sort of thing.
To be fair, I bash atheists.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, it's actually neither. It's not really a bashing room. It's a discussion room. We can criticize each other's. We can criticize each other's beliefs without bashing them.
Yeah, go ahead and criticize the atheists. Go ahead. You can go. It's all the rest of this. The rest of this afternoon is all for you. Go ahead, bring up anything you want. Bash us atheists. Attack us atheists. It's all yours, Van Helden. Go ahead.
No, I don't want to bash. I don't bash the individual because I'm not a fucking troll. But what I will go after is ideologies and theories and shit like that I believe are contrary. Okay, see, you automatically assume, some of you, not all, because some of you know me, but the ones of you that did not know me, you automatically assumed I was Christian. That's wrong. Okay, and
Well, you used to be a Christian.
Well, sort of, kind of.
Sort of, kind of. Okay.
Sort of, kind of. I've always actually been more towards the pagan aspect than Christianity.
I don't even know what you mean by pagan.
You don't even know what I mean by pagan. Okay, what I am a solitary eclectic pagan. That's what I am. Google that term. It's interesting.
How about you just tell me what you
Whoa,
think?
who's got the microwave on?
Just tell me what you mean by eclectic pagan, solitary eclectic pagan. What does that mean to you?
You're looking at it.
It's not very informative, though. I mean, if you want people to understand you...
It's very simplistic. What am I doing right now?
Well, again, Van Helden, like you said, if you put, you know, pagans in a room, they're going to get 15 different answers. So I'm sure if we ask another solitary... I'm sorry, you said solitary...
Solitary, yes.
Solitary eclectic pagan, yes.
So what does that mean to you?
Another solitary eclectic pagan, would they have the same beliefs as you, or would they be different?
Oh, probably not. Oh, probably not. Yeah.
Okay, so we need to know. So if we want to have a discussion with you about your beliefs, we need to know your beliefs, not what somebody else wrote in a book, what they think a solitary eclectic pagan is.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Okay, take Ocean for example. Ocean's come in here a few times. Do you think he and I agree eye to eye on everything? No, absolutely not.
In
fact, I'm not. In fact, if I recall correctly, I think Ocean is a druid. I think. I'm not sure.
It's irrelevant. What do you think? What does it mean to you?
But the point is, you know, me and Ocean are not going to agree. No way. We're different. We're different types of pagan. Pagan is a very broad brush. Okay.
Yeah,
you know,
that's why I'm asking you what the fuck you mean.
What do I mean? Okay, a pagan to me is anything that isn't a Jew, a Christian, or a Muslim, or an atheist. Okay. All right. If you're not a Jew, a Muslim, a Christian, or an atheist, you are a pagan. All right.
So a Hindu is a pagan.
Underneath the big word pagan, okay, we have subtrees. Okay.
Can you maybe confirm that a Hindu is a pagan?
Eclectic, you have shit, I can't say the word right. But anyway, they're gone anyway, except for him. Then you have Wiccans, and then you have, you know, and the list goes on down. Okay, but pagan
that's a Christian-centric definition of pagan.
Okay. Umbrella, and it incorporates pretty much anybody that's not an atheist, a Jew, a Christian, or a Muslim. Okay.
So what does it mean to me when you call yourself a pagan?
Well, he said solitary.
Buddhist or Taoist or whatever the fuck.
Which just means you're afraid of drum circles. You're a pagan that's afraid of drum circles, so you're solitary. Is that, or you're like smoking, so you're wicked, so you're pagan, but you're solitary. What the?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you could describe what you mean when you say that you're a pagan.
Wait a minute. I have totally destroyed the room by simply saying that I'm a solitary eclectic pagan. Really?
No, we're just finally getting around to what the fuck you mean when you say you're a pagan.
No, you're just using a Christian-centric definition of pagan, which is basically everything but Christian. And then
Solitary. What does solitary mean? What does solitary mean?
You're solid, dude.
What does solitary mean? I'm being serious. What does solitary mean?
You're afraid of drum circles.
No, that's not what it means. What does solitary mean?
Means alone. Jesus.
Single, alone.
Okay. Now, eclectic. What does eclectic mean?
Abnormal, out of the ordinary,
Means a
esoteric.
little bit of everything.
All right.
A little bit of everything.
So obviously, what we have so far, we got solitary, eclectic. Okay. In other words, we have somebody who walks their own unique path, and yes, maybe a little eccentric, maybe a little out there, but you know, I walk my own path. I'm not beholden to any kind of creed or any kind of dogma. You know, I mean, it's funny, even you atheists have dogma, you know? You do. You have a shit ton of it, actually, in my humble opinion. You know, so it's really funny because I have absolutely no dogma. Okay? None. I have none. I have absolutely no dogma.
Absolutely no dogma.
I really don't.
What do you think
serious. I have
dogma
no
means?
dogma.
What do you think dogma means?
Because I'm not beholden to any.
I don't think you understand what the word dogma means. Oh, go ahead. You're about to describe it. Good.
Never mind. It's okay.
No, go ahead.
No.
You guys think Floyd looks more like Bert or Ernie, or kind of a mix of the two? You know, if Floyd was a Muppet.
Yeah, I don't have any dogma either, and I'm an atheist, so you got to quit painting atheists with this broad brush, okay? I'm a solitary atheist.
You mean like you guys do theists?
I'm a solitary eclectic atheist, okay?
You mean like you do theists? Paint with a broad brush?
I don't paint all theists with a broad brush. That's
You
why I asked you
don't?
that's why I asked you what do you believe.
Really?
No, that's why I asked you what do you believe. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Well, I stand corrected. It's all good, man. You know, it's all good. It's all good.
You understand the question now, so maybe you could answer
No, I don't. No, I don't, actually.
Oh. You've been corrected. It's all good, but you still don't understand.
MMA, are you here?
See, because I understand that all theists think differently. Like Mac and Veckel, they're close, but they think differently. Hermine and the Holy Spackle think different, way a lot different than Veckel. And, you know, so I understand that all Christians and Catholics and theists believe all the same thing. So I don't paint them all with a broad brush.
Well, that's good. That's good. I'm glad.
That's why I don't know what you think. I have no idea what you think. I don't know how many gods you believe in. If they're Norse gods, Greek gods, I don't know anything about you. I've never talked to you before. Well, maybe once or twice, but I don't think we actually got into any theological discussions.
I've talked to you several times in Nadia's Hangouts. The your name thing. I've talked to somebody with your name as their moniker several times in Nadia's Hangouts. I remember it.
Yeah, that was like
It's a very unique avatar for someone, you know. Unless somebody was trolling you, which you know they might have.
No, this avatar is new. I just put this avatar on like last week. I changed my avatar all the time.
Okay. Well, well, now, I talked to somebody. Okay, there was somebody that used to come in the room by the moniker Your Name, and I used to talk to them. You know,
totally irrelevant.
Yeah, that was before you took your
Totally
hiatus.
irrelevant to
But hang
discussion.
on. Okay, hang on. Great.
Okay.
So that was before you took your hiatus. That was before you took your hiatus, and we never got around to discussing your theology. And that's why I'm asking you now.
And I told you, I'm a solitary eclectic pagan. That's what I am.
Do you believe in Norse gods?
I'm not trying to.
That's fine.
But
I understand. Do you believe in Norse gods or Greek gods, or all of them?
And does that allow you to enter women's bathrooms?
Oh, come on.
No, it doesn't.
I'm trying to get somewhere. Do you believe in Norse gods or Greek gods?
Well, to be honest, you know, I kind of take nuggets out of whatever I think is true and put them on the table and like I said, I take nuggets of truth out, put it on the table, throw the dogma away, and put the nuggets together, and that's what I do. I walk whatever seems to work for me. All right, which is good, by the way.
All right, cool. So there's
Now, admittedly, I do lean towards the Norse a bit. I do, but by the same token, I don't believe that the whole fucking Godhead is on this planet. Okay, that's retarded. I believe that they're spread out through the universe. They have specific jobs that they do, but I don't believe that all the gods of the universe are on this planet. That would be ridiculous.
So do you believe that Yahweh exists?
Do I believe that Yahweh exists? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
I do.
How about,
Absolutely, I do.
about Thor?
In fact, I would go so far as to say that he's the culmination of everything that's gone before. What I really love about the Zeitgeist movie is that it actually vilifies and defends my position as an eclectic pagan, because and think about it, okay?
What?
Krishna died on a cross, and so did Jesus. Set was buried in the ground for 3 days and rose, and Jesus was buried in the ground and rose 3 days.
What?
Why the correlation? Well, the correlation, Jesus said something very interesting in the Bible. He said, he said, I am the fulfillment. He also said he was the doorway. But he's the fulfillment. He fulfilled the law. Now, a lot of people jump to the wild conclusion, oh, well, he's talking about Jewish law. He fulfilled Jewish law. Okay, yes.
Naveen, are you around?
He probably did, but he wasn't just Jewish law. He fulfilled all of the law, going all the way back to the beginning of mankind. All of the pagan ascended masters. He is
Evan,
the culmination of all that they've done in one nice big package.
On, hang
Ascended
on. There's a room about Naven. Naven, if you're in the room, speak up. Otherwise, you might get booted because people aren't in the room. People at the peanut gallery, speak up or get. I don't have mods.
She hasn't said anything forever.
I don't have
she
mods.
Can come back.
4 or 5 hours.
She has at least one other.
Yeah,
account
she has a
can
couple
come
other
back in
stock
on.
accounts she could use if she wanted to.
We have a Bernie supporter in the room. Oh,
Hey.
how nice.
Hey,
that's gotta hurt.
James, you remember when we were talking about? You were saying that Alexander Hamilton was murdered because he was a socialist. Oh, he walked away.
What?
Yeah. Do you remember that conversation, James?
I wasn't here for half the conversation, or maybe more, so I don't know what's going on.
Well, you'll have to wait then.
All right, what did I miss? I'm sorry.
Do you remember you remember the conversation we had about? You said that Alexander Hamilton was murdered because he was a socialist. He wanted socialist government.
I believe that when you have an ideology that is opposed to the Constitution of the United States, the founding fathers might think you're a treasonous bastard. Yes, I actually believe that. Call me crazy, but I do. I actually believe that shit.
Socialism is against the Constitution.
Yes, socialism is against the
Yeah,
Constitution.
almost by definition.
Well, that's weird. Then America's already going against its own constitution, since it already has many socialist programs.
I'm
or
well
social
aware of that
programs.
shit. And that's why I don't want Bernie to get in there, because Bernie will tip us the rest of the way over, and we'll be full-blown socialist, and then our economy is going to tank, and then when our economies tank, all the economies in the world will tank, and then when that happens, what happens?
America is nothing. It's nothing close to even like a democratic socialist country. A full-blown socialist is something like the USSR at its peak. That's full-blown socialism.
Well, maybe it is.
No, that's communism. That's completely
Yeah,
different.
that's full-blown socialism. It's communism.
I don't even know if that's true, but
Bernie
that's
is
just
advocating
interesting.
democratic socialism, which, if you look on the political spectrum, it's exactly in the middle.
Which is what you guys already have. You just have a lean form of socialism.
You guys gotta lean a little bit more to the left, and then it's
No, you guys already have socialism. You just don't have the shitty European Canadian version.
Well, it depends on what you mean by it. As far as
common ownership of means of production, that is, the proceeds of things like natural resources and manufacturing capacity and such being shared in common, I would not say that is the case. Go ahead.
Which you have by proxy through taxation.
Before all this, James, what is your qualms of socialism? Or democratic socialism, I should say, because I don't like socialism.
I'm sorry, I don't like government control. You know.
He equates it with totalitarianism.
So you want, what you're saying is you're in well, what's it called? What are you, Nadia?
Nadia is a communist by her own admission.
Not communist, the second part. The second part.
Anarcho-communist.
Yeah, are you an anarchist? Like, do you just want no government?
Am I an anarchist? No. I'm an uber conservative.
Hang on. The question of no government is kind of a pretty small or minor point in terms of anarchism. It's not government that the arc.
It's a very minor government, correct?
It's
anarchism.
Hadn't finished, which it's a arc stands for ruler, not government, and rulers are quite general nature. Any kind of master slave, boss employee, any kind of sort of hierarchical, often coercive, domineering, it's sort of kind of relationship. That entire social phenomenon of the dominance and hierarchy and such is what's being gone after, not merely government. I mean, government's in there, but it's a pretty small part of it. Go ahead.
Well, anarchy by definition is the absence of government and absolute freedom of the individual regarded as a political idea.
All right.
It's not characteristic of the left position regarding anarchy. Anarchy is no ruler, right? Ni Dieu ni maître, neither God nor master, right? Master of whatever kind is what's on there, right? The master can be, but it can be many more things besides government, right? So, like I said, master slave, boss employee, and a lot of times husband wife, and so on. Go ahead.
And there's no reason that socialism can't coexist with democracy either.
Oh, yeah, of course. It already does. It exists in America. It exists in pretty much every modern country. It exists in every country.
All right, Bernie supporter, before I go, because I do have to go, but before I go, Bernie supporter, I want you to name me one socialist country where the government doesn't control the vast majority of what goes on. Can you do that?
Well, I don't know political science, so I don't know what you mean by vast control of the government. But I'm pretty sure. I'm not exactly sure what you want me to say.
You don't have the answer either. Okay, I was just checking.
Yeah, he wants you to give an example of a country.
No big deal. No, I'm not. No, he's got no. I wasn't slamming you in any way. I was just curious. You know, I mean,
your question is sort of incoherent.
Your question is
JJ. Wait a minute, JJ. He might have actually surprised me and came up with an answer. He did.
Vaughn, why don't you answer? Can you name one government that does not have the vast majority
he ran away.
Oh, he ran away. There we go.
He had to run away.
It can't be done because when you expand the social programs, by necessity, you have to expand the government to continue to run them.
Why did he run away?
I'm not sure.
Well, he said he had to go soon.
Yeah, he said
he had said that.
Take care of his kids and wife or something. He had to go do something.
He's probably got to eat some
Yeah,
spaghetti
he had
or
his lady
something.
friend necking on him, so he had to go do some stuff.
Your name, man. Your profile picture got me confused. I thought you were some sort of trucker talking in Nadia's dream. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
He is.
No, I am a trucker. I'm driving through Wisconsin right now.
Oh shit, I was right.
Where in Wisconsin?
I'm west of Milwaukee.
Yeah, I guessed it.
No name. Is that a live feed? Is that? I mean, are you actually driving right now?
That's his dash. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's cool.
Yeah, I'm heading up to. How am I going? Osceola?
Osseo? No. Osceola?
Yeah, Osceola. Yeah, that's it.
Huh. You're so close, Bob.
Oh yeah, I can stop in for a beer. I'm on 94 right now in West, so.
And I'm just south of 94, but much further west in Minnesota.
Uh,
Just over the border, really.
All right.
Ooh, we're in Minnesota.
Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Fucking Twin Cities.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
used
going.
to live. I used to live south of the Twin Cities, but now I live way north in Canardia.
Where?
Canardia, Canada.
Oh, Canada. Where south of the cities?
It's Austin, Minnesota.
Oh, you lived in Austin, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
What did you call where you live?
Canardia. Yeah.
Where the hell is that?
It's Canada, but I just called it that because why not?
Oh, you meant to say Canada. Okay.
Canada.
I thought you were
Canada.
missing Sarnia or something stupid like that.
Canada. Canardia. Canardia.
Retardia.
Retardia.
Well, now I'm just kind of sad.
Yeah.
Van Helton left. What am I going to do now?
I don't know. Say something that pisses Sicko off, and let's get on with it.
Oh no.
Sicko.
I mean psycho. I mean.
Sicko.
Psycho. How much Neanderthal DNA do you have? Or gene?
Oh my God. Well, it should be less than the average white person because Europeans interbreeded with Neanderthals.
Yep, I suspect Psycho has very little Neanderthal genes, if any. But probably
It's all
some.
good. If you go by the DNA, that would be correct.
But I bet you have
Do you know, though, if you have-
25% white blood.
Yeah, do you have any whitey in you
Any whitey?
that you know of?
Not to my knowledge. Not to
Yeah,
my
it'd be
knowledge.
hard
Would
to
you
know
like
what
some
it is. Do you want some more?
Psycho, you live on any coast?
Yeah, the East Coast. I'm in Jersey.
I'm a big fan of Biggie, so hell yeah.
Alright.
I don't know. I just felt like saying that.
Maybe I'll watch. I might have to watch Straight Outta Compton again tonight. That was a good movie.
I just wanted to know if I could get Psycho to
it was.
amend him. Like, you know who Amendum is in Jersey? I just wanted, you could do a favor for me. I'm going to write you a letter.
Is Straight Outta Compton a good movie? Like, the only thing I've seen in that kind of genre is 8 Mile, so I don't know.
It's a really good movie. It's based on a true story. So 8 Mile kind of was a little bit based towards his life, but not quite. This was based on a true story. You ain't got to be a fan of hip hop to like the movie. So yeah,
Is it like
it's a
I
good
was in the hood?
In the hood?
Huh?
Sorry, say again.
It's spelled weird. It's like Boys in the Hood. I saw it when I was a kid.
Well, no, Straight Outta Compton
Is it like Boys in the Hood?
Is like the biography
not like
of
Boys in the Hood.
NWA.
Yeah,
I don't know who that is.
It's
and
the
of
true
course-
story.
And of
You
course,
don't know
Boys
who
in the Hood.
NWA is?
NWA?
In fact, Boys in the Hood is mentioned. The movie Boys in the Hood is mentioned in Straight Outta Compton.
Is Tupac mentioned
Yeah, 'cause
anywhere
I have
in
seen that movie.
Compton?
Well,
I guess it's kind of like that.
Boys in the Hood was
Great movie.
actually the movie Boys in the Hood was actually named after Eazy-E song, and yeah, the song was in the movie. Yeah, that was
Yeah,
a big part of
and
the movie.
it wasn't it? The song was used in the movie. And
Yeah, it was the first song he did.
Was it co-written by the movie?
Ice Cube wrote it. Ice Cube originally wrote that song. Yeah, and Eazy-E performed it.
Oh, right, but I mean the movie was co-written by Ice Cube, maybe?
Oh, yeah,
Didn't he
Ice
write
Cube.
part of
Yeah,
the
Ice
story?
Cube had a lot to do with the movie. I believe
Yeah.
he did write it. I believe he did write it in the I forgot the guy's name. Gray. He directed it. He actually turned down the Avengers movie. He actually turned down the Avengers movie to do Straight Outta Compton. He had a chance to do the last Avengers movie.
Oh,
Is Straight
yeah.
Outta Compton a documentary? Because I've never
It's
seen
a
it before.
docudrama. It's the story
Yeah.
of NWA. Ice Cube, Dr. Dre, Eazy-E,
Yeah.
Ren, DJ Ren.
Yeah.
Do you have any other
Yep.
rappers in there, or is it only NWA?
Well, Tupac
I
is
mean,
featured as a little cameo. Snoop Dogg is
yeah,
featured.
he
But, I
has
mean,
a little
of somebody
cameo.
playing these other peripheral characters from the whole general story. I loved it. It was great.
I haven't gotten a chance to check it out, but my friends say it's really good.
I mean, without
then-
NWA, you don't have Eminem. Without NWA, so yeah.
Yeah. Without NWA, you don't have a lot of stuff that came after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know his name, but Ice Cube's son plays Ice Cube in the movie.
He did a real good job too.
He did awesome. Like I said, I think I'm going to watch it again tonight. Is that good?
NWA come out. I wore out 2 cassette tapes listening to them guys.
Damn.
Yeah.
Iron Sphere is his son's name, I believe.
Who?
Yeah, I don't know his name.
Man, hip hop has really gone downhill. I mean, I can't mention
Oh,
much
please.
new artists. Like what the hell, man? Honestly, someone name a new school artist that actually has some sort of roots tracing back to like real hip hop.
Tracing back?
Something like
The
you
new
hear
artists are
Drake.
like 20 years old. What do you expect?
Drake,
What?
you listen to his
No, but
music.
he's right. He's actually right.
He's 30 years old.
He's actually right.
There's
Hip
a lot
hop is
of-
not the same. Like they
it's
killed
totally
hip hop. They took all the originality is gone out of hip hop. Everything's copy and paste. Everything
Now all
sounds
we're
the
listening
same.
to, like, I'm listening to Killer Mike and Tech Nine. That's all that's left, man.
Bullshit.
Did I ever tell you guys
Shade.
about the time I got into a Twitter fight with Killer Mike?
What? You got
That's
into a
fucking
fight
hilarious.
with? Whoa.
It was right after Michael Brown got shot, and I was on Twitter. I was like, Michael Brown was a thug. It's a good thing he's dead. And Killer Mike was like, "You're a fucking asshole." I was like,
The
"You're
real
just
Killer
Mike.
Mike.
You're trash."
You are an asshole.
It was really funny. I didn't know he was famous or anything.
There's lots of
You
good
would.
new hip hop.
Or with new artists.
Yeah, lots of good stuff.
With new artists?
Maybe you just don't know where to find it.
Kendrick Lamar's okay. Kendrick Lamar's okay.
Kendrick Lamar's awesome.
Yeah, Kendrick has some good stuff. Some good stuff.
Yeah.
Look up Chance
I know
the Rapper.
I know
Look at
some
some of the
guys
local
that's
stuff here.
underground. Yeah, I'm about to say I know some underground dudes that's okay, but I don't not as far as mainstream. Not a whole lot that's
Google
mainstream. that I
Google
heard.
Rhymestayers or Google Doomtree. They're like 2 local circles.
Oh, okay.
Look up
Yeah,
Chance
see,
the
that's
Rapper.
considered underground. So yeah.
It's not underground though. It's just not played on the radio maybe all over the country, but I wouldn't call it underground.
That would be considered within hip hop circles. That would be considered kind of like underground or whatever. Like people that hasn't really exploded outside the little local area.
Like, I listen to new hip hop, and most of the words you can't even understand. Like, I hear my friends listening to this shit, and they don't even know the lyrics. They're just humming it along. It's all about the beat at this point. Don't got a message.
Again, I gotta say bullshit.
Dude, Drake's new song. You used to call me on myself. Like, what the fuck
I
is
don't
that?
even-
You,
I don't
it's
even
all
know
about hoes, and that's it. That's the only
Yeah,
message at this
Drake,
point.
please. That's all
Yeah, I
they
don't
play on the
listen to
radio is the same garbage. They play the same garbage over and over again on the radio.
Yeah, and I don't listen to that pop radio crap either.
Hip hop is
Yeah.
hip hop at this point.
Yeah, it's like pop hop is what you're talking about, maybe.
Pop hop.
Pop hop?
You just gotta put the pop in
Yeah,
front.
that's a good name for it. That's a good name for it. You can't even tell what's hip. Like when you first hear a song come on now, you don't know if it's they're gonna start singing or rapping. You don't even know because all this sounds the same. All the singers want to be rappers. All the rappers want to be singers, and it's getting kind of sickening to be honest with you. It ain't just hip hop.
I mean, all I gotta say, like hip hop is dead. Iggy Azalea was #1, man. That's insane. How can she be #1? She was on top billboards. That's what I mean. Meaning like #1 top billboards, and she's a quote unquote rapper. I don't know about that. Yeah, I saw a video of her taking Kendrick's lyrics, and she was rapping that as saying it was hers. It's fucking hilarious.
I think the issue is that people don't know where to look for good music because we're just, the internet just has so much of it. It's like if you don't see bands or you're not intermingling with people, you're kind of left with the radio and hip hop or whatever you think you're left with. It's a problem. I think there's a problem. SoundCloud.
Yeah, it is a strong influx of music now. Like it's so easy just to have yourself heard. All you gotta do is just have people hear it. But like the access is there now because of the internet. Like I think that's part of the problem too. It's too much. It's kind of watered down.
Yeah, it's like the big artists keep on getting bigger and nothing new can come up unless a miracle happens.
Oh, well,
I wouldn't look at it quite like that, but I think it's more like pre-internet people used to pass music along hand to hand in person, and then when the internet came on, it slowly started to die out, and so we're left with kind of this leftover thing, and the internet's too vast and it two-dimensionalizes everything. You don't even know where to look now.
Well, there's a lot more available over the internet now. You don't have to rely on the big companies for distribution and production and promotion, right? There's tons. In fact, there's a group called, what the fuck are they called, in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. There's a bunch of guys down there too, actually, and they do national tours. They're not huge, obviously, or you'd probably know who they were.
Staying on topic, who's his favorite hip hop artist then? What's their favorite song in hip hop or pop hop or whatever you want to call it?
Ever?
Yeah, ever. Just your favorite downright artist and the song of theirs. A song of theirs or
I
something.
wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a rabbit in.
I might have to go with some Slick Rick, but I don't know. There's so much.
I was just listening to some Slick Rick today.
Were you? It's worth it. I couldn't pick something.
Really? Yeah.
I couldn't pick a favorite. I like a lot of stuff.
Would go incredibly slightly to Juicy by Notorious B.I.G. Very slightly.
Yeah, I don't know how you pick a song even.
Yeah.
Yeah, a song is hard to do. Hard to do artists too, but song is even harder.
But I could, pick a favorite album by
Alright.
by an artist, but
Alright, do whatever you can.
we'll say like let's see. I still have to think about it.
Just say Ludacris.
Ludacris.
Love Ludacris. Love Ludacris.
Lil Wayne.
Let me be white. Say the Beastie Boys.
Beastie Boys. 1986. Their first album, I believe it was.
Yeah, Licensed to Ill. Well, yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
But their
that
best
was like
album,
86, 85, something like that.
in my opinion, their best album was the second album. I don't think anybody would really argue against that, actually.
Oh, I don't know, Run DMC at the same time as Beastie Boys. I thought King of Rock, pretty solid.
Totally.
Yeah.
These are all pretty ancient, though. I mean, if we bring it up, we reel it up. I don't know, man. I like.
That was the golden era, right there. That's when hip hop was at its purest form back then.
What's your favorite genre?
Yeah, let me promote the local artist, Atmosphere. If you've never heard of them.
Jesus.
Hey, lad, you gotta speak up. You asked what's your favorite what?
Genre of music? Can you hear?
I can hardly hear you. I heard you say, yeah, you sound like you're away from your microphone.
It's right up next to the microphone.
Kind
I
of.
can barely hear you.
He's just saying genre.
Maybe somebody mod can turn them up.
Damn, Daniel.
What the fuck?
Still can't hear him.
Well, he was just saying genre. Genre. What's your favorite genre of music? But since we're only hip-hop, rappy, that's where the discussion is.
Mine's got to be metal. It's got to be thrash metal and death black metal.
Mine's is trance, techno, electro, dance music.
Favorite band, Five Finger Death Punch and Slipknot.
I love Five Finger Death Punch. I think they're good.
You guys are pussies.
I listen to
I would skip those and listen to the Dead Kennedys.
Yes. Police Car. They have a song called it's in Tony Hawk's, the first Tony Hawk's game for the PlayStation. I can't remember what it's called. Dead Kennedy's police car or something.
One thing I never understood about metal was where's the beat. I never quite understood what, like, I like old rock that used to be out, like I guess y'all would consider them hair bands or whatever. That they actually had a beat. When they started getting the metal, I started losing the beat. Like I couldn't really keep up. Maybe it was just me. Maybe my ears is different.
Yeah, that's the whole point of metal. It's the speed. It's to get your blood pumping. It's not to sit there and get a beat so you can dance. It's you got to get that speed so you can run that circle and slam.
Yeah, it's definitely make you want to do something like that. That's the mosh pit stuff, right? Yeah.
Yeah, mosh pit. Yeah.
As I'm getting older, my tastes are starting to excuse me. My tastes are starting to change, and I've become more versatile in the music I listen to. I've never really listened to hip hop, but I really I like listening to The Weeknd lately. I don't know what it is, but I really like him.
I listen to everything. I don't.
I listen to a whole
listen
lot
to
of
everything.
things.
What's that?
This week, I listened to Prince. I listened to Outkast. I listened to.
Outkast.
As far as Maroon 5, I love Maroon 5. But I don't know. I'm into the poppy radio stuff also. But I don't know. It's weird to even favorite genre because it's like I could go to Bach. I could go to I could go historic classical. I could go all through ranges. It's weird.
Can anybody besides saying something like you like the beat or the lyrics? There's got to be a reason that people like a certain type of music to begin with. I mean, can you actually pick it out why you think it is?
With me, being a hip hop fan, lyrics are important. Lyrics are real important, more so than the beat. But the beat is also, I would say it's a 65-35 lyrics with me.
Yeah, but what makes you like hip hop more than classical, or more than jazz, or more than country? I mean, you can say that it is. You can say it's the beat and the lyrics, but there's something that drew you to that type of music first, and then you got to appreciate the beat and the lyrics, right?
Yeah. Well, with me, it was because I remember hip hop when it was just in the parks, and it wasn't even being played on the radio. Yeah, I might be dating myself right now, but yeah, I remember when it was just in the parks and everything. And I remember when the Sugar Hill Gang first came on the radio. First time I heard it on the radio, I was barely tall enough to turn the radio on. But I remember being in awe the first time I actually heard it coming through the speakers. I don't know, it was just something that I guess it was culturally or something, like I don't know, it was something that was a little mesmerizing about it because it was so different from everything else that was going on at the time.
It wasn't even that different. Sugar Hill Gang compared to some of the
at the time when the Sugar Hill Gang came out,
Funky Motown.
But they was actually talking and rhyming over a beat when they was singing. You know,
Right.
like lyrics and everything else. You feel me? Like it was different. You feel me?
There was less melodic. Right. Yeah, I totally get it. But you're about my age, aren't you, Psycho? 40-ish?
Yeah. I got a 4 in front of it. Yes.
Well, no, I'm 45, and I think you're about that, but 42, 43.
I'm a little bit younger. Yeah. Between 40 and 45.
Right. I'll accept that. But see, now when I was in junior high, I remember, and I'm in the Midwest, but I had friends who had family out on the East Coast, and every few weeks they would get cassette tapes sent to them of the so-called new beats, because it was music, you know, I guess you call it underground, but it was stuff that we didn't have here in any form at all. Not radio, not even sold in stores.
Dr. Demento, Weird Al Yankovic.
So we'd sit in the back storage room of band, because we were all in band together, and play these tapes on a little cassette player, right? And listen to the new beats. It was fun.
Mixtapes.
So do you think the reason you like the music is more of nature or nurture?
Look, I guess nurture and nature. I guess a little bit of both. Because I love R&B too. Like he was talking about the Motown era and everything else. I grew up off that also. You know, like I was into hip hop. My parents was into the Motown sound, so I grew up off that and everything else. So I learned to appreciate a lot of different things. And I got, like I said, even the hair bands with the rock stuff and everything. Because when I got to high school, I went to a predominantly white school, and that's what they played. You know, that's where I didn't know anything about AC/DC until I got to high school. I didn't know some of this stuff. I never. What was the other band they told me about? Led Zeppelin and all these other bands. I didn't know about this stuff until I went to high school and actually started being around white kids my age.
Yeah, it's hard to say that for me that musical taste is nature at all, other than, you know, in the most basic sense of appreciating actual rhythm, or appreciating, you know, tonality and not discord.
Yeah.
See, I think it has more to do with the nature type deal. I mean, there's something, because when I was in my mother's womb, she used to listen to country with my dad, right? And I don't like country. I like some old Johnny Cash maybe, but you know, something like that. But I don't like country, especially just new pop country. I don't like pop at all.
Well, again, that speaks to nurture, and that speaks to nurture rather than nature.
No, if it was nurture, then I would like country, because that's what they listen to. But I don't like country.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think music is more or less nurture, because if you grow up in the country, like somewhere in the Midwest, I don't know, you probably be ending up like listening to country and stuff. But if you grew up central city of New York or LA or Detroit or any big city, you'd probably end up listening to something like hip hop.
Yeah, I agree. You're a product of your environment.
Exactly.
I grew up in Detroit, around Detroit. I don't like Motown. I don't like R&B. I like metal, and I like punk, and I like, you know, fast music.
Well, it's a big. Don't Detroit have like a? Don't Detroit have like a metal sound to it too? Like, isn't Kid Rock like from? I don't know if you consider Kid Rock. I don't know what you consider Kid Rock.
Yeah, Kid Rock didn't come around until I was like 23 when he started out. 25 or something like that. I'm 50 right now. Yeah, I'm an old fuck. And, but like I said, I was listening to rap when it came out with NWA, Public Enemy,
Yeah.
Any Soulja Boy?
I listened to a couple Soulja Boy too.
Listen to Soulja Boy. Oh, okay.
I was listening to Run DMC back then. I was listening to L Cool J, and I guess
Run DMC and Public Enemy both. I would say Run DMC and Public Enemy both had like strong rock followings. Like they used to actually tour with some rock bands and everything else. So yeah.
Well, yeah, and Ice-T.
Ice-T is another one. Yeah, Ice-T and Onyx is another one. Onyx used to do a lot of tours with rock bands. So yeah.
Biohazard, yeah, they did a song with Biohazard, yeah.
Yeah. There was that whole album that was mixing rock and rap,
I like Busta Rhymes,
as they called it.
Yeah, Busta Rhymes. I like him. I like the way because he can sing fast. He'd rap fast. That's what I liked about him.
Yeah, I love Busta. I love Busta.
Yeah, he's good too.
I feel like Soulja Boy started this whole entire thing where rap artists or hip hop artists, I don't know, when they invent their own moves or something, like the whip or something. Oh god, because he started his. I forgot what it's called, but his was it Soulja Boy who made that?
Yeah. Oh, Superman. Woo! I forget how it goes. I used to do that with my daughters. I used to say that.
Yeah, I think Soulja Boy started that scene.
Yeah, that was like 2000. That was almost 10 years ago when that song came out. Ooh, that was a while ago.
Crank that? Yeah.
Yeah, that was like 2007, 2008. I think 2007.
Jesus, I'm watching the video and holy crap, his shirt is big.
No, I was thinking, I think of the type of music people like. I think some of it has to do with nurture. I think the majority has to do with nature. It's like some people believe in religion. It's they know better. They still have that belief. It's just something about God that makes them feel good.
I think religion is more nurture than nature.
Religion isn't nature at all, because when you're born, you got nothing. You don't know what religion is. It's completely nurture.
Well, no, that's not, I mean, you can say it's nurture. The only part of it of being nurture is.
Oh shit!
Is that Bob?
What is that?
Your
name,
that
your
you?
mic is acting up.
Is your noise going?
That was JJ, yeah. No, but I mean, it's because I think it's sort of like a nature thing. I mean, for me, that's what I believe it. Because all across the world, people believe in a God. The nurture part comes into what God you want to believe in, right? And for some people, it's like pattern recognition. We needed that pattern recognition so we could, tell if there's a lion in the jungle or something, And like how babies know when they come out and suckle, a woman's breast when they put the mouth up there, the baby knows there's food, Like, cows do the same thing, right? Any animal that comes out, they know right to go to suck on the milk, animals nipple. I think, just like music, is you get kind of this trait somehow that kind of leads you towards one type of music but others. I mean,
Yeah.
nurture will have something to do with it, but I think it has more to do with nature.
Yeah, I could agree with music. Yeah, I like I said, it's a little bit of both, but I probably do agree that it's more nature than nurture when it comes to music. I would agree with that.
Yeah, see, I think it's the other way
Because
around.
most,
Because like I said, I'm total into black and death metal. There's nobody else in my family, and none of my friends grew up listening to death metal or black metal. Okay? I was like the one who started listening to it and brought it to them. When I got what the hell is satellite radio, I started hearing these other channels. I mean, I listened to rock, but like you said, it was all AC/DC and Black Sabbath,
Yeah. And think about it. How many times do you hear parents tell their kids, "That's not real music. That's not real music." They don't. And sometimes I feel like I'm the grumpy old man now. I'll be telling my daughter the same thing. That's not real music. So yeah, nature definitely has more to do with it than nurture.
Imagine how cool it would be to have Snoop Dogg as your grandpa.
Yeah, that'd probably be cool.
Walk into his room and all you just see is weed smoke everywhere. Just it's like a cloud of smoke just floats out.
I got my first contact was when I was 11. My sister had a party, and my parents were around one time, and they had the house. She had the house full of, she bass, and she had all her friends over, and you walk in the house, and it was like a big cloud of smoke.
Hey, your name. You're if you're comfortable answering this, you a Bernie supporter? I'm not gonna argue. I just want to know because I know Wisconsin's a Bernie state.
I'm from Detroit, so but if I was going to vote, I'd vote for Bernie. But I've never voted for president in my life.
Really? Damn.
The only time I've only voted in a local one time, and that's because the guy I was working for paid me $20 and gave me the day off to go vote for a friend of his for city council.
I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Yo, that's a pretty nice form of lobbying there. I guess that could be considered lobbying.
I don't vote for presidents anymore either myself. I do vote local though. I do vote local, and I vote for my state senators and governors and everything. But I don't get caught up in the circus that's known as a presidential election.
I mean,
try to stay as
if
far
Bernie
away from that as
becomes
possible.
one of the winners of the primaries, winner of the Democratic primary, I think it's definitely worth voting for him. I mean, he's nothing. He's the opposite of the usual.
See, I never took enough time. I was always busy doing other things. Politics really, it was like kryptonite to me. I hated this, I hated talking about politics. I hated listening to politics. So I never paid enough attention to politics. I couldn't really make an informed decision on anybody. It's like hear a couple little things here, a couple little things there about who you should vote for, but I never paid attention, so I never voted.
I can't blame you, man. Politics is a really it's a bowl of salad that smells. It's a bowl of salad and everything's made out of shit. It's just which shit is better than the other shit. I gotta pick it out.
Well, Elia, the U.S. we had delegates, and it doesn't really matter if you vote as
Oh,
a
in
voter.
Canada you got delegates too. Just it's a way more balanced system. I think it's per 1,000 citizens or something. There's a delegate, and it's how much delegates someone gets, right? But in cities, like you see, if you zoom in on a city, it has at least like, I don't know, 2,000 little points or like districts. You zoom out in like the northern territories where there's no one living, there's ginormous ass districts.
Well, I don't
in
know.
Canada, something that happened in like the 2000s with Al Gore and George Bush could never happen.
Well, I'm just saying, in the U.S., the delegates aren't bound to the per capita populace vote, right? There's no requirement
Yeah.
to represent.
Honestly, what's so hard about doing a population count? Honestly, this person got more ballots. Period. The chance of it being a tie is crazy.
it's a controlling system. It keeps the people in place. The controllers in place. We're still argued as a republic, even though we want to function as a democracy where we get the full vote. It doesn't really work like that. I mean, not until there's reform. Hopefully, there's future reform.
So recently, I want to be devil's advocate here. Recently, I was arguing with my old friend who's a libertarian, and he said, like, why should I give my money to these people? Like, this is my hard-earned money. Why should I give it to these people in taxes? That's what, like, for healthcare and stuff, for education. Let's say what Bernie's saying, free college and a globalized or universal healthcare system. Why should my hard-earned money go to them?
Same reason it goes to education already. Same reason it goes to roads or firemen or any public thing. That's why you do it.
Yeah, exactly. There's not much argument there.
The reason I say you should want to pay the taxes for healthcare and education. The more people are educated, the more money that's going to be in there, and the more people are going to do less crime. So the less crime there is, the less chance you have of losing your stuff, and the prices of things come down because they don't have to recoup it from, raising prices on other things. Same as healthcare. If people had healthcare where they could take better care of themselves and see the doctor more often and do the preemptive, then you wouldn't have these outrageous hospital bills when they get really sick and they have to go in, and after when they could have fixed it ahead of time for a little bit of money, now it's going to cost 5 times as much to fix the problem,
Yeah,
How the doctor's going to make money
this usually, but capitalism slowly eats a country. As we can see, when people are paying more and more for less and less in healthcare and insurance. Americans spend more money on insurance and healthcare than Canadians, yet they get less coverage for, almost everything, basically everything. It's insane. So people are paying more and more, therefore their disposable income is getting smaller and smaller. They can't spend their money on phones, tables, cars, you name it. And yeah, big money gets bigger, little businesses get smaller because your money's just going to these big, fucking corporations all the time. You don't got disposable income, to go spend in the local shop or a corner store. All these small businesses die out, and I think that's what's happening to America right now. Corporations, capitalism, slowly eating the country. And yeah, honestly, we need someone like Bernie really soon, or else shit gonna go down. We're gonna be Greece 2.0.
Well, give the people what they want.
That's weird because people like Bernie more than Hillary, but she's winning. It's kind of insane.
It is weird how that works out.
Yeah.
Because you got that large contingency. You got that large contingency that doesn't even be on the internet. That's out here actually voting. Like, if you go by internet polls, Bernie will probably win, but unfortunately, the voting system doesn't go by the internet. You got a bunch of old people out here that don't even bother with the internet. That's gonna pretty much just vote for the person they know. And plus, Bernie got a bad rep because a lot of people are pinning him down as being a communist. So, they're voting against Bernie, so to speak.
Yeah, they're stuck in that old mindset that communists are bad, right? And that's why they're trying to label Bernie a commie. So
I can't see how people could label Bernie as a commie. I mean, my ancestry comes from Russia, and my parents are from the Soviet Union, and I can tell you, Bernie Sanders and the USSR, their two governmental policies got absolutely nothing in common.
Totally different.
Exactly.
One little like, the only time I get listen to anything about politics
You're sounding like RoboCop.
It's the only time I listen to politics is when people are talking here on the internet and hangouts and that when I'm driving. Otherwise, I don't. On the weekends, I'm doing other things and that. But the one thing that I've been picking up and listening, to me, it sounds like Trump is just running. So Hillary has nobody else to run against. I think Trump, Hillary, and Bill come up with a scam to get Trump to run, and then at the last minute, Trump's going to fall out or get kicked out or something. So there's just Hillary left to vote for, and Bernie, right? So Hillary doesn't have any real competition against.
No, like people actually, Hillary and Trump are tied right now in who likes who. And honestly, Trump is a wild card. Hillary could say like, oh, well, you are corrupt, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, oh, so yeah, once I gave you money and you did exactly what I did. You know, he never answers questions directly. You see that if you ever watch a GOP debate. It's just like a flip-flopping. It's who's the most flippy of the floppiest, you know? And it's going to be hilarious if Bernie doesn't win this, which honestly is a really small chance of him winning the primaries. But when and if they have their debates, presidential debates, it's going to be hilarious how Trump and Hillary are going to go at each other. I can't imagine what will happen. But yeah, Trump is a wild card. He can legit probably just kill Hillary in one debate. I mean, that's what he's doing already. 0 debates. He's growing on her quick.
Yeah, and if that continues and the polls keep showing that Bernie Sanders still beats Trump in a general election, that's when you might see, provided it's before the convention, these superdelegates hop over to Bernie Sanders.
It's kind of insane. I mean, Bernie's already showing, from the beginning, he was like, I can beat Trump, I can beat every Republican nominee. He's shown that, blah, 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 every poll, or close to every poll, basically every mainstream poll, saying the same thing, blah, blah, blah. Bernie outdoes these candidates way more than Hillary. He's a way more stable candidate. He doesn't take no lobbying money. People like him more than Hillary, yet she's winning. Which, it's flabbergasting. Man, it's crazy.
Yeah, I'll mention this one poll I saw too. I should look it up again. That there was a poll that showed Bernie Sanders beating both Clinton and Trump if he ran as an independent.
Oh my God. So like Trump and Hillary combined.
Well, it showed Bernie Sanders winning as an independent, I believe, with 56%.
Damn.
Beating both Clinton and Trump.
It's honestly insane. Like, it just shows how screwed up the system is when when the populace likes this candidate more, but is voting for the other candidate, and when this candidate beats the other candidate, like the Republican candidate, for example, more than the other one does, but the other one is still winning. It's just, I mean, I live in Canada and I look at this and I'm surprised. I'm not even surprised. It's just insane. It is absolutely insane. It's like a quiet source of it's a quiet form of corruption.
Yeah, it is
Well,
hard to explain.
I really do need to lose 60 or 80 pounds or whatever.
What?
I said, Psycho, you'll see that I really do need to lose 60 or 80 pounds.
Ooh, Psycho and
And
Nadia.
I'm taller than you expect.
I'm not about tall you said you was. I forgot what
5'11".
Yeah, I'm about to say it was almost 6 foot or something, yeah.
Oh yeah, I got banned from Brett King's Hangout. If anyone saw that, he told me never to come back.
Why
He'll
would
say
you do?
Oh yeah,
What'd
I
you do
was.
to Brett King?
I didn't do. Oh my god. So he was talking. He's like, I'm a non-believer now, whatever his shtick is now. So when he left, the hangout was quiet, and I tried to light it up. I'm like, Brett should expect some of this criticism, and I said it in the most respectful way possible. I'm like, Brett should expect some of this criticism. This is the third time he's changing his faith, and he's had a lot of beef with. TJ was a large following, and him himself doesn't have a small following, and there's many people with many opinions, and I think it's fair to expect some sort of criticism. And after that, he kicks me out and says never to come back. And people in the comments were saying, like, I'm a big fan of Brett's, but, like, this is not me saying it, but this is them. Quote, I'm a big fan of Brett's, but I think that was a little too harsh. End quote. And, I mean, Brett might be a non-believer now, but he's still the same Brett.
No, the whole thing is Brett's still butthurt about TJ doing better than Brett because
yeah, that's obvious.
Because TJ actually said that the reason he got into it and doing YouTube is because of Brett. So TJ looked up to Brett and kind of Brett kind of helped him get his start, right? And now TJ is this great big deal, and Brett's some little pissant bullshit bastard who and so TJ's got this. I mean, Brett's got this butthurt thing and jealousy, and he can't stand it.
Well, maybe if Brett didn't get 13 channels knocked down, then maybe he'd be a bit bigger than bigger than I don't know how much subs he got. It doesn't show. Probably around like I don't know, 13K max. TJ got close to 1 million.
Well, Brett was so butthurt, and in my opinion anyway, he was so butthurt that the atheist community turned their back on him. So he tried this bullshit about trying to be a Christian, and a God believer, because God believers will just keep, they'll just keep forgiving you and taking you back, right? You could shit out, you could shit their cereal every morning, every week of every month, and then they're still going to take you back and say, "We love you, Brett," And so he knows that, so that's why he hangs out with the God believers, because they'll always take him back no matter what.
Since I'm not in Brett's hangout and I'm not gonna get kicked, and by some weird fucking chance, one of Brett's fuckboys, or maybe Brett himself is listening, it's weird that one time, the first time I was ever in Brett's hangout, he's like, it's when TJ donated or whatever, gave money to Brett, Patreon, showing his teeth, blah 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 blah. I think it was the hangout was titled "Drunken Peasants Fans Admit TJ is Bad" or something, and in the hangout he stated that I'm gonna let everyone share their opinions, and then I say that, TJ gave you the money. It's an escrow, and it's not his anymore. It's in a balance account, escrow, and so in a month you will get the money, Brett. And he's like, "Do you even know what escrow is? You're like only 14," and he kicks me out of the room. And it's obvious that Brett is just. He's fake, man. He says, "I want this," but he does something else, man. I want to hear everyone's opinion. Kick. I don't like what you're saying. Kick. You got to be careful what you say in Brett's room. Unless you're sucking his dick whole cloth, you're not getting anywhere.
Yeah. And the thing is, I seen a couple of Brett's videos. If he actually was a God believer and he quit, because pretty much all his videos don't have anything to do with God. It has to do with bashing atheists.
Oh, yes. Yes.
If he actually took the effort and put it towards preaching about God and that, I think he would have made a great Christian. He'd be making big money because he does decent video editing and decent videos, But he's so goddamn jealous and butthurt of the atheists that he can't get over it and move on,
Yeah, honestly, Brett, he has some sort of natural charisma to him. He has a one of those announcer voices. He has natural charisma to him, and I think the guy could absolutely do good, especially that he's now an atheist. I don't know. Maybe something will change. Not saying that atheists are naturally better, but I think his Christianity was definitely withholding some sort of a common sense from him. Maybe right now Brett will go good, and I honestly, Brett, I think you can become big on YouTube. Well, not big, but bigger than what you are right now. Because I saw his old videos when he was an atheist back in like the beginnings of the YouTubes. The guy honestly could have become like TJ now if he didn't pull all this shit.
Yeah. Yeah, if he wouldn't have lied, did the plagiarism, did the false flagging, and became a dick, he could have been big. But
It's funny when when he goes on other ground other than his, like on the Drunken Peasants, how how defenseless he is when he's in his own hangout. He has all his lackeys, bodyguarding him, and what he does, his whole hangout, just sits in the back, just, hey, I need to go watch my kids, and then his lackeys take over and do all that shit for him, and so. And if you say something bad, he's like, okay, I was just coming back. I'm kicking you. But when he's on a stage like the Drunken Peasants, he has nowhere to run other than his French vanilla situation or something. Like I saw Paul bashing Brett, and it's hilarious and it's sort of sad at the same time how much of a liar this guy is.
yeah. Yeah, he's bipolar, because he'll say one thing, he'll say A is the best letter, then he says B is the best letter, and then he goes back, no, A is the best letter. He can't make up his mind.
Nadia, you might have different opinions. I heard him mention you on the Drunken Peasants. What do you think about Brett? I know you've been on his hangout, so you probably don't want to talk shit about him, but like, what's your honest or close to honest opinion?
I think people that, I don't know, get worked up about it or whatever it is, have more of, they're more following the videos than they are things within the Hangouts. I almost don't even notice the videos happening, and I don't know. As far as things in the Hangouts, I don't notice too much trouble. So, what did I tell you there? As far as bad videos, whatever it is he's made about me, he's generally, after whatever kind of reconsideration, taking them down. And
he's already made bad videos about you?
A couple times, but he's taken them down. He's reconsidered and taken them down. Usually not very long after they've gone up. A lot of times they've gone up by the time they've been taken down. So go ahead.
It probably went by the name something like Nadia Chambers is an atheist who has absolutely no morality, or something like that.
No, he said worse shit than that. He'll say really bad shit, and then he takes it down, and then he's best friends with Nadia, and then something pisses him off because Nadia wasn't protecting him in Nadia's hangout, and then he'll go on the line and make this video about Nadia saying all kinds of nasty ass shit, and then a week later he's all nicey again. He's done it 3 times. Total flip flop. Like the nasty shit you could think to say he says, and then he turns around and is like, "Oh, I love you," It's.
How much time? Brett probably was like, Nadia. He thinks she's a woman, or did he go after your sexuality? I'm guessing he did.
Oh yeah, he did one of those, and then went after about the Patreon, and stuff went after like that, and that was like the last one, I think. The one before that wasn't as bad as that one, but
it's probably been a month now. Brett probably got the money from TJ at this point. He's probably gonna take down all the videos of him. Amazing atheist is a scammer when he gets the money.
No, because Brett told him to put it in the Patreon, so TJ put it in the Patreon. Well, Patreon takes a percentage of what goes in there for their fees, so Brett didn't get the full 1,000. But what Brett's terms was, hey, put $1,000 in my Patreon, and that's what TJ did.
He claims TJ's trying to nickel and dime him. Well, does Brett need another $1,000 for his Amazon wish list?
It was $1,500, I think it was, or $2,300.
$2,000 he took when he's like, I'm getting evicted, but it was actually his Amazon wish list.
Yeah. Oh well, enough about that piece of shit.
Yeah. After this, I can guarantee you one of his fanboys must be watching this. He's gonna go on there. I'm now never probably gonna be on Brett's Hangout. Not like that's much of a worry.
Yeah, I've never gone to one of Brett's Hangouts. I mean,
It's a source of entertainment. I go on many sock accounts. One time I pretended I was a redneck. One time I pretended I was Russian. It's hilarious. One time, the funniest part. One time, I screamed into his like I trolled him. I screamed into my mic, and then before he could kick me, I left. I changed my profile picture. I came back in, and he didn't notice it.
Very tricky.
know,
I've
man.
joined his hangout twice. First time I was kicked for not having a favorite argument, and the second time I was kicked before even broadcast.
The best part, my favorite kick of his, was when we were talking about atheist morality, and I kept on bringing up facts, and it was like blah blah blah. We kept on having a back and forth, and when I brought up facts about how the Crusades statistically killed more per capita than Stalin did, and not like it matters, and he's like, I don't want to be talking about this the whole time, so kick. It's funny because he's the motherfucker who brought the topic up. Oh man, Brett.
Yeah, it's good as long as you don't disagree with them or prove them wrong. You'll talk for hours, but as soon as you prove them wrong or disagree with them, out the door you go.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. Like most of the time when I was in Brett's Hangout and I was trolling, I gotta make sure not to do something bad. Because one time I was pretending that I was Russian. I am Russian, but I put on a very strong accent, and he kicked me for like I don't know exactly. So don't count me on this. But it's like something learn English or something like that, or you're digressing too much. Man, it's awesome.
Nice.
I never had a problem with Brett. I mean, like as far as like never got into any altercations with him or anything like that.
Well, that's why.
Haven't had a lot of interactions with him either. So, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll get banned from his hangouts eventually if you go in there enough times.
Well, the thing is, I don't really, I don't know, my attitude isn't really to fly off the handle that often. Yeah. If it's really comes down to some kind of, compelling reason not to be around them, well, I know what block lists are for, and if I have some kind of objection, I can generally voice it. Well, okay. The world might not understand it apart from a very select few, but even so, I can just tell them that I object.
Yeah, recently, crazy shit. I think it might be close to history, if not history. Bernie Sanders attracted 30,000 people in California as a rally. Not one word, not one fucking word from the media. Not even local media, not one word. Yet they show Hillary, and there's like what 200 people at her little fucking rally, and then 30,000. Fuck that shit. Bernie's dead. Quit the race, Bernie, man. 30,000 people, man. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, they call it media blackouts.
Nadia, I know you probably disagree with Bernie on a lot of things, but you gotta respect the guy for how honest he is.
Well, he's closer to my position than the other major ones.
Yeah, I was about to.
Yeah,
I was about to say I think Nadia supports Bernie more than everybody else.
Yeah, he's not for me on topic everything, but he's the closest we'll probably ever get.
I'm probably more thinking of it, people like Ella Riva or Allison Kennedy or Monica Moorhead. But
it's like the Communist Party leaders or something.
Yes. Well, Workers' World Party, Socialist Workers' Party, and I think Gloria Lariva is some kind of independent socialist. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I probably flirted with that. I flirted with the idea of socialism in my life. I've in my social group endorsed Marx a couple of times, but I learned from that. I mean, my parents kind of, I don't know. I mean, I'm Russian, so that's probably why. But they've told me all this shit. Like from what they've said, from the biggest and probably most powerful country, so in absolute communism, Marxism has ever had was the Soviet Union. And from what I've heard from my parents, it didn't sound like too nice of a country.
Oh well, that's the trick, right? What I guess people who advocate for it have in mind is generally not like the Soviet.
And actually, communism is still very prominent in Russia.
Yeah.
Makes up about 30% of the seat, or 20, something big, something very big.
Yeah, large minority. Yeah, parliament. The Duma.
The Duma.
Yeah. But like I said, the Soviet Union had is not what most of people who advocate for communism actually advocate.
It's kind of hard to believe. I mean, as I said, most powerful, most prominent country that's ever existed that was a communist, socialist, whatever the fuck you want to name it, state. I mean, the USSR, United Socialist, Soviet Socialist Republic, something like that.
Union of Soviet Socialist Republics.
Yeah, Union. Yeah, Union. Fuck.
Please. Yeah. So, what people are closer to endorsing, but they're at least trying to say when they advocate for communism is, well, something that actually, I don't know, if they advocate the Soviet system, the Soviet-based system, they would actually argue for something that would be prior to, I think, Stalin's disempowerment of the Congress of Soviets, and well, quite a bit more details, among which are things centering on democracies in the workplaces.
What is the closest country that you would see? Like I know probably what you're envisioning as anarcho-communism. It's probably never even been seen in the world, though I don't know about that. But what is the closest country that's communist or not communist that exists in the world today that you would like to like the closest thing to your ideas? Would it be like North Korea, Nepal, Vietnam, Laos, Cuba, China?
The closest is not very close. So
I understand that.
Genuinely informative to endorse one.
Alright, I see. But how about in history? Maybe states? Like I know there was something in the Soviet Union. There were, well, not Soviet Union, but Soviet Revolution. There were many communist socialist movements, but
Nestor Makhno's
the what?
Nestor Makhno's Black Army, and of course Spain's anarchist territory, or whatever it is, 1936. So.
Yeah, Black Army. That's in Ukraine, right?
Yeah.
I'm not very familiar with that, but I think my parents are, so I could ask them. Oh Jesus, that's a fucking horrific profile picture.
What is?
The person that just joined. Oh shit, no, that was
Bob.
Yeah, that was your names. Whoa, that's creepy.
What is that?
What is
Reminds
what?
me of Pan's, the thing from Pan's Labyrinth, but it's not, I guess.
A cross between that and Pinhead.
It looks like an alien with like Alien from Alien, and I don't know, something out of fucking Anarchist Cookbook or something. Jesus.
Looks like the creature from the Black Lagoon or some kind of 1950s horror movie or something.
Yeah, it looks kind of old.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, my profile picture is older than that, but Bernie's pretty old. That's a valid argument that a lot of people make. There's not many valid arguments. I mean, I don't know what you consider valid, but there's not very substantive arguments against Bernie, except that he's old, and that's a fact. I mean, he seems pretty healthy. If he gets into office, I don't know. He probably won't die, though.
My argument might be that progressivism is counter-revolutionary.
Well, progressivism might be counter-revolutionary in places that we would already consider progressive, but in America, it's definitely a revolution. In some
There's
places,
no revolution to counter at this point, though.
yeah. I mean, it matters what like progressivism in Denmark is just normal government. Progressivism in America is like revolution and shit. Progressivism in Cuba would be incredible revolutionism. Or sorry, China would be incredible revolution.
Progressivism, at this point, progressivism is a precursor to the revolution.
Yeah, exactly. In America, at least, right? There's no revolution happening in Denmark, right?
Oh, I would suggest, though, that the fundamental principles are something that can only really be have discrete transitions between them, as opposed to something that can be sort of continuously, reshaped and quote-unquote reformed. Go ahead.
Are you telling me progressivism is not well defined?
No, that's not the contention. That's not the contention. It's just that with the underlying a difference in the underlying fundamental principle would it's something that only really has discrete choices. Right. There would, for instance, be if not propositional, then almost like math formula constructs, and the result from that is that as you alter them, right, a different letter, say a y instead of an x, or a minus instead of plus, those are all discrete variations in the principle. So, of course, the differences are perhaps more pronounced than that, but even if they weren't, it would still be discrete kind of choice. Go ahead.
Alright. I don't want to pull a G-man on you or anything, but I need to know what definition of progressivism you're using. There's two. The first one is the, classic progressivism, which is basically like going against the current form of government or whatever and progressing to something new. That's where progressivism comes from. I think it was first used in like the French Revolution or something. Revolution. And now there's new type of progressivism, which is usually liberal idea. I could see how you could say it's counter-revolutionary if it's a liberal idea or something like that, something that's already like a powerful ideology. But progressivism by classical nature, I think, is by core revolutionary.
Well, that would generally be regarded as reform as opposed to revolution. Be something like continuous change, variation, and incremental modification, as opposed to a change of fundamental principle, right? That is necessarily discrete, right?
I mean, there's like, we're kind of playing word games here, because there's a party in Canada called the Reformist Party, and it's a right-wing populist and conservatism party. which is the exact which probably to their nature would suppress any revolution. To them, you know, conservatism usually does not like I don't know how to put this, but new ideas. At least that's what we see in North America. I don't know what you're trying to say here, like we're not using the right words, or like reformism. Could you explain a little more? I'm kind of lost.
Well, I think the usual kind of counter argument is that reality is discrete, so there are no such things as you know, sort of continuous variation or, you know, truly incremental modification that each well, each modification or each bit of progress of any kind is a revolution, even if in miniature. Go ahead.
Alright, alright. I'm sorry to cut this short, but I feel like we're just going in circles here. There's new people joining, and is it okay if we start a new topic?
Sure.
Okay, I'm looking in the comments. I see Iron Nation, Skyo Atheist, or Skyo. See, I'm just gonna call Psycho Atheist, saying that Iron is neo-Nazi. Is that by any means true?
I'm not technically a neo-Nazi.
Okay, okay. Well, my point. Tell me your ideas. Well, what could be conceived neo-Nazi that you believe in?
Almost everything except for sticking Jewish people in ovens, I guess.
Okay. What is your general idea? What political system do you endorse and why?
I support organic state fascism because I believe it's the best system adapted to people's primary biological needs.
Fascism. So you just said fascism, right?
Correct.
Un buen perro no come en la mesa.
What?
She's speaking them damn foreign languages again.
Oh damn. Okay, well, fascism is national syndicalism, which is an adaptation of syndicalism used to suit the social agenda of integral nationalism. Which syndicalism, it's a very nationalistic view, and it's usually focused on one nationality, obviously. We explain, like, if you are truly what you say you are. If you live in what country, sir?
I live in Canada.
Okay, then I'm guessing, but you would agree that your ancestry should, you know, be, well, I don't know how you can be a nationalist in Canada. Could you explain?
Canada has a long history of nationalism and white supremacy.
So you support that?
I support white nationalism. I think Canada's big enough to divide into various different provinces, but overall, yes.
Are you like a Bloc Québécois or something?
No, I live in Western Canada.
Oh, okay. So what you're saying is something like Alberta should become its own province because of its white heritage, nationality, something like that?
Right, I could see like in Alberta being the Anglo equivalent of Quebec.
So what you're saying here is
una persona mejor.
Okay. So, what you're saying here is you want a Southern type revolution in Canada. Southern United States Civil War type revolution.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we wouldn't have to have a civil war, but yeah, I guess that's a fair way to characterize it.
Are you feeling that because something like Alberta? Oh, I'm guessing you live in Alberta.
Well, I live in BC, but pretty close to Alberta.
All right. You're saying that BC would be better on its own than because of different other nationalities.
No, I would end up moving to Alberta or Central Canada because this place is mostly drowned in brown people and Asians.
Okay, that's a bag of worms I don't want to open, but you feel that Alberta would be better on its own if it would be better on its own. Could you elaborate on that?
I don't think it would have to go fully on its own. Like, I don't think it has to succeed, but I think it could get new protections the same way that none of it in Quebec has.
Protections like
Protections for like cultural expression, the ability to restrict immigration, things like that.
so you feel that Edmonton or sorry, not Edmonton, Alberta has some sort of white nationalism to it.
Yeah, I think that's abundant there.
Isn't that kind of so? There's so much white people there that it should just go full. It should just go all white. You know, fuck the Aboriginals, fuck all the blacks, fuck all the Asians there. It just needs to become white.
Yeah, I think there would be a population transfer, so people interested would move from other parts of the country, and then they would just swap.
It was supposed to be a rhetorical question, but Jesus, holy fucking Christ, Psycho, you were correct. Okay. Thank you for sharing your opinion, Ivan.
You are welcome.
I live in Manitoba, so that's kind of insane. We have the largest Aboriginal population in North America.
Not for long.
Not for long? Okay.
Just
what the fuck? Telling me their population decreasing?
Oh, I don't know. I
Well,
don't really
wait a
follow
minute.
Aboriginal
Who's
issues.
population? Who it?
What?
What?
I was saying who population is decreasing.
I don't know, something Iron said, I'm like, 13% of Manitoba is Aboriginal, and Iron's like, not for long. What are you advocating there? Mass fucking execution?
It was a joke.
Oh, phew.
No, he's a joke. He says he's joking, but he's not joking.
He says he's joking, but he's not joking.
I mean, because the guy, he believes that, you know, people in prison that are serving life sentences should just be killed off. We shouldn't have to support them. We shouldn't have to give them another chance. You know?
Some of them, yeah.
They should just be dead. So.
Rapists and murderers, I don't see why we should not just hang them like we used to.
I used to have this opinion. I used to have this opinion, so I could talk on this. The thing is that living your life in a jail cell for like the harshest of crimes, you shouldn't be executed. For the worst of the worst, you shouldn't be executed. You should be kept in a jail, so for the rest of your life, because that's the ultimate punishment.
Have you seen Canadian jails? They're so fucking cushy.
There's yeah. Fuck, okay, yeah. I've been up to Stony Mountain here, dude. It's not cushy. I mean, it's cushy by the fact that most people are in there for selling weed, but it's not cushy. It's like every other jail. It's not pleasant. And if you're serving a life sentence...
People in our jails that live better than people in fucking other parts of the world that have full-time jobs.
What?
If you go out right now and you brutally rape and murder people, and you go to jail for the rest of your life, you're going to be living in better conditions than slave workers in China, people in third world, people in Africa. So it's fucking cushy.
Well,
so what you're saying is we gotta enslave these people.
No, I think they should hang.
But isn't that it isn't? They're not receiving the ultimate punishment at that point.
Listen what I'm saying. They're receiving the ultimate punishment. If they actually did what they did, they deserve what they get. They deserve death.
A lot of
Yes,
people, when
they
they commit big crimes, they expect, oh, I'll just receive the death penalty, or I'll get shot by the cops, or I'll kill myself. They're not expecting, you know, living a life in a 5x5 concrete cell with a concrete bed is way worse than not existing.
I don't know if the ultimate punishment is more along his line. I think, Iron, you said it before. It's about the money, right? You don't think you should have to pay for someone else to live like that?
Hey, I could.
Oh yeah, for taxes.
Like I would understand the how much money it costs, but I think that incarceration will always cost money, and I mean I don't think Canada has come to a point where it can't afford to keep people in jail who deserve it.
Well, I mean, we can hang them, we could put that money towards schools, we could put it towards housing, we can put it towards anything.
Oh yes, that's a better idea to put these pieces of monkey crap in jails and prisons. Hey, let's execute them. Fuck it.
Kill.
They're
Yeah.
not wasting up.
But
They're
many
wasting
of
our
them will
money.
not receive what they wanted to. Oh, I'm gonna go rape a bunch of people and then they're gonna kill me. Oh, fuck yeah. And now they're like, oh, finally, I'm dead.
Can't win them all, unfortunately.
Well, you can, actually. You just keep the current system.
El camino solo.
In
But
any
yeah.
case, apparently
Nadia, I gotta mute you.
60% of Americans support capital punishment, and the history of capital punishment is that it was basically swept away by a handful of liberal elites. There was no referendum. There's nothing to that effect. So if the democratic interest is served, we could just have a referendum on it.
Alright, I mean, I'm not saying I don't support capital punishment. I'm saying I think capital punishment should be used in very, very, very rare cases. But yeah.
No, I think you should use capital punishment at all.
Yeah. I mean, it's to the point where we shouldn't use it. Like, there's a middle ground to the point where people can be rehabilitated, and then there's like a tiny little spot where they can be capital punished, and then there's a spot where you just stay in jail for the rest of your life.
Well, I don't think there should be any death penalty. If anything, if there's going to be a death penalty, it's voluntary if they want to do it or not. Nobody should be sentenced to death.
Yeah, Anders Breivik is going to get out in, what, 15 years? That'll be great.
The whole thing about the jail is make it a working jail. Okay, if they have to work for everything they have to pay off the room and board. They have to pay off the people that they've robbed, whatever. And the extra money they have goes to the families of their crime. Okay, that's a much better thing than actually contributing back and giving more than what they've taken. Right? Because if you just kill them off, then nobody gets the restitution. All it is just bullshit, right? Nobody makes out on that. Nobody gets anything covered from that.
Yeah. Once again, I used to be an advocate of like what Iron is right now. I believe capital punishment should be like for the harshest of things should be used. I think still if you go up like in Winnipeg recently, not recently but a year ago, I don't know if that's recent, it is for me, they stabbed up, this guy on the bus stabbed up another guy and ate him on the bus, so literally mutilated, well, not mutilated, but manslaughter and cannibalism and a bunch of other shit, and he got rehabilitated. That's taxpayer money going into a cannibal and a manslaughter, and I'm like, that's kind of fucked up. I mean, that's downright fucked up. A person who did nothing wrong doesn't receive that money, and I know it's not going directly to him, but it's going to the people who are helping him. Why the fuck are we helping this person? I believe that person should have been put down. Like, it's kind of terrible. I think that's the unique situations that capital punishment can be used efficiently.
Well, at least we agree on something.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get a drink. Y'all can start some controversial topics. Iron, you should say something that pisses people off.
Please don't give him no suggestions.
I can kind of sympathize with the fact that if I was in Hitler's position, I would be between a rock and a hard place.
Oh wow, that's
If you was in his
impressive.
position, you would be in a rock and a hard place. Explain.
Yeah, so like I consider myself to be fairly moderate in my political views, but if tomorrow, for example, I had 10 million subscribers and the whole country was looking to me for direction, and they were saying, your original plan of moving to a location is not going to work. We want you to kick out all these other people instead. I would find myself in a very compromised position. It would be a very difficult thing to manage, I think.
Okay, what'd he say, Psycho?
So you pretty much are blaming the German population for what happened to the Jews and not Hitler. you're pretty much
I'm
shifting.
just saying that his rise to power was like fairly quick, and I think it was a bit quicker than he probably anticipated even.
I doubt that. He failed his first run, and he actually got put in jail. He only got famous because I think it was his book, something like that.
Which, yeah. My cop, yeah, from prison, yeah. After the beer hall putsch. Yeah.
But I don't know what you guys were talking about, so I'm just gonna stay quiet.
Well, he just brought up Hitler and how he was. You heard him pretty much that he's in between the rock and a hard place, given the situation he was in. I don't agree with that, but that's how Iron feels. Of course, he's a Nazi apologist.
Yeah, he's basically saying he's sympathetic with Hitler.
Time, product of his place. I could see that argument. In fact, that the Treaty of Versailles, it fucked Germany up, and it wasn't even Germany's fault. World War I was actually France's fault, technically. They started the war, and yet Germany was mistreated. I could see how you could say that, but he can't be a product of his time, because there was people in very modern countries like FDR, and Germany wasn't. It was a modern country. It was fucked up, but it was still a modern country. Hitler is unique that he was, I don't know, he was able to convince people to his terrible ideas. I don't know how you could.
No, what I'm saying is like, okay, so I'm pitching the idea that we could have a white province in Canada, right? Or like an Anglo province in
So wait,
Canada,
kick
right?
everyone else out?
Sure. Let's just say, for example, we're gonna kick everybody out. We're gonna have one white province. So let's say that I pitch that idea, and tomorrow it's an 80% white country, as far as I know. Well, let's say tomorrow nationally it just caught like a wildfire, and the entire country said, "Well, we have 80% white Canadians. We want you to kick out the 20% and not just have a white province. We want to have a white country." That would be a very difficult position to find yourself in relatively quickly. That's not my
How does
personal
this relate to
ideology.
Germany? They wanted to kick out all the Germans? What?
No, but they did want to get rid of the Jews and other undesirables.
Yeah, that
They
was Hitler's idea.
small pocket. It's completely asinine what you're saying, as if there's even a probability to what it is you're saying within the population. Yeah, it's absurd.
How is there not a probability?
Well, I mean, it's like I mean, it's an absurd probability. Put it that way.
Are you intimately familiar with the history of white supremacy in Canada?
I am slightly. I know that when the English came here, at least, they annihilated a lot of Aboriginal peoples purposefully, and then after that they installed something called residential schooling, which, quote unquote, tried to killing an Indian child, end quote, was their job. Where they couldn't speak their language, they had to worship Jesus. They brushed their teeth with salt in a toilet, and they were beaten for speaking their language.
Yeah, the idea was to basically drive the Indian out of the children and turn them into white folk.
Yep. So what's your point here? Do I know that?
My point is that white supremacist attitudes in Canada run fairly deep and long in our history, so to say that it's completely improbable is ridiculous to me.
You know, in Italy, there was this Roman Empire, I don't know if you've heard of it, and they had a really deep history of crucifying people, you know. Should they bring that back because it's really deep and rich in their history?
And it doesn't matter what in their history are. And have you heard of the internet? It happens to be a huge communication device that's going to have push. That the odds of what you're talking. When I say there's no probability of it, I mean the same probability that a human woman could give birth to a canine. That there's a real probability, a Bayesian probability. You can place it. I'm just saying, like you're not going to. I mean, it'd be interesting for you to poll that, and then the whole, earlier in our discussion about genetic and allele frequencies and histories and phenotype and genotype, you're still holding on to the idea that the world isn't mixed, and you're still trying to pocket this white thing. Maybe it's just red-haired Canadians with blue eyes that want all of the red-haired, brown-eyed Canadians to be out. I mean, come on, give us what it is you think you're talking about, some sort of credence. Otherwise,
That's an asinine straw man. That's kind of like the idea that the Germans were only allowing blonde-haired, blue-eyed people in their country. That's ridiculous.
No,
You know what? You know what would be awesome is if he did get his little white nation going, and then they had to do DNA tests, and they found out that he was 75, or let's say 65%, 65% Native American or black. They'd have to boot his ass out too.
Right? No.
I'm a
I mean,
16th Native American. I'm not a racial purist.
Oh shit, well 16% of you gotta go. Chop off your left arm, bitch.
you're a political purist, or you're motivated by certain, subtexts about purity of peoples in nation states and in modern
I
West.
emphasize preservation, not purity. There's a very
You can't honestly say that, dude. The first Homo sapiens here were the Aboriginal people. What the fuck are you preserving other than colonization?
Well, I'm talking about preserving Anglo-Canadian values, culture, etc.
Values? What values are those? The fucking residential schooling? The purposely infected smallpox blankets? What preservation? There's not much preservation. All they did was kill them and trade with them.
Well, there's good and bad on for every culture.
Yeah, but what are you preserving other than atrocities?
White consciousness in his fascist view of what's possible in Canada land.
Wait, you're talking Anglo. You're always saying Anglo. So like the Ukrainians and the Russians and the Irish and all those people. No, not Irish. German. Those people get kicked out, right?
I would have to I'd have to look at that and see what the numbers are and stuff. I'm sure we could. What's the word I'm looking for?
Wait. So
I don't know. I can't think of it. I'm thinking accommodate. I'm sure we could accommodate them.
Yeah, but what you're talking, I mean, you guys got a huge French thing, you got a huge Native American population, you got all this. You're already a mixed bag. And you're talking as if there's some sort of like political potential. Like even if Donald Trump gets elected and he tries to deport people and he tries to do all this like fascist subtone to it, if he tries to exact his rhetoric on the country, he might cause a huge civil war and civil unrest, but that's not going to change the genetic frequencies of interracial mixing. Our grand melting pot is just not, So I think your maintenance of this idea is not only a misnomer. It's like you're pulling out some sort of 70-year-old ideology and trying to lay it on 2016, and then and then jack us all out in front of us. You're gonna pose this. I mean, go teach their own, have your way. Speak your piece. But I just think it's as absurd, and the probability of it, I think, is like a human woman giving birth to a canine.
Canada has distinctly regional political influences. So none of it, for example, is very Inuit-controlled. Quebec, very French-Canadian-controlled, obviously. The Maritimes, like the Far East, is very, very different from Western Canada. So, I guess you would have to live here to fully understand what I'm talking about.
Okay, well, I've never been to the West Coast, but I've been all the way to East Quebec and back. Toronto, Ottawa, Niagara Falls, Montreal, Quebec, and of course Winnipeg. All those places, they're unique in their own regards, but they're not that unique that they could possibly secede. Like you're talking about a Bloc Québécois, but white.
Right, and I'm saying
the mentality of the Canadian.
Canada would have similar protections as Quebec does.
Oh, one second. I'm going to bring up the demographics. You can talk what you want right now.
Okay, well, I was just saying that we could remain part of Canada and just have the same kinds of protections that Quebec has. They have protections for their language, their culture, education system, religion, etc.
I I think that's kind of bullshit. I think Quebec needs to stop being a little whiny French bitch and needs to suck up to the rest of Canada. Not have its
They've
own
been in
system.
France for hundreds of years. They're not going to stop now. And if they did, it would be a shame.
Yeah. Well, okay.
You just stay part of Canada, ask for their protections, but you're going to kick the people out.
Relocate, yes.
Well, you think you're all kind of special, don't you?
Not really.
Okay, well, 12% of Canada is probably a lot more. Wait, let me actually bring the real numbers up. Be right back.
I did talk to this white, not really a white supremacist guy, but he was going on about white consciousness, right? Like, hey, we as these white people, we think in this way that's different than the Asian or the black cultures, and if there's a mixture going on, then the consciousness is somehow not pure, and it's not echo chambered appropriately, and I thought, oh God, what would it mean to actually try to adopt that paradigm, And then I thought, well, hey, I'm a mixed bag. You're Iron, you've claimed you're a mixed bag of genetics, so maybe you're already out of it. Maybe you're just following some political angle and then justifying it on national history and saying, we're ignorant of it because we don't live there, and you got something to that. I just, it's kind of odd. It's kind of a pity in the way a lot of things are a pity.
Well, it's mainly cultural, and the way I would characterize it, if I had to use an analogy, I would say it's kind of like when you invite people over to your house, and it's fun at first, and you like having them around, but after a while, they start to be an imposition, and you either kind of want them to go, or you kind of want to find a place where you can be comfortable again. I think that's the same kind of effect that we're having with multiculturalism.
Except the house you're in is actually a house that's run by an Aboriginal person. You're not the first one here, Bubby. This isn't your land.
Well, no, that's a pipe dream. This is white Canadian land. It always, it has been for a very long time.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, humans, we identify each other by our skin to the point that we need to have our own land separated for each other.
Well, we have national languages, English and French. They're not the native languages. We don't recognize the various native reserves as being their own independent sovereign nations at like the UN and stuff. It's just it's ridiculous.
Well, about the languages thing, one language doesn't tell the other languages to fuck off. I'm going to be the only language here. Okay.
Well, that's how national languages work, right? So like whenever there's a speech given, it's in one of those two languages, if not both.
And that's wait. What are you saying here? That like I'm lost.
Well, you're saying the natives were here first. It's native land. I'm saying nobody really cares about that anymore. It's been a very long time since we took it over from them, and there's nothing they can do about it.
You have no. Wait. What'd you just say again? I'm kind of out of it right now.
There's nothing the natives can do to change the fact that the white people that came here took the country away from them.
Yeah, you lousy damn thieves stole their shit. And now you think you're better than them.
We're educated now. We're a little more moral now, but let's not fucking even try to give them nothing back. Let's not even try to amend any of the horrible shit our past government has done. You know what we gotta do instead? We gotta shove it in their face. We gotta take our land. We gotta kick them out. We gotta say, fuck you. This is our land. We're white. Imagine if that happened to you, huh? Okay, Aboriginals combined go to one province, Alberta, and they're
channeling Stephen Harper?
they go to Alberta and they combine each other. They're like, oh, look at our population, 60%, huh? Well, looks like this is gonna be our own province, and boot your ass out just because they got a majority of the population there. What would that be?
Well, I mean, that wouldn't happen unless a significant portion
You have
of the people there
no
were
reason
dead.
for talking that wouldn't happen. What you're telling me right now, your ideas is a completely hypothetical, just like what I was saying.
Yeah, that
Well,
wouldn't happen.
if there's armed immigration controls, I'm not sure how they're going to get to being 60%.
Kind of like how it's unparliamentary to say what you want to have, which is your own province.
I'm sorry, how is that unparliamentary?
Well, I don't know how. There's no law saying that a province can secede or semi-secede. There is.
Yeah, there is.
Well, it's absolutely never happened, and even an armed revolution, like in Quebec, I forgot when it was, but there was like a mini revolution going on. Even then, nothing happened, and they were armed. They actually had colonial ties to France at that point. You have no colonial ties at this point, other than we're white and we're cool. Give us our own fucking province and boot all these bitches out.
I don't know what you mean by colonial ties. Like, I don't see how that's
Like the
necessary.
actual France, like the reason they wanted to become their own unique province was because of France and like deep roots to France. I think what I'm trying to say here is that the actual country France was very influenced in having Quebec there to have some sort of power in North America. You have none of that.
Yeah, and that's the same for Canada in regards to the English and the Queen and all that stuff.
No,
I mean, she's the head of state for a reason, right?
yeah, all they have there's the lieutenant governors in provinces. Yeah, and then the rest is nothing. Like legit, the Queen. It's a formality, but we could secede at any second right now.
Yeah, but I can't see that happening. Like, it's just
Yeah, that's ironic.
How long has it been? Like 150 years or so?
Let's change the topic. This is getting a bit repetitive. Someone's house is steaming. Oh no, that's not a house.
And welcome, Doctor.
Howdy. What are we all talking about?
We have a Canadian nationalist here.
And of course, I'm trying to get my fundraiser off the ground for voice feminization surgery. Go ahead.
Okay, so Iron wants to keep the white nationalism in a certain province, which I don't understand what there really is there. I still don't understand how there's white nationalism in a country like Canada.
I guess you just haven't been paying attention.
No. Like white some places in America have white nationalism. I could understand that, but Canada, we're trail mix, dude. We're a soup. We're a soup of nationalities. No one is completely English. Like, you trace your blood back, dude, you're probably like 30% German and 70% English and blah 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 blah.
Did you find those demographics that represented the different races in Canada?
Demographics in Canada is 32% Canadian, which I don't know what that is. 20% English, 15% French, and 14% Scottish. So most likely you have a demographic that is very mixed. It's not completely English, completely French, completely Scottish, or completely whatever. I don't know what you're saying.
I'm not a racial purist, right? So that's irrelevant to me.
So just your skin color matters, is what you're saying here.
As long as you're passively English and you have English values and that kind of English culture.
If you're passively English, you understand that most white people aren't English.
I'm sorry. What do you mean? Are trying to say there?
You understand that most white people aren't English.
Right. I'm using English because it's the majority. I already said that we could accommodate other non-English whites.
So your criteria is you're white.
How about English-speaking blacks or Inuits? Do you accommodate them, or is that?
Inuits already have their own province. I think the blacks would be fine here in BC with the other immigrants.
Oh, okay. So you're not an immigrant, right, dude? You're not an immigrant?
No.
All right, so Ironside is kind of like a Canadian, more articulate version of Von Helden, in a manner, or I don't know. So the new people in the room, what would you like to speak on?
What?
Cricket thyroid. approximation as opposed to feminizing rhinoplasty. Go ahead.
Whoa. Wait, repeat? I didn't get it. You spoke a little too fast.
Thyroid.
Cricothyroid approximation as opposed to feminizing laryngoplasty.
I don't know what that is.
Something about
their voice surgeries.
Oh, well.
I would love to hear about those surgeries, Nadia, to learn more about them. I know you have probably researched it to the nth degree. I would love to hear more about it and just kind of find out what you have found out about it and that kind of thing.
Well, most of what I found is that, regarding cricothyroid approximation, because the UK has extensive experience with it from the NHS doing that at Charing Cross. However, feminizing laryngoplasty seems to be more common in the US, even though I can't entirely tell exactly what they're modifying within the larynx.
I've heard you have to be really careful with those surgeries.
Oh, not smoking and such? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and not like you have to try and avoid getting sore throat, obviously, but screaming apparently, like if you scream hard enough, apparently that can do some damage post-op.
Yeah, I would pretty much remain silent. Supposed to be on voice rest. Supposed to be on voice rest, so you don't speak for. Well, I wouldn't speak at all for some number of. I don't know how long.
Nadia, don't you smoke? Doesn't that worry you?
Well, I can quit far enough ahead of time.
I'm sure she would do what she had to do for this because it's so important to her.
Yeah. Oh, well, voice rest and such is post-op. Pre-op and post-op, there's some kind of window. I'm not sure exactly how long. No smoking for so long before and after. Go ahead.
Now, my dad, this was like 100 years ago. In 1966, he was in a car crash, and he had to have surgery on his heart. And in the midst of the surgery that they did, the way that they did heart surgery back then, it wasn't like they do it now. They nicked a nerve that went to his vocal cord. And forever, for the rest of his life, I never heard him talk with a male voice. He always spoke and sounded like a female. And they back at that time, they gave him a 50-50 chance if they went back to do repair to try to make him sound like a male again, that it wouldn't work. But in this day and age, I'm sure that the percentages are way better than what they were at that time. I mean, 66 versus 2016, we've come a long way.
Well, there's also a bit of understanding to have regarding exactly what it does, and the vast majority of what any of these things do is just elevate pitch, which, while it's an important factor in terms of the gender to sex qualities of the voice, it's perhaps even not even the most strongly influential one. The most strongly influential one is called timbre or resonance. And that's, well, I have the basic idea of it, but some matter of endurance and such over time is still difficult for me. Surgery will just make the pitch higher overall, and what you hope for is that compensates somewhat for other areas you're having difficulty addressing. So intonation, sustaining head resonance, breath patterns, enunciation, and so on. It's a lot to carry. It possibly won't get me over the line, but it'll still be, at least if it works at all, some kind of notable improvement. Go ahead.
Did you haven't, or have you met with the doctor regarding um, that surgery yet? I know you were going about the facial reconstruction, but have you spoken to the voice doctor yet?
I called him today.
Okay, so you've made an appointment.
No appointments until I can put money down.
Ah, gotcha. I remember how.
So are you gonna take out PayPal or anything? Or what
Oh
cost?
yeah, there's a fundraiser link in my video. You're making a tremendous amount of noise. Yeah, there's a fundraiser link in my YouTube video description. There's also a fundraiser link on my channel art, and I don't know, I usually I'm putting cards for the fundraiser on the YouTube videos little card section too. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'm gonna help the best that I can, Nadia.
Okay, thank you.
Because I know that this is very important to you and making you feel like a whole person.
Hey, wait. Oh, TLDF Senior.
I hear they're synthetically printing human throats now. So maybe in just a few years, Nadia, if you have to wait that long, they'll just print you a new voice throat thingy, and everything will get creamy.
What is this? Okay. Your family's home is gone. That's terrible.
No, I'm speaking sarcastically to Iron because apparently he's an expert on First Nations people.
Oh. Yeah.
Iron, by the way, is not an immigrant.
I actually have nothing against the Métis and the Iroquois and all that stuff. I think if they want to thrive in Manitoba and the prairies, all the power to them. Congratulations.
What is this nationalism thing? Why can't people just? What is your problem with everyone, sitting in their own country? Well, why do you need your own province? Why can't you go in your own? Like, this country is ours. It's not strictly. This is where the Aboriginals are. This is where the whites are. This is where the French are. This is where the Chinese are. Why do we have to district ourselves off like we're the Hunger Games?
Country, then it doesn't work that way, right? So I live in an area that is being crowded out by Asians and South Asians because the government hasn't stepped in to organize things. And the result
Kind of how the Aboriginal people felt when all the Europeans
Yes, exactly.
came.
And what happened to them? They're a very good lesson to learn from. If you're a student of history, you won't make the same mistakes.
So you're telling me all these Asians and other immigrants are gonna kill the white people?
No, they're not going to kill them. They use more subtle means nowadays. Use economic means, and the South Asians just use the opportunity to get in for cheap labor.
They're gonna outwork the white people.
Yeah, they already do that.
Why don't you get in there and breed with them then?
Yeah. That's why economically, the newer immigrants are suffering compared to the white Europeans. Yeah.
I'm not attracted to South Asian women.
What? Are you what? Okay, dude. That's a bit delusional. You should see a doctor.
How's that delusional?
Because as a human, you should be attracted to. I mean, if you're heterosexual, to females. Period. Not certain types.
So you don't have a preference for blondes, brunettes, anything like that?
Oh no, preferences, but I'm not like, okay, blondes, yeah, good blondes, but brunettes, ugh, never a brunette. Jesus, no. Oh.
No, but do you choose who you're attracted to, or are you just attracted to certain people?
I don't think I choose who I'm attracted to.
Right, so I am just not attracted to South Asian women, so I don't understand.
Coincidence? I think not.
I don't understand how this is complicated.
Whatever. I still don't get how you can be a nationalist and say all these things, like how Asians are outplaying the white people. How are we gonna disappear? Like they're gonna
Well, I mean, if you live in the Vancouver region, then you'll know that the Chinese investors are basically buying up all the real estate and driving people out. People who have lived here for decades are being priced out of their homes. People can't afford to buy new homes. It's a really big issue, and the government's not doing anything about it.
It's kind of just the cycle of life, dude. That's how humans immigrate.
Yeah, that's the cycle of life if you don't maintain a sovereign border and protect your people, I guess.
You're saying white people are more important, so they need to be protected.
Yeah, I'm saying that our government was elected by Canadians to defend Canadian interests, not foreign Chinese interests.
But they are Canadian.
If I wanted them to
They're
defend
just
Chinese
as Canadian
interests,
as you,
then vote for
buddy.
fucking Chinese representatives.
Your ancestors just happened to immigrate here earlier than theirs. They're just as Canadian as you, buddy.
No, they aren't. In some cases, they aren't even Canadian citizens at all. They're foreign nationals.
Which then they become Canadians. They're just as Canadian as you, dude. No
No,
doubt.
that's
Dude,
not how
you
it
look
works.
at me. You look at me. I come over to Edmonton, and if your hypothetical situation happens, you'll let me in. Even though I've literally I am a first generation immigrant. I received my citizenship 1 year ago. I am less Canadian than those my friend, right? He's Chinese, right? His parents are Chinese. He looks very Chinese, but he's more of a Canadian than me. All right, that's what I'm saying here. There's Canadians in Vancouver whose parents go back 100 years, 200, 100 years.
Yeah, so that would be the Chinese that helped build the railroad and stuff. That's completely different from what we're dealing with now in Vancouver.
But they're just as Canadian as you. When did your ancestors come here?
Oh, I don't know, roughly like 70 years ago, I think.
70 years ago. Kind of like first generation immigrants now.
I'm sorry, I don't follow
their
that.
Their parents came here 70 years ago too. That's when the big immigration boom happened. When all those South Asians and shit came over to Canada. Most of the first wave immigrants are 70 years
right
old.
now. They've been coming for like the last decade or two.
Can I interrupt for just a second to ask a question, and then you can go right back to it? Nadia, I was reading the page that you had sent. Would they have to do any work on like your nasal cavity or anything like that while you were in there, do you think? Okay.
Wait, sorry, wait, is anyone, what, did someone ask me a question?
Nope, you guys go right back to it.
Oh, well, big news, Brett's a Christian again, so, whoop!
Okay, that's nice.
Yeah. Just posted a video saying, proving God.
Alright, so he's back in business. Alright, good.
Good. Good, yeah, okay.
That $1,000 TJ gave must have ran out. He needs that Christian money now.
Yeah, man, Christians must have donated to him again.
I guess we actually did.
But going back, Iron, a lot of these immigrants, are just as Canadian as you. Ooh,
I mean, you can say that. That does make it true, just because you repeat it.
Okay, well then, many of these, as I said, Chinese is probably it is the most prominent demographic that is not European in Canada, and a lot of their ancestors came from, as you said, the railroads 100 years ago, and you said there's a lot of South Asians coming, and they're South Asian, so you said white people, we're going to kick these guys out, white people are going to stay here. There is a possibility that a lot, or some, I don't know, of these immigrants are more Canadian than you. But just because of your skin, you get to say that my culture's more important and I get my own fucking province.
Well, like I said, BC is
Well, you're Canada.
Well, like I said, BC is basically, like I wouldn't try and do it here, right? Because BC has the largest Sikh largest Sikh population outside of India in the world, I think. We also have a huge population of Asians here. So it wouldn't be feasible in British Columbia, but it might be feasible in other parts of Canada.
That's not what I asked. I asked how can you say that how could you kick out people who could be possibly quote unquote more Canadian than you?
Well, they're not.
I don't know who I'm kicking out. Like, I don't know where you came up with
Didn't
that
you
idea.
say advocating, own province, kicking out all the other people, Edmonton, or not Edmonton, Alberta?
Yeah, I said a province would be best, and then people could be relocated.
Yeah. But some of these people can be they are more Canadian than you, quote unquote. How can you relocate someone?
I'm not kicking them out of the country.
No, how can you relocate someone out of a province where their ancestors might have lived for longer than you? Longer than your ancestors?
Because in the interests of the larger province, that would be necessary.
Oh, right. Bigger. There's a majority demographic, guys. You know what? There's a majority demographics of white people in America. I think we need to kick everyone else out, dude. You're right.
I'm not saying we should steal their stuff. I think they should be repaid for any losses or whatever funds would require to transition.
Population, kick them out, dude. Screw that shit. We gotta preserve our own culture. Fuck. Amen. You've converted.
So who's gonna pay for that? You?
We have lots of extra money. We could afford it.
Yeah, but we don't. Oh yeah. We gotta execute people because it's expensive to keep them in cells, but we got a lot of extra money.
Well,
By the way, we're in debt.
But there aren't a lot of black Amish people, I noticed, right? And I was thinking that these pockets of people that want to internally move outside, making certain they're controlling the land and keeping their mode of living and their populace focused on certain trends. That there's something to be said about those pockets of people. Meaning, I don't want to say they shouldn't have some sort of leeway to mingle in the manner that they want and exclude who they want and bring in whom they want. I don't know. I personally think to objectively make a law that requires that they bring in other people, outsiders, I think that would be absurd. But I think the inverse, what Iron seems to be proposing, is also absurd. It's not only absurd. I think it's low odds, very low odds, and stupid.
Well, the white demographics globally are in constant decline. So, if you want to just kick back and let that happen, that's fine. But I would choose to do something else. And you could say, whatever.
Well, how is that bad, dude? We read it out. What are their name?
Listen, I don't care. I don't hate white people. I love white people. I love my culture. I love my history. I think white women are the most beautiful women on the planet. I love white children. I love my children. I'm not going to apologize for it, and I don't give a fuck what you think about it.
What does hating or showing hate to, like, how does you loving your culture and your race, what does that have to do with hating other races and other cultures?
I don't hate anybody.
That's what I don't understand. You could be pro everything else, like to be pro white. Like I don't have a problem with anybody saying that they pro white. My issue is when they start thinking that, see, people start getting it mixed up. They think that in order to be pro white, they have to be anti everything else, and that's when I start having a problem.
Yeah, I'm not anti anybody. Like, I think the provinces should be divided so that everybody gets their own area to represent themselves the way they would like to.
But in a way you are anti-everybody, because when you talk about these areas, you talk about making everyone else move out of your white area. It's not that you and your white friends get up and go find a place to live away from everyone else. You're talking about kicking everyone else out of your white area. See, so don't tell me it's
the priority would be finding a place where the imposition on other people would be absolutely minimal, obviously.
Yeah, how is it an imposition for you to live amongst under other people? They're eating your culture away or something. It's by the way.
No, I'm saying like if 4 million people are going to live in a given area and that's going to displace 1,000 people of an ethnic minority, I mean that's just the numbers kind of like work out.
So you're telling me white people make 99.99999% up or something because what
if
you're saying?
If they all migrated to one specific area, then yeah, sure. Right, so that's what I'm saying is there would be an emphasis on making sure that the imposition, the amount of people that had to be moved, would be as little as possible.
Hey, Psycho, if you had albinoism, you could live with Iron there in his little community.
Yeah, exactly. White, dude, you're white.
Psycho's Mario, I'm on to him.
Like he's not even white. He's like, I culture, I love my people. He's like 1/16 Native American. And so it's just there's a certain absurdity to listening to an already a mixed bag of genetics talk about his culture and his love and his preference. I think it's it's a bunch of bullshit is what it is. Meaning it's not self-reflective, right? He should kick his own ass out. He should displace himself away.
I like how you're saying white culture. What the hell is white culture? Is all the Europeans the same? Polish, French, same. English, Irish, same. Irish, Italian, same. They're all white, dude. They're all fucking white.
I always ask that question because there's so many different cultures within the white race. The way, like, you gotta be more specific when you say the white culture. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, that depends on the definition they use, and I already specified as mostly referring to Anglo-Canadian, so English.
Yeah, so kick out all the fucking French, right?
The French already have their own province. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, just move them to Quebec then, right?
They're already in Quebec.
No, dude. There's French people in Edmonton. We gotta move them to
The vast
Quebec.
majority of French Canadians live in Quebec.
No, dude. There's people in Alberta that have French ancestry. Do we move them to Quebec?
I don't think we would have to, but if they wanted to, we would accommodate that.
No, dude. They're not Anglo. You gotta move them, dude.
Yeah, I already said we could probably accommodate non-Anglo white Canadians.
Oh, okay. Well, they're white guys. We can give you some leeway, Not like, you're telling me like white culture, Anglo culture. The European culture, white culture. You understand how much wars these quote-unquote white people have had with each other? How technically in the past, how much we despise each other.
Of human activity.
If you put like Europe, that's white people. How much wars? The biggest wars in history have happened in Europe. We white people hate each other. Okay, so it's kind of weird that you're saying we're gonna protect the white culture.
Have you heard of the European Union? It's a conglomerate of European states.
I said in the past.
Yeah, so why are you mentioning the past? How is that relevant to today's discussion?
Why is this racial instead of like cultural? I mean, you talked about UK, and then granted the UK is mostly white, but at the same time, yeah, it sounds like it's a structural thing. It's not a genetic thing. It's a social structural thing that you're trying to. But you're somehow trying to stick the race thing into the structure somehow.
That's because typically the culture is a majority of whatever ethnicity made it up originally.
You're trying to protect the Anglo culture, right? Anglo-English.
Yes, Anglo-Canadian.
Understand that the French want only the French in Quebec, and letting French people in Alberta is technically not allowed. That's going against your shit. It's not allowed, but it's going.
No, it would depend on how they conduct themselves, right? Like if they conduct themselves in a fashion where they aren't disrupting the social order, then there won't be a problem.
Oh, so if a white person, let's say there's this Russian guy, right? He's dancing in his traditional Russian outfit. Hey, you're disrupting my culture, dude. Get the fuck out of here. So everyone's gonna have to be Anglo. Everyone who lives there has to follow, Anglo culture.
I mean, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
No, cross it now. Cross it now. You've been thinking about this for a while. You know what it is. You just don't want to answer it. Tell us.
No, I don't have a personal problem with that. If I was representing a community and that community came to me and they said, this is bothering us, then we talk to that individual, try and correct the behavior peacefully, And if that wasn't an option, then we would move to other alternative measures.
Yeah. Hey, sir. You live in an Anglo province, and we saw you listening to reggae, and that originates from Jamaica. So you're gonna have to stop listening to reggae, or we're gonna boot your ass out of this fucking province. Okay? Is that what you're saying? Is that like it has to be all Anglo?
I'm not sure what musical restrictions would be in place. I haven't drafted that. I have to go to a vote and all that kind of stuff.
Yet, music, that shit, not important. But booting people out, dude, I haven't even voted on that, but we gotta boot people out already, all that shit. We gotta boot people out of this country, out of this province. How does that make sense?
Let's just go down the list and see how many of the
the
right
emotional
states
outbursts and
Iron
getting all
hates.
the you can't do it, blah blah blah. But you're not actually refuting anything. You're not giving the arguments. You're just stamping your feet and saying I don't like it, which is fine. You don't have to like it, but come up with something that's an actual argument.
Well, no, you're showing your centrism around your values. I mean, you're expressing it. We're just trying to fetter out, like, hey, what would you think about this, and what do you think about that? But maybe
I
it's
don't mind questions. I'm just saying that the emotional.
Okay,
whatever,
I'll give
little
you an argument
tantrum
then.
is ridiculous.
If you truly want to protect Anglo culture, truly, because that's your ancestry, Anglo culture, and you feel like it's being eliminated and white population's going down, all that good shit. How can you let other Europeans, which for the most of history we've hated each other in, we've wanted to eliminate each other, like what 70 years ago, we legit wanted to take each other over and kill each other.
Because
How
the
can you
white
now
demographics
say?
how can you now? Have been dwindling. White culture is being compressed.
Yes,
and
that's
there's another
because in
thing like
Europe,
the EU.
okay, life in Africa, shit. When you have a low quality of living, you have a higher chance of dying, and so do your children. So people in Africa have a lot of children, so they won't die. In Europe, where it's a really nice place, people won't die. They have a small amount of children because they know they're gonna live. Okay, that's the reason white population is going down. It's not because we're getting outplayed. It's because of the quality of life in Europe, because it happens to be that white people live in a higher quality of life than most Asians, Africans, you name it. Okay?
I'm aware that that's a contributing factor.
You're worried that that's a contributing factor.
I'm aware. Sorry.
You're aware of it, but I just told you the facts, dude.
Well, that's not the only factor that's causing it.
Well, yeah, maybe your fact is so fucking minor that I still don't understand. They're out jobbing us, is what you're saying?
In some respects, they are, yes.
Some respects. That is what do you mean by that? Some respects. You could not be any more loose on that. Be more detailed.
South Asian businesses have pushed out a lot of traditional businesses here in BC, like the Lower Mainland area where I live.
Right. Kind of how, like, the white people, the Europeans, the Anglo-Europeans, pushed out the Chinese people who were here for a long time, opening up their businesses in British Columbia and shit.
He's expressing a natural concern about, the same as any other person that feels invaded, or the in-group feels invaded. He's expressing that with his ideology, and we're just bouncing off of it. But I don't mean to treat you like, hey man, your vision of your worldview is somehow wrong. I think it's not very pragmatic. I mean, you might be able to indoctrinate your kids in this way, but they might breed outside of your current. They might bond with the Asians coming. You might have grandkids there. Who knows, right? And so the thing is you can try to maintain that parenthetical, inboundedness and outboundedness, in group and out group thing. You can do that, but it doesn't actually say anything. I mean, you're evidence of a trend of getting some Native American in your bloodstream. So already, just the trend, statistically speaking, there's going to be a mix at some point. It's not just going to be bloody murder and some sort of carte blanche erasure of culture. And if it is, it's also an advancement of worldwide hegemony in internet technology and just
a shuffle. I mean, people are traveling more than ever. The advent of the plane, the advent of communication, the advent of economies and movement. Like what you're doing, you're maintaining kind of a what I think is a vestigial artifact of humanity. And you know, cultures are, you know, they have to divest their values and their interests relative to modern travel, modern migration patterns that's humanity's never known the speed of this kind of mix and shuffle. So your defensiveness is understood. I just, you know, I don't know. I think it's not very sophisticated is all.
All right, well, I'll say two things. The first is quickly, nobody is perfect. There was a momentary lapse in my my family line where they affiliated with an Aboriginal individual, and like there's no outward signs of it. I have no affiliation with Native American culture, and through my kids, and it'll be diluted, it'll be gone soon enough. The second aspect of what you're talking about, it might not be sophisticated, but as long as it gets the job done, that's fine by me. And I don't think that the current trends are sustainable, and I don't think that we're going to actually move in the direction of globalism much further than we have. I think we're going to bounce back towards more protectionist, nationalist sentiments.
Okay.
Well, I think it's really stupid for you to say, you know, there's no outward signs, right? I mean, I supposedly have some Chickasaw in my bloodline, right? But I have brown eyes, right? And I don't mind, you know, some people honor it, other people don't honor it. You're one of the person who doesn't honor it. You look at it as like a scathing fact of a breach of your genetic code, like you have some sort of self-hate, and so if getting the job done, regardless of whether or not it's sophisticated or not, if by that you mean properly indoctrinating your kids to also only mate with white Anglo-Saxons in the future, if that's what you mean by getting the job done, okay, so be it, right? But this notion that you don't think the world is shifting, I don't know. I mean, that's a clash of paradigms there, because I personally think that just by your reaction to the influx of the Asians and the property and the so forth, and and just your expression alone already shows that your paradigm is incorrect, right? It's not actualized, and that the hegemony, the worldwide mix going on. I think for you to, you know, think that there's going to be a huge pushback on it, I don't know. I mean, there's a huge Muslim pushback. There's ideological pushbacks, but you know, it might get broken down into these little bits where, you know, like you said, who you identify with racially. You might be there, right? A lot of Americans do that. A lot of South. I don't know. A lot of people have a lot of bias. There's black nationals, white nationals. There's a lot of people, and they don't know their genetic code, and they're just arguing on identification purposes. But I think that somehow you've missed the boat, and that you're gonna make your kids obtuse if you're importing this attitude to them. But it's fine, you know, obtuse, you know, this, you know, idiocracy, you know, this stupid can breed into the future all they want, you know, go for it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, if Trump wins with an American First, like, Make America Great Again policy, I think that would be a very good example of protectionist attitudes, bucking against globalism. We have the same thing here in Canada. There's also the same thing in Europe. Tons of far-right parties are getting amounts of recognition and power that they previously haven't had in decades. And so if we don't pursue a peaceful alternative, such as white flight, the alternative is that it's going to remain suppressed until a violent overthrow, and then you're going to see something significantly worse. So I think my solution is the better one, because it actually minimizes the harm to everybody involved.
Well, maybe so. I do think there's conflict coming, without a doubt. I mean, it's already here. I think that, you know, we're just, you know, now the world can see all the things happening, and kind of share it. You know, the people that block off the internet from different nations and stuff. That's a propaganda control machine. But I do think you're right. There's going to be heavy degrees of violence and intermixing as
as everyone's working with different ideologies and different cultures basically meshing. And that's my point, though, is you're recommending what? Like sit down with a council, a treaties council, like these are the Asians and these are the natives, and we're gonna parse off this province, and we're gonna own this, and you're going to own that, right? You're gonna give them.
I think that's the Canadian way.
That's the Canadian way. So you're gonna fall back on what Canadian. It's just I mean, I imagined like a confederacy of 3,000 United States, right? I thought, why not? And then you could have a little state for lesbians, and a little state for black lesbians, and a little state for Chinese lesbians, and then you could do the same thing for the gay guys, right? And then you could do the same, and you could narrow it down, and you could class 3,000 different land territories where you'd have to force whatever you identified with most based on your politics, your race, or however you wanted to identify, right? And that you could do that, right? But I don't think that the implementation of such an idea, without some sort of like huge over top-down scaling stamp demand on the public, I don't think it's ever going to happen. And I think that's why when I listen to guys like you, I'm like, okay, get it out of your system. Let me help you get it out of your system, right? And then take a breather, and then realize whatever you're going to say, it's the Canadian way, or whatever you're going to fall back on, it's the white way, or it's this way, the Christian Protestant way, whatever you're going to fall back on, right? And if you're a Muslim or black or dark or whatever, however you want to pull back to whatever you're identifying with, go ahead and do that. Feel free to do that. Get it out of your system. Then get in the hot tub with the rest of us and get it out. That's.
Like I don't consider myself to be an exceptional person. Now I have a magic wand that I'm going to wave over the Canadian people and then force them to start stuffing minorities in ovens or something like that. My political vision will only be embraced insofar as people want it. If they do want it, that's great. If they don't, then that's the end of that dream, I suppose. And I'll just live somewhere, my own life, my own way. But yeah, I mean, I'm not prescribing that people have to do things they don't want to do. If people like this idea, they like it, and that's great. If not, they don't. That's fine.
Honestly, the core of the idea is pretty screwed up. You're kicking people out of their homes.
People get kicked out of their homes all the time. I don't see how that's relevant.
No. Like, you're gonna kick them out of Alberta or whatever. Well, and you're kicking them out of the province where they live, where their work is, where all of that, where everything they have. You're moving them out because you happen to want to keep your culture. Okay? How about where you live right now, dude? There's a majority population of Chinese people. They don't like you. They want to keep their Chinese ancestry. They kick your ass out. Go, fuck off.
They're already doing that. That's what I said before.
Oh, so wait. So you should be okay with that.
What do you mean?
Then why aren't you moving? You should be okay with that.
I am talking about moving. I'm talking about moving from BC to Central Canada.
So those Chinese people, should they be allowed to do that?
I think that the government should have already put in protections to stop it, or to have stopped it from happening, so we wouldn't have to pursue these things. But I think the damage is already done at this point. It's too late.
So if Chinese people try to protect their culture, it's damaged, but if you do, it's not.
No, Chinese people can protect their culture. That's why I'm saying BC is already a lost cause. I'm just going to write it off to the South Asians and the Asians, and they can do what they want with it.
Alright, but kicking people out of their homes is what you're saying. Because you want to keep your culture.
We kick people out of their homes all the time. We have so many single moms.
That doesn't make it any better. That doesn't make it any better.
Kind of like Malcolm X idea, it's a pro-segregation. Like, okay, let's push it further than its limits. Let's pocket everything, and then gerrymander where this pocket of this group is relative to this group, and draw new borders or whatever. It's kind of, it's not dissimilar to with the value of a Malcolm X approach or any other class inclusive ideology. I see that he's got it. I understand that people have it. I think people understand people that are like them. They speak the same language. They have the same rough background. They appear the same. They act the same. They move the same. People like that. But then when you're in a mixed boat and you're in a melting pot country, different than other countries, people move a little differently. Even if you're in a country where people aren't, like if you go to China, there's still strata of rich and poor and left and right and perverted and conservative and all sorts of different dimensions of people throughout all cultures, it would seem. And I don't agree with it. That's all I got to say. And I wouldn't mind hearing, Ham or Psycho or anyone else talk about it, but just to get their opinion about what they feel about this.
It's funny how around 80% of British Columbia is white, and they're taking over, the white people there. When most of Canada is, or at least British Columbia is white and predominantly white and growing white. But fuck that shit, right? They're taking over, dude. They're kicking you out of your house, right? How are they outplaying it? I still don't understand. How are they outplaying us? They're taking over our jobs and all that shit. But when the white population is predominant, how could you say that?
Because you don't live here, that's why you don't understand.
I live in a place where it's even less white. You're right about that, and I don't see it
Where do
happening.
you live generally?
I live in the inner city of the most diverse place in all of Canada, Manitoba. I live in the most diverse place of the most diverse place. It's not happening. I don't know what the fuck you're on about.
Well, if you lived here, you would see the people getting displaced. It's very visible. It's not a secret. Everybody here is complaining about it.
Displaced in Winnipeg is the Aboriginal people and visible minorities, dude. That's who I see displaced. Not the white people. I've never seen.
Those people have the representative parliament to express those opinions. Like, they can have something done about it.
You know what's funny is a lot of what Iron's talking about actually sounds like he's complaining about gentrification. Is that what you're complaining about?
Yes and no. The South Asians aren't so much the gentrification. That's more Vancouver. But there's a different element to the Vancouver issue, I guess. There's lots of money laundering, and Chinese foreign nationals don't have the same working standards over there. So I mean, they can punish their workers, they can exploit them, and basically have slave labor. Whereas people who live in Vancouver who own businesses here have to pay medical, they have to pay taxes, they have to pay minimum wage and stuff like that. So it's not really a fair deal for the natural Canadians who have been paying taxes all their lives, who voted for representatives, who are basically having the land bought out from under their feet by these slave drivers from across the sea.
I'm not too familiar with Canada and how the whole system works out there. I know you guys have provinces and everything, and again, I'm not too familiar, so I can't speak on exactly what you're talking about. But it does sound like gentrification that you're complaining about.
Yeah, there's parallels. I compiled the demographics of Alberta, so let's just say we're using Alberta for example, and it roughly comes to 500,000 people would have to be displaced.
I agree that's not going to end up happening, though.
Yeah, I mean, if it were to happen, it would look like a Nazi Germany pushback, So I mean, I don't think it's gonna.
I don't think so. I think you could move 500,000 relatively easily. You can either build around them, or you can just reimburse them for their travel. I don't think you'd have to have internment camps for people.
Don't put German camps.
You have to get everybody to agree to it, and it's too many problems to even consider.
Well, yes, it is.
Well, Canada has a legal tool called the notwithstanding clause, so we can actually legally invoke this to override people's charter rights. So whether or not they complied or whether or not they consented would be ultimately irrelevant.
Yeah, but could I hide them in their house like Jews, and then when you came to push them out, I could go, no, there's nobody here that you're looking for.
Sure, but
Why
the
you wanna
notwithstanding
push the
clause
Jews
allows you
anyway?
to suppress all kinds of rights, varying from the right to life, the right from freedom of torture, the right from freedom of imprisonment, the right to freedom of language, etc. So I mean, there's
So what
really no
about the
limit
people?
to what the government can do if that's used.
So what about the people that refuse to go? Because you're
Well,
going to have some of
Like I
them.
said, there'd be a variety of different ways of dealing with that.
And
don't kill them.
I'm interested to know what your views are as far as how they should handle something like that.
Well, let's assume the very worst case scenario, which is that some kind of fever dream of hating minorities overcomes people and they turn into Nazi baby killers. With the notwithstanding clause revoking their right to life, we could just execute them.
Yeah. You
See?
know what?
And
Yeah,
that would
dude.
be within the legal action.
You know what? You've been living here in Alberta longer than me. I still have your ancestors, but I want to protect my culture. And dude, you don't agree with that? We're just gonna fucking blow your brains out.
Well,
How
that's
does that make
ultimately
sense?
the very worst case scenario.
But doesn't it sound absurd? As I said, I don't know how white people are losing 80% parliament. All that shit. There's white religion everywhere. It's like 80% of Canada's Christian. I see
No,
bakeries
that's not
everywhere.
true.
I don't get it
I
either.
see like German
I don't
bakeries,
get it either.
English bakeries, all that shit everywhere.
My question to white nationalists has always been the same thing. If white people are losing, then please tell me who the fuck is winning. I would love to know. I don't see it that way.
Dude, what
I don't.
the 5%, the 5% of Asian, the 5% of Chinese people are winning. You know, the 5% of Canada, the 2 million population, they're winning, dude. They're winning.
I think what it is that the rich white people are typically like the white people that you'll see, and they're the last ones that are going to be affected by these kinds of changes, right? Like it's us poor white people at the bottom that are the first ones to feel the pressure when these things switch against white people. It's going to be a long time before the upper middle
So
class.
why is your target the minorities then? If you're saying that your problem, I mean, that is rich white people out here that's doing this, that, and the third, but you pointing the finger at the minorities. I don't understand. I don't understand white nationalist logic. I really don't. I tried to understand where you guys be coming from, and I don't. I swear,
Yeah,
I just
that's
don't
what I'm
get it.
trying to. I don't get it. I'm flabbergasted. I live in the most diverse place in Canada, and yet I still don't understand it. I don't see none of this happening.
It's a remnant manifest destiny thing that is kind of brought over in time. It's like, yeah, they want to maintain white folks. You know, the white nationalist approach is a maintenance of manifest destiny.
Guys, we're 80% of Canada, but there's other filthy immigrants coming here. We have to get our own fucking province.
I mean, you can add in words like dirty, filthy immigrants if you want, but I didn't say that, so.
I don't know, dude. You want to kick them out of their own province, dude. That's basically what you're saying. They're not white. Fuck them.
Anytime you
Execute
have
if they don't
a
agree.
huge population shift like that, there's going to be some people that are impositioned or have to be displaced. That's just reality.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like Hitler is part Jewish, right? And just like Iron, he's part Native, and yet he'd make the perfect new Hitler, I think, maybe because he's got that, and so we'd have that little bit of irony, inside of his belief that he's maintaining a white genetic code, even though he's propagating, this outlying genetic. It's really, it's good. It's good to see 70 years of the past coming back to the present. Not.
There are historical precedents for these kinds of movements. So I think, was it the Cylon or something over in Turkey or something like that? They did a huge population swap and then they built a wall because the people were constantly killing each other and dealing with other racial strife.
I'm looking at Canadian Parliament, and I'm seeing that it's 90% white. So yeah, white people are losing in Canada, dude. You're right. We gotta protect our culture. You're right, dude. We're 80% of the population. We got most of the power. But yeah, we're losing, dude. Just like Psycho said, man, we're losing. All those the 5% of those Chinese people, man. Holy shit, they're taking us over, dude. You're right. We gotta kick them out of our fucking province to win, dude. You're absolutely right. And if they don't agree, we shoot them. I mean, that's worst case scenario, but yeah.
Oh, hell yes.
What percentage of white people do you think would go on board with this kind of idea that I'm presenting?
A lot.
A lot. So let's just say, just for the sake of argument, I'll just throw out a number. Let's say 40% decide to go on board
I
with it.
say 60. I say 60%.
All right, let's say 60.
How many
let's say
white
60%.
people in Canada would sign on to forcibly removing people of different skin colors from their homes and relocating them in today's time? Not that many.
I can tell you,
10%
less than
would be
30% of
overly
my
generous.
school is white. Less than 30%. So.
Canada is a country with what, 35 million people? I think 35 million roughly. So 60% of 35 million, or not even the full 35 million. We're not really talking about that many people, and we're not talking about displacing that many people. At least 40% of white people are going to decide to stay in the other provinces or stay in multicultural provinces, and that's fine. Like, I really don't see what the objection is.
The fact that you're kicking people out of their homes.
People get kicked out of all kinds of places.
No. That doesn't make it any better. You're kicking people out of their homes. They live there longer than you, most likely.
Yeah, we kick people out of their homes when we need to put down a highway. Like, that's life. People gotta get over it.
So, okay, how about I come to your province and I'm like, magically, okay, since your thing is a complete hypothetical, mine will be too. Russian population. I want to conserve the Russian population, so kick you out of British Columbia, Alberta, whatever. Kick you out. There we go. Your university, wherever you're going to, you're gone. That's life, dude. We kick people out all the time. All your livelihood, all your family, you're gone. Boom, leave.
Yeah, I agree. Just kick it down.
Yeah, that would suck.
Piece of monkey crap.
That would suck. Oh my god.
Are you gonna reimburse me for it, or give you a dick and just kick me out, or what? What's the deal?
That would be terrible, right? The fact that you would have to leave your home and everything you knew because of some other douchebag's idea.
That would depend on what the results of the idea are.
You being kicked out, and if you disagree, you can be sentenced to, punishment.
Well, I'm not gonna cry the rest of my life away over getting kicked out of a house if the net benefit is better. Like, if more people are gonna be better served by me
You don't have a
moving, then I'll
benefit.
move.
You're kicked out of everything you've ever known.
Right, like we could do a housing swap, so they could just swap properties. The white family would move into Alberta, and the Chinese or East Indian or what have you would just move to BC, for example.
But you're kidding me, right? You're telling me that you wouldn't. It's okay that you would do that.
If I saw that the net benefit overall, like if I saw.
No, dude, you don't have
Russian
a choice. You're being kicked out.
Well, everybody has a choice. You can choose to resist anything.
There's a majority of Russians there. They're kicking you out. No choice.
Right, and you can choose to resist, and you can choose to react to the situation in any way. So, like, you can cry about it. Oh, the Russians kicked me out. Or you can say, oh, wow, like, I'm going to move. I'm going to have a new place, and millions of Russian people are going to be happy. That's a sweet deal.
Sweet deal to be kicked out of your house. Move to a place you've never been, and leave your livelihood behind and live in some other person's house.
Sure, as long as you're being reimbursed and there's a net positive benefit for the country.
There's no.
Think of
the only
China.
positive is that they're keeping their culture, dude. You're not earning anything.
I was just going to say, like, population of leaders inside of cabinets. Like, if you went to the people that are running China, right, and somehow you moved a bunch of Caucasians in there that took over the government of China, hypothetically, like for my scenario, right, you probably have a great many Chinese people very upset. So as I'm listening to Iron, right, give a percentage breakdown of the people running parliament in Canada, if perchance, that swayed and there was, let's say, more natives dominated the parliament there, such that the traditional, like, white control of the West, the Euro-white control of dominant population, because that's generally the way white racism seems to be articulated politically in the West, is through politics, right, through law structure and implementation of law structures. And so I'm just wondering if hypothetically, the politic demographic shifted such that it wasn't a political legal control structure, grid, if you will. It'd be interesting to see, how much smack talk there would be as far as white nationalism, if you will. But I don't think it would be too dissimilar, with the Chinese, scenario that I was posing. But I don't know. I do think white people in the West generally do move things based on political law in the Republic. That's why we're moving towards, hopefully, to a representational democracies. One person, one vote, and that we don't have delegates and electorates and things that segment off and still allow the controllers of this planet who own our ass to favor in one way or the other, even though we're traditionally, like you said, Psycho, if white people aren't in control, I want to know, who is, because I think it's, the Queen and Janet Yellen and Israel and then the population of people. And the white nationalists want to maintain that type of control, and Donald Trump kind of functions as a new, echo of this pushback. I don't know. I'm just throwing it all out
there. Yeah. I totally agree. It's like Iron said. Excuse me, I was texting. Iron said that he said that the poor white people are, he says, the rich white people, not the poor white people. But then he turns around again and he points his finger at the minorities, which confuses me. And then he turns around and wants to put a 1%er who doesn't care about any of the poor white people out here besides they vote. That's all he cares about is your vote. And you're breaking your neck trying to put a 1%er in here, thinking you ain't even from the U.S. You breaking your neck trying to get Trump in. I don't like Michael just said. Trump has became the poster child for you guys. He's became your mouthpiece, so to speak.
Skills, Psycho, you don't understand that 5% of Chinese people are taking over the 80% of the white people's jobs, dude.
I don't understand it. I don't understand.
One, Trump would be a good ally, right? Like a Trump-run U.S. would be sympathetic towards our goals here. And the second thing is that I advocate for a fairly socialist economic structure that's going to redistribute wealth from the higher echelons of white society into the lower echelons in a way that's going to build a stronger fabric. So, yeah, like, obviously, we're going to hold the 1% accountable at some point for their excesses.
That's after you take care of the minorities first, right?
Well, once we have everything sorted.
It's a pecking order, right?
No. I think of it more as building a house alongside a different house on a street full of houses.
The 1%ers are the ones that's fucking y'all over, not the minorities.
Oh yeah, that's why I'm not. Okay, there are people who say, let's take our guns to the street and kill all these brown people or just kick them out of the country. And I don't feel that way because it's not their fault that they were allowed to immigrate here. The conservatives and the liberals basically sold out our country to the highest bidder instead of building up a domestic workforce and shoring up our reproductive rates. So that's not brown people's fault. That's why I don't advocate violence against brown people just because they immigrate here. I'm seeking an alternative solution.
It is kind of interesting how these, I guess, more wealthier people pit the poorer classes against each other. And by poorer classes, I of course mean the middle class, lower middle class, and freaking bums on the street. Let them fight over, a grain of rice while they're taking the whole bag.
Yeah, middle class looks at the lower middle class like, the guy living in a 2-story house looks at the person in a 1-story house. It's your fucking fault. Guy looks at a 1-story house and to the the guy on the street. It's your fucking fault.
That's absolutely correct when you think about like welfare, which I mean, it's not nearly. It's like they're going after food stamps, right? And over here in America, and it's not. Let's just put it this way: the rich people steal a whole lot more than the poor people do. The only difference between the people who are stealing is that the rich people are stealing more. But basically on the news, though, you don't really hear about that. Only thing that you hear about is like the food stamp situation. But I know for a fact, like when Hurricane Katrina came through here, like the rich people here who had these huge houses, they basically feigned like their houses were broken, and they were not broken, and they were getting compensated by the government like hundreds of thousands of dollars. But I was in federal court at the time. In federal court, I could see like these people, blacks, poor whites coming in there for basically stealing just a couple $1,000. So that's
another fact here. I live in most diverse place in most diverse province in one of the most diverse countries. I live in the most criminal part of the most criminal city in Canada as well, in central Winnipeg, and all the people I see here, well, not all of them, but a majority of the inner city where most of the crime goes on is a visible minority group, or groups of visible minorities. And mind you, all these visible minorities, fucking people living in a trashed up house, are causing all the problems. And they're taking away our culture. Like, since I've lived here for 5 years, as a Russian, not a smidgen of my culture has been taken away. I don't get how that. I honestly don't see that. It's like facts don't even line up. The facts don't even line up. It's not even logically possible. I don't get it.
Well, it doesn't seem to be a surprise to me that you living in the most diverse city in the country happens to also be the shittiest fucking most crime-ridden city in the country.
Oh. It has a big correlation with a lot of things. Maybe because when they first came here, they were segregated like hell because of people like you who wanted to keep the white people up. Fuck Chinese shops. Put those Indians in their residential schools. We want to keep our white, majority because they hated these ethnic changes and these chains that choke these people down. You can't open your shop up anymore. What, Mr. Whatever Ping? He doesn't have anything. He's living on the streets now, and so will his kid, and so will his kid, and they up going in a life of crime. And that's why these diverse areas suck dick. Is because of people like you in the past. That's the truth.
I don't know that I've ever advocated shutting down a Chinese person's convenience store.
They did. Chinatown is a very, very dark history. They forced every Chinese person there. Kind of the vice versa of what you're doing.
Force them where?
In Chinatown. What now you call Chinatown? All the Chinese people there.
Okay.
In the little shitty part, they took away a lot of their rights. They couldn't vote. Some of them couldn't start shops. A lot of them couldn't start shops. A lot of them were really poor because of this, and a lot of them went in a life of crime because of this. And that's why a lot of them are in a really shitty situation. It's the same for a lot of visible minorities. Because it was people like you who would put them down. And they ended up, this chain reaction happened. And now they're still the same. They might have been, now they have the similar rights. But the fucking chains are still on them. The chains from their ancestors are still on them. You can't just erase it. You can't just break it so easily. That's why you can't have this shit. You can't separate people. We have to be together. We can't point each other's fingers. We can't point fingers at each other, or else shit goes down like this.
I don't know. I'm going to give a weird example, right? I'm in Utah, right, and huge Mormon. I mean, there's a lot of Mormons in Alberta, right? But there's a huge Mormon pressure going on here, and since 1978, when they allowed blacks into their priesthood and so forth, that kind of changed things. And so they're morphing, they're adapting, but they think they have like a living, amendable religion, which I guess they do. Anyway, we have Mia Love, right? She's a black lady. She's in Congress now. She's married to a white guy, has mixed kids, but she's kind of this token, right? Anytime Utah or Mormons they develop a token white or a token black person or somebody that they get to, put on the cover and billboards to show that we're not really racist anymore, we're open, right? But they help her move into government positions. In her opinion is basically, I mean, I don't want to say that. I mean, it's stupid. It's retarded of me to say this in a manner, but I want to say that kind of the, I don't know, more Protestant black roots have been co-opted by Mormon ideology in a fashion, and so she's like a shield for Congress, right? She's working on what I think is a white Mormon ideologic agenda in Congress, right? Very high Republican, very conservative, very matter of submitting to the state, and yet that's why Ermine earlier she wanted to talk about more direct relationship, representation of population to the controlling bodies, which I think is interesting, but I'm only bringing her up, Mia Love, as kind of an example of co-opting cultures into white cultures. I also want to bring up Arthur Rimbaud, the poet from way back when, several hundred years ago. Anyway, he realized, being this white guy, he got very upset at the fact that his culture. He says, "I realize I come from a culture of people who work in gangs. Like we're weaker and we work together in a gang fashion, a very organized gang fashion to topple other groups, other tribes, right?" And that's how he describes his feeling about the white race. Like we obviously have dominated because we're working in collaboration, right? And so he ended up at the age of 45 going to Africa and disappearing. But he was a great poet, one of the most influential poets of the 18th century. Anyway, that's just some more things to bite on.
Okay, I gotta go, but I'm gonna leave with Iron with a question. If what you're saying in the past has proven to be incredibly hurtful to society, like you said, oh well, no wonder the most diverse place in Canada is like the shittiest place in Canada. Then why do you want this to happen again, dude? I honestly am flabbergasted. When the facts are in front of you, when people are segregated, when you put these Native Americans in reserves, all that shit, tell them their shit, put them in schools, you can't speak your own language, and then they end up shitty people, okay, dude? Because they were segregated. These white people were like, fuck them, we want to be white, and now look at them, criminals.
Yeah, the
because they were
residential
forced
schools
to.
things have been handled better. But I mean, they can read and write, and so they've generally assimilated into English culture, so that's good for them. I'm sure they're enjoying the electricity and the running water and the internet.
Okay, well, I gotta go. Nice talking to you all.
Have a good night.
Peace and love.
Hey, Logic, you look like a teenage girl. How you doing?
Oh, thanks. I'm a teenage girl. Thanks.
How did you? I mean, my cover's blown.
Hey, Logic, are you a big fan of Lars von Trier?
Sorry.
You know the director and Lars von Trier.
Never heard of him. Sorry, I don't.
The Antichrist. I was just wondering if you're into his movies.
Hang on, wait till I. Nope, don't know.
You should watch the Antichrist.
The
All his movies have a very Schopenhauer theme to them.
Oh, and I'd also like to welcome Tommy Hall. Very good to see you on again.
Just seen his ass walking down the hall.
Oh, somebody broadcast him. Okay. I think that's the broadcast.
Donuts and bananas, here we.
And I'm trying.
Hey
I'm
Nadia,
failing.
how are you? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. So, yeah, system performance is a bit of an issue. Sorry.
Tommy, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing, Palm? Ham. Palm.
I just woke up. It's like 5 a.m. here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So how's everybody doing?
I kicked off a fundraiser today.
Oh really?
Yep, for waist feminization surgery. Yeah.
Mm. Well, don't let me derail the conversation.
Oh.
I was just going to chime in whenever something interesting came up.
I think we had a interesting discussion about I don't know Lucifer or something like that earlier today.
About Lucifer?
Your mother
Yeah.
got derailed once.
You're talking to Iron, say his mother being
Really?
derailed.
It was the interpretation of
Bananas and peanuts, here we. Nadia's just fucked off. Oh, she's back.
Well, since Logic and Tommy came in the room, and the newbies leave, you know, even Dionysus, like, you guys have got to have something maybe to chime in about the whole racial blah blah blah, or unless you wanted to go way back to the whole Lucifer, Satan, Von Helton thing. I don't know. What do you guys, or maybe just Nadia's fundraiser? Nadia, maybe you should screen share.
Nice fundraiser.
Well, I don't see people's skin color per se as a justification to remove them. I wouldn't mind relocating the liberals though, you know. So people who, you know, if they're for big government and they want help, then I wouldn't mind, like, if the United States was cut in half and all the liberals were forced to go to the north or stay in the north, and then all the conservatives go to the south, and then
So that's the way you like it.
yeah, the north could have their high taxes and their liberal policies, and the south could do the opposite. I wouldn't mind that.
Well, that's a better idea. It's fighting for like what we did back in this 18th century, I believe.
Well, I mean, it would be voluntary though. So if you're liberal, if you vote liberal with Democrats and you want high taxes, lots of government regulations, your basic liberal policies, then up north you go, and then you can get registered there and be a citizen there, and then you can't come down the south.
True.
So it wouldn't be a forced thing. You just do what you want to do, and then once you pick a side, then you stay there. And like I would put a thing on the south where if you can't behave, then you get kicked out to the north. So like a 3 strikes you're out sort of deal. It's like if you can't follow the laws, then you can go to the other place.
So would you remove
if we have problems with at the north, the next place would be Alaska, I believe.
So in the South, would you guys remove all welfare?
No, I mean, I don't think that's a problem to help people who are desperately in need or can't fend for themselves, can't work, are too old, too sick, handicapped, whatnot. I'm not against that. But I'm against generally people staying on the welfare rolls or the food stamp rolls their whole lives and using it as a form of income, when they're otherwise perfectly able to work. So the food stamp or the welfare program for people who are basically functional citizens physically and mentally would be very temporary. So it wouldn't be kind of an ongoing year after year, decade after decade thing. Like people get, federal funds for nothing. Since that's not how the nation was set up anyway, there was nothing written into the Constitution that said that the state had to act as your nanny or as your babysitter.
No, I think
Oh yeah, true.
You can't use like they didn't have the money back then. There wasn't a nation like we have a nation now, so I don't think you can apply the same logic that they had when things were a lot more terrible than they are now. I was just wondering, like, the one thing I worry about is the fact that when you talk about like physical handicaps, which is very obvious, right? Mm-hmm. Whereas when you talk about like a mental handicap, which is a lot more covert, I think that becomes the issue because it's very easy to look at somebody and say, oh no, he's an able body, where like you don't really know what's going on in that person's head. I'm just worried that like people will use that as a means to just punish somebody just for the because people like to punish other people. That's what the observations that I've seen around here, at least. I live in the South. Their excuse is basically get rid of all government and let the church do what the government does. And I just don't believe the church does do what the government does.
Or families, or your own family, So that's why when you grow up, you're supposed to honor your mother and father, love your mother and father, love your brothers and sisters and your cousins, and be willing to sacrifice for them so that if you or they run into problems later in life, then you can kind of lean on each other and families support each other. That's how love works. That's how relationships work. But so many people, they are alienated from their families and it doesn't work. And so, so consequently, half the population leans on the government instead. But that's not really how things should work.
Yeah, I think you would have to take a look at who the church is failing to serve, right? Like some blue-haired feminist with a bunch of piercings who's saying Jesus sucks cock, like I love women, blah, 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 kind of bullshit. Then I don't think you can expect the church to be going above and beyond to help her with her whatever issue she has. And then she's going to default to the government instead.
What I have a problem with the church is the church basically will be able to force people to convert to their ideology based on their need. So it's basically you catching somebody in desperation, and that you can basically get members in your own congregation because you're kind of forced to out of desperation, and I don't think that's good.
I've never seen Christians, maybe it's just me, but I've never seen Christians inherently try to force anything on anyone. I mean, a lot of times they'll go give the homeless food or something like that to help them and then present the gospel, but they don't physically drag them into church or sort of force them or bribe them or anything else like that would insinuate what you're talking about. So I just can't picture Christians forcing anyone to do anything.
I have a landlord that's Baptist, and he goes to church right near where I live, and every day he's just like trying to get me to go to church with him, and it's just.
Well, that's different. That's persuasion. That's asking. That's inviting you. That's different than some sort of a top-down, forceful thing that you've got to do this, or we're bringing you here. You're going to enroll in our church or join our church or whatnot. Christians just aren't. I mean, that's inherently the opposite of what we stand for. I mean, I think most Christians are inherently for the freedom of each individual to decide on his own which path he wants to take. So what you're describing is not even in our nature in general.
I don't know. I mean, I can't really discuss the nuances and subtleties of the situation, but it didn't feel like it was something that he was trying to do just out of the goodness of his heart. But no, I don't think, and I also don't think you can categorize all Christians as being like one type. There's some really fucked up Christians.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, no doubt about that. But, Jesus didn't come to heal the perfect, to save the perfect rather, but rather to save the sinner, save the guy that's, when he has nothing else to turn to and the world has failed him and everything has failed him and nothing around him has any substance. That's the person that he came to save, the person who actually reaches out his hand and needs help and asks for help. So, but I think it would be neat to have a nation that actually did operate on Christian values. And that would obviously include freedom to some certain degree, but like I was describing earlier, if you had the North-South situation, if you wanted to have your porn and you wanted to have your gay marriage and you wanted to have your abortions and on and on and on, the gay agenda, then you could move to the North. The South would have basically a Christian worldview and Christian laws based on Christian ethics and values. And then, like I say, if you didn't want to do that, then you could move up to the North. And I think it wouldn't be very long before the South, and along with that, we would have a system set up where we actually encourage business and we encourage entrepreneurship and self-reliance and hard work and ethics in that way, and so all this stuff. And I think it wouldn't be long before it would look a lot like the United States compared to Mexico.
But you want to get rid of porn?
What's that?
You want to get rid of porn?
Well, I don't think it should be legal. But
have you ever watched porn?
Huh?
Have you ever watched porn?
I mean, I have in the past. Yes, I haven't always been a perfect person, and I haven't always been a Christian. So, of course, but I don't think it should be legal, and I think it should.
I take a look at the federal balance of payments, taxes versus federal outlays between blue states and red states. Very interesting picture.
Actually, I think porn is one of the most horrific and just despicable things that's happened to this nation. Quite honestly, it's one of. I think between that and abortion, probably porn's even worse than abortion.
Have you ever looked at the good side of porn? I mean, I'm not denying it. There's not like a really dark side of porn, but have you ever looked, like, for example, there's two like positive things that I can give you, or three. One, jobs. Two would be it's been shown to decrease the number of rapes since pornography has become abundant, and also most men are now getting their sexual education from pornography, so they're able to perform better in bed. So
there's a really good.
Okay, that's interesting.
Just give me a couple minutes. I'll get it. You guys keep talking.
Yeah.
I was just going to throw out the idea that I think the national, not to backtrack, but the national welfare program that we currently have it's akin to like a Christian theocracy. It's like the government as the big church that is charitable to its citizenry, right? And so this idea of like trying to reincorporate an entrepreneurial like libertarian market and then boast it up under the banner of this is what a Christian is, and should rely on the church. Well, the government is already kind of like a church in a way, and so I'm not certain I buy what you're saying, but Tommy.
I'd also briefly note that the South is a hellhole that most of whose residents want to get out of, or something.
Well, going back to what Mike said, I mean, the difference is people contribute to the church, and they give to the church, and then the church would turn around and help people with that money, whereas the government actually seizes it from people without their consent. So they take my money in large amounts, and then they give it to people who I don't necessarily want to give it to, and they spend it on projects that I don't necessarily want to spend it on.
Yeah.
So it's
too dark-skinned people.
What's that?
Too dark-skinned people for you to want to give it to.
No. Skin color has nothing to do with it.
It has a lot to do with it.
Nah, it has nothing to do with it. As a Christian, I see people as God. You know, if God created everyone, then He created everyone with red blood, and it's on the inside. What's on the inside is what counts. What's in your heart is what counts. Your skin color is nothing. Your skin color, my skin color changes with the season, and so granted, I can't go from white to black, but the point is, skin color is just an outside external trait that means nothing, absolutely nothing, in my opinion. Now other people will disagree.
Okay. And we have a new Hangout join link in the sidebar text chat right there, and well, probably a good idea to change over.
Well,
bye, y'all.
Okay.